Tianwu Academy, boys' dormitory. I stared intently at the clock on the wall, my entire body trembling. It's almost time. 18 years. Dong. The stroke of midnight rang sharply through the air. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Continuous sign in detected for 6,570 days. Activation conditions met. System activation in progress. Activation successful. A burst of black mist erupted. It swallowed me whole in an instant. The dormitory turned frigid as the chilling wind howled through, and the temperature seemed to plummet. When the black mist dissipated, a blood-red demon mask floated menacingly in the air. Its ferocious fangs, deep and hollow eye sockets. It resembled a devil straight out of hell. The ninja mask? My pupils contracted sharply. In this world, there was no Jackie Chan adventures, yet the system had granted me the strongest Ghost Shadow mask. The Ghost Shadow Battalion, an immortal and undying army of shadows. With this, even if I'm still a nobody, I can dominate tomorrow's trial. Yesterday's awakening ceremony had been a failure for me. In a world overrun by magic beasts, lacking strength was akin to being a lamb awaiting slaughter. All right, bring it on. I reached out for the mask. At the moment of contact, Ghost Shadow Mask, General Ninja, Non-Parasitic Soul. Ability, Summon Ghost Shadow Battalion. Restriction, the host cannot wear the mask. It must be worn by others. Effect, after 24 hours of wearing, the wearer will fully obey the host. Shared power, the host gains all of the wearer's abilities, including talents. I froze. It could only be worn by someone else. Whatever, I'll think about it tomorrow. I tossed the mask onto my desk and flopped into bed, falling straight to sleep. Outside the dormitory, a slender figure crept along the building's edge. Is there really a treasure? Jiang Kuer bit her lip, her delicate face filled with hesitation. Her S-grade talent, Treasure Seeker, was practically screaming at her. There was a heaven-defying treasure on the 3rd floor. S-grade talent, Treasure Seeker, sense the location of all treasures within a 3-kilometer radius. I don't have a choice, Jiang Kuer muttered, clenching her teeth before leaping into motion. Like a nimble cat, she scaled the dormitory wall gracefully, silently pushed open a window, and slipped inside. From my bed, I squinted my eyes. Someone's here? A girl? In the middle of the night, sneaking into my room? In the darkness, I observed the graceful silhouette without making a move. Jiang Kuer's gaze was glued to the mask on the desk, completely unaware of the watchful eyes in the shadows. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead as her tight-fitting athletic wear accentuated her flawless curves. I'm sorry for this, she whispered, reaching for the mask. In an instant, a surge of malevolent energy exploded. The room was engulfed in darkness, overwhelming her immediately. Put it on. Put it on. A haunting whisper echoed in her mind, gnawing away at her will. I recognized her. Jiang Kuer, the campus belle? An S-class ability holder? Interesting. She's stealing from me? This power. Jiang Kuer's pupils constricted sharply as she sensed the overwhelming darkness emanating from the mask. A golden grade, the highest level of treasure. She glanced at my sleeping self before muttering, "Sorry, I'll make it up to you." With that, she gripped the mask and leapt out the window. I sat up slowly, a smirk playing at my lips. Make it up to me? Then spend your entire life paying me back. An S-class ability, quite the catch. I know very well, no one can resist the allure of the Ghost Shadow's power. Out on the streets, Jiang Kuer was panting heavily, her heart pounding fiercely from the adrenaline of stealing for the first time. Clutching the mask in her hands, her eyes gradually firmed with determination. The scornful voices from her past echoed once again. S-class? So what? Just a useless support ability. Your brother is the real hope of the Jiang family. Girls should learn to behave. Father, Jiang Kuer whispered as she slowly raised the mask. Watch closely. The moment the mask touched her face, terrifying power erupted within her. I am the strongest heir of the Jiang family. At the same time, inside me, a violent surge of energy awakened. Niga mask equipped successfully. Gain, Ghost Shadow Army, S-Class Treasure Seeker, Power of General Niga. Ghost Shadow Army. Summon 100 Shadow Soldiers, refreshed daily, whose strength scales with the host. Treasure Seeker. Sense all treasures within a 3-kilometer range. Power of Niga boosts all attributes, enables short-distance shadow teleportation. Treasure Seeker? Not a bad ability. I smirked coldly. Tomorrow's trial just got a lot more interesting. The next morning, the trial grounds were packed with people. I lazily snacked on a bun, already spotting Jiang Kuder standing amidst the crowd from a distance. Her long white dress fluttered, paired with pristine white stockings, and her aura was even more refined compared to the day before. She had already mastered the mask's transformative powers to perfection. Mastered it in just one night? I chuckled to myself. Impressive. A true genius. Suddenly, a commotion broke out within the crowd. Well, if it isn't our campus belle, Jiang. Song Xiaomei strutted forward with her posse. I heard you awakened some useless support ability? How about I help you pass the trial? Her cronies immediately chimed in. Exactly. What use is a treasure-seeking ability in a trial? Such a shame, Song Xiaomei sneered, pretending to feel sorry. Our beloved campus queen is going to end up at the bottom of the rankings? I watched the scene unfold with amusement, thoroughly enjoying the show. Jiang Kuder turned around slowly, her eyes icy and sharp as blades. Get lost. The single word silenced the entire crowd. Song Xiaomei's face turned beet red with anger. You dare tell me to get lost, you useless hack? A silver spear materialized out of nowhere in her hands. Pointing sharply at Jiang Kuder, someone sneered, "Let me show you what it means to respect the strong." Jiang Kuder slowly raised her hand and said coldly, "Do you have a death wish?" Enough. Stop. The proctor, Hu Changfeng, strode over, his voice booming. If you want to fight, take it to the trial realm. Not here, not now. Song Xiaomei reluctantly holstered her weapon, but not before making a throat-slitting gesture. Jiang Kuder turned and walked away, a flash of killing intent glinting in her gaze. What a pity, I muttered to myself, shaking my head, disappointed that the drama didn't play out further. Hu Changfeng stepped up to the podium, his voice as loud and commanding as thunder. Awakening your talent is just the beginning. How far you can tread on the martial path is what truly matters. The trial realm will open now. You can form teams, or you can go solo. But heed my warning, don't blame the school if you die. The crowd quickly broke into groups, mostly 3 to 5 people in size. Only 2 remained standing alone, Jiang Kuder and me. Hu Changfeng frowned and walked over to me. You're Qinming? You don't even have an awakened talent. What are you even doing here? Get yourself to the training grounds. I'll participate, I said, calm and steady. 3 understated words, but they managed to silence the entire plaza. Hu Changfeng raised an eyebrow, and his sharp gaze swept over me like a blade. You? A fighter, a warrior, a title reserved for those who had cultivated internal energy. Right now, none of us could bear that label. We were just amateurs stumbling through the basics. No, I replied, shaking my head. Hu Changfeng's face darkened instantly. Are you seeking death? Boom. The crowd erupted like an open flame doused with gasoline. Has he lost his mind? A regular human trying the trial realm. Whose cannon fodder is this guy? He must have nerves of steel. TCH, probably just a meal delivery for the beasts in there. The ridicule came crashing over me like tidal waves, but I remained unfazed. Instructor, I can handle it, I insisted. I had to go in. Spirit shards from those monsters. Just one was worth days, if not weeks, of arduous training. Such temptation, who could resist? Not far away, Jiang Kuder narrowed her alluring eyes. Strange. This person gave her a sense of familiarity, like meeting someone of her own kind. Must be a mistake. He's just an ordinary human. Hu Changfeng stared at me for a long time before finally sighing. Fine. If you're hellbent on dying, I can't stop you. Every year, there was always someone like this. A fool who charged in recklessly. They'd usually come out limping or missing limbs, if they made it back at all. I'll try to assign you to a team, Hu Changfeng muttered, but only if someone's willing to take you in. I was about to refuse, but one glance at the stern look on his face made me swallow my words. Fine. It'll all depend on what happens once I'm inside. Before the enormous metallic doors, students held their breath, their excitement barely contained. A few had faces flushed with excitement. This was their first time entering the trial realm, and who could resist the thrill? Rumble. The ground quaked underfoot as the massive doors groaned and opened slowly. Blinding blue and white light poured out from within, illuminating a 300 square meter metallic chamber. In the center, three masses of gray-white mist loomed, each roughly the size of double doors. They warped and twisted unnaturally, like their shapes resisted being pinned down. Remember, Hu Chengfeng's voice thundered like a storm. Only kill the outer beasts. They're implanted with sensors, and the silver ring will automatically record your score upon a kill. The students all glanced down at the silver rings on their right wrists. Time, 9:15 a.m. Name, Qin Ming. Age, 18. Vitality, 13. Combat trainee level. Beasts defeated, 0. I couldn't help but feel a flicker of excitement. My vitality had originally been only 8, but with the enhancement from the ninja mask, it had jumped to 13. For reference, even first-rank warriors only have a vitality level around 30. Hu Chengfeng scanned the crowd, his lips curving into a faintly menacing smile. Remember, prioritize your safety, but aim to kill as many beasts as you can, he said. He paused briefly before raising his voice significantly. The prize for first place this time. A low-tier Xian class technique. The crowd froze, utterly silent. Then, breaths turned heavy, almost bestial. Jiang Kuer's small face flushed bright red. I felt my pupil's contract. A Xian class technique. Ordinary students could only access basic fan class techniques. Even aristocratic families would rarely bestow Ling class techniques. But Xian class? That was enough to make anyone risk their life. Even the mid-tier Xian technique owned by Jiang Kuer's family was so precious that her father treated it as a treasure of the household, refusing to let even his own daughter use it. Every pair of eyes in the field had turned bloodshot with greed. Good, Hu Chengfeng said with a satisfied smile. The trial begins, now. The students surged into the mist like a pack of ravenous wolves. When it was my turn, Qin Ming, over here. I halted in my tracks. Hu Chengfeng pointed to 5 nearby individuals. They've agreed. You're with them this time. I stared at him silently. Fine. Song Xiaomei's gaze lingered maliciously on Jiang Kuer's back, her eyes gleaming like those of a venomous snake. Xiaolin, she said in a low voice, release the honey bug. Lin Xiaoya adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses before opening her left palm. The veins on her palm swelled, and a small, pinkish transparent insect emerged, roughly the size of half a fingernail. C-rank scout ability, honey bug. Features, releases a unique pollen, allowing the user to track a target over long distances. Note, no offensive capabilities. Buzz. The honey bug fluttered its wings, tracing an almost imperceptible line through the air before sneaking into Jiang Kuer's skirt pocket. Jiang Kuer's lips curled faintly. With her vitality score of 13, how could she not detect this? But who cares about a little bug? Once it got close enough, she'd just crush it with a casual slap. It's in place, Lin Xiaoya confirmed. Song Xiaomei smirked coldly. Once we're in, track her down. Teach her a lesson she won't forget. Should we just kill her outright? No. Too simple. It wouldn't feel as satisfying. Better to dig up some dirt on her, corner her, and use her to help me swallow Zhang's family business. The thought left Song Xiaomei licking her lips in anticipation. As I turned my attention to the 5 people in front of me, a headache began to form. Who wanting? My classmate and a school beauty rivaling Jiang Kuer in popularity. Chen Bufan, a martial prodigy at Tianshan Academy. The campus heartthrob, who just awakened an S-level attack talent yesterday, shocked the entire academy. As for the other 3, I'm not too familiar with them. Don't worry, Mr. Hu. I'll take good care of Qin. Chen Bufan flashed his signature confident smile. Mr. Hu nodded and then turned to Hu Wanting. Be careful out there. Hu Wanting gave a slight nod, her strikingly cool expression unchanging. I noticed something, that look in her eyes. It didn't feel like a typical teacher and student relationship, more like that of an elder. We stepped into the mist. The world spun. When my vision cleared, an open clearing stretched before me. About a dozen meters away, thick, grayish-white fog shrouded an endless forest. Gradually, fellow participants began to appear around me. I scanned the area, no more than 40 people in total. Looks like it's random teleportation, but anyone entering together will end up in the same spot. Qin Ming, Wang Hu rubbed his hands together, squinting as he sneered. What are we going to do with this deadweight? Chen Bufan turned to Hu Wanting with a faint smile. Wanting, what do you think? Kick him out. Wang Xiaoyu cut in before Hu Wanting could respond. If it weren't for your uncle's big mouth. Xiaoyu. Hu Wanting's brows furrowed slightly, her icy tone sharp. Be disrespectful to my uncle again, and don't expect me to hold back. Wang Xiaoyu pouted and turned away sulkily. He can stay, Hu Wanting said nonchalantly. His safety is my responsibility. I glanced at her, a flicker of intrigue crossing my mind. This woman, interesting, but not necessary. I shot back as I spun around to leave. I already planned to act alone. So much pride. Wang Xiaoyu sneered. Wonder how long you'll last. Let it go, Wanting. Shen Bufan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His initial intent had been to use Qin Ming as cannon fodder. But if Hu Wanting wanted to protect him, that wouldn't fly. Qin Ming had to go. Who knows, maybe he's rocking an SSS-level talent. Wang Hu joked as he laughed, slapping his belly. The group burst into laughter. Hu Wanting, however, simply stood there quietly, watching my retreating figure. Her red lips pressed into a straight line. As their mocking echoed behind me, a cold smirk tugged at the corner of my mouth. They'd better hope they don't run into me in the forest. Because if they do, especially Qin Bufan, that look he gave me definitely rubbed me the wrong way. There were too many people around earlier. It wouldn't have been wise to summon the Ghost Shadow Legion and wipe them all out to vent my irritation. That'd be insanity. No rush. We have time to play. As I entered the forest, the air turned significantly colder. For someone like me, with 13 blood vitality, no big deal. Beep, beep. The sound of silver ring emitting a signal. Beast detected. A gleam flickered in my eyes. Time to test the strength of the Ghost Shadow Legion. Deeper in the forest, Jiang Kuder strolled leisurely, as if it were her personal backyard. Snap! The sound of a twig breaking pierced through the deathly quiet. Can't even track properly, huh? Idiot. Jiang Kuder's cold eyes narrowed as she turned, her gaze locked onto two towering trees. Come out. I spotted you ages ago. Xialong Mei and her group of 5 emerged from behind the trees. Not scared. Xialong Mei frowned. She had been tailing for so long, waiting to see Jiang Kuer's frightened face. Scared, a smirk tugged at the corner of Jiang Kuer's lips. Why would I be scared of 5 losers? She had intentionally distanced herself from the crowd, using this moment as bait. Seeking death, veins bulged on Xialong Mei's forehead as she made a clawing motion with her right hand. A silver spear materialized out of thin air. B-class weapon talent, Silver Snow Spear. +2 vitality, enhanced reflexes. The moment the spear was in her grasp, Xialong Mei moved like an arrow released from a bow, lunging at Jiang Kuer. Get her. She knew all too well. Jiang Kuer was far too calm, which only meant she had something up her sleeve. It had to be a quick, decisive win. The freckled girl gritted her teeth and followed in pursuit, 2 shimmering silver shields appearing in her hands. D-grade shield talent, Silver Shield. Ganging up on me? Jiang Kuer chuckled coldly. Arrogant. Xialong Mei was within 10 feet now, thrusting her spear forward with ferocity. Jiang Kuer tilted her body slightly, effortlessly dodging the attack. With a swift counter, she threw a punch. Bang! Xialong Mei was sent flying backward, skidding 10 feet across the muddy ground and carving a deep trench. Huh. You. Blood dribbled from her lips as she struggled on the ground, disbelief written all over her face. Vitality over 10. That kind of strength couldn't possibly come from someone with vitality capped at 8. Her own vitality was only 6, boosted to match Jiang Kuer's old level thanks to her B-class talent. But now, got it right, Jiang Kuer said expressionlessly. Too bad there's no prize. The freckled girl stepped forward protectively, placing herself between Xialong Mei and Jiang Kuer. Sister Mei, are you okay? It's not serious. Xialong Mei got back on her feet and angrily barked at the other 3. What are you standing there for? Do you think she's going to leave you alive if you don't fight? The 3 snapped out of their stupor. Lin Xiaoya lowered her sleeves, releasing swarms of honeyworms that buzzed as they took flight. Meanwhile, the 2 support-type girls' fingertips began to glow with radiant white light. Shielding Blessing. Light as a feather. B-class aura talent. Shielding Blessing. Air shield around the body. C-class aura talent. Light as a feather. 30% weight reduction. A translucent film enveloped Xialong Mei's body. Interesting. Jiang Kuer tilted her head, glancing at her own shadow. Within it, something was stirring. Come. She crooked a finger, her tone sharp and provoking. Let me see what you're made of. Xialong Mei wiped the blood from her face. Together, just like we practiced. The freckled girl took a deep breath. Got it, Sister Mei. Over 40 honeyworms swarmed in the air as Lin Xiaoye's face turned pale from the strain of control. Attack! Xialong Mei leapt into the air, her spear striking downward. The honeyworms descended simultaneously, swarming Jiang Kuer. The freckled girl charged forward with her silver shields raised high. Ganging up on me, huh? Jiang Kuer's laugh was chilly. Well, now it's my turn. Suddenly, everyone's shadows beneath their feet twisted and distorted. Dozens of dark shapes surged into action. A shadow rose abruptly, coalescing into a figure wielding a long blade. Blood-red eyes glowed, sending chills down their spines. The Phantom Ninja Legion had arrived. What the hell are these things? Behind Lin Xiaoye and her companions, ghostly ninjas appeared, their long swords sweeping through the air in fatal arcs. Chaos erupted instantly. Clang! Song Xiaomei's supposedly lethal gunshot was effortlessly parried. Impossible. Her voice trembled. Aren't you supposed to have a treasure-hunting talent? Song Xiaomei stared at Jiang Kuer in terror. Could it be? You've awakened a second talent? Dual-talented individuals were 1 in a million. She refused to believe that Jiang Kuer could be such a prodigy. Talent. Jiang Kuer sneered coldly as she brushed her icy cheek. The strong don't need talent. Splat. A head rolled onto the ground. She killed someone. The woman who had been shielding Song Xiaomei with her power was beheaded. Screams erupted from Lin Xiaoye and the others. Jiang Kuer, how dare you kill people? Song Xiaomei's pupils constricted. She had never anticipated that Jiang Kuer could be this ruthless. If you dare to try killing me, Jiang Kuer said, her voice as cold as steel, you'd better be ready to face death yourself. Kill them all. Leave none alive. Over 20 shadowy figures sprang into action. The samurai swords sliced through the air with sharp, shrill screeches. Every attack was precise, leaving no chance of escape. These phantoms never tired. Splat! A black blade pierced through the chest of the freckled girl. Its tip emerged from her back, yet there was no blood. It was devoured entirely by the shadow. Jiang Kuer stood in silence, her expression calm, but her mind was surging with turmoil. So this was the true power of the red mask? As expected, only she was worthy of wielding it. She could sense it clearly. Each ghostly ninja carried the strength equivalent to a Qi Energy level 10 individual. Qi Energy 10 was a level ordinary people could only reach after 6 years of grueling training. And now, she commanded over 20 fighters of this caliber. More importantly, in the surrounding darkness, even more phantoms lingered, eager to be unleashed. Splat! Splat! Lin Xiaoye and another person were riddled with sword strikes, blood pouring from their mouths. Only in their final moments did they truly regret their decisions. Regret provoking Jiang Kuer. Regret believing Song Xiaomei's words. But it was too late. The battlefield dwindled to nothing but Song Xiaomei's desperate attempt to hold her ground. Her survival instincts combined with her aura-enhanced power, pushing her to tap into extraordinary strength. Yet, as she watched her comrades fall one by one, despair consumed her. Jiang Kuer, Song Xiaomei roared furiously, using her spear to knock aside an advancing blade. I'll serve you, do whatever you ask. Please, spare my life. Serve me. Jiang Kuer smirked mockingly. Do you think you're worth it? With your pathetic strength, you're not even qualified to be my subordinate. Despair engulfed Song Xiaomei entirely. And her. The red glow in the phantom ninja's eyes flared, and they darted forward like black lightning. Shurikens tore through the air, leaving bloody marks blooming across Song Xiaomei's back. Pop! Her energy shield shattered like a delicate bubble. Staggering as she turned to defend herself, her silver spear had barely been raised when her left arm. The figure is already midair. Next, the right leg, abdomen, and shoulder. Every wound gushed blood, greedily devoured by the shadow. The final slash came. She saw her headless body slowly kneeling. Thud! Her head hit the ground. Over 20 shadow ninjas simultaneously sheathed their blades, dropped to one knee, and bowed deeply toward Jiang Kuer, as though in reverence to their queen. Very good. Jiang Kuer spread her arms, her dress flowing as though caught in a non-existent wind. She could feel the hunger lurking deep behind the mask, the restless stirrings of shadows yet to emerge. "Don't be impatient." She softly caressed her cheek, her voice gentle yet chilling. "Soon, I'll let all of you come out to play." The intoxicating thrill of controlling life and death coursed through her veins. Beyond the forest's edge, I tracked the silver ring's guidance as the signal grew more frantic. The prey was close. Crouching low, I parted the dew-soaked ferns. 10 steps ahead lay a massive crimson-striped tiger, crouched over a blood pool, its fangs sunk deep into a deer's throat. A crimson-eyed tiger. Rankless. Vitality 19. King of the forest outskirts. Not bad luck. As I prepared to act. Ding. "Congratulations, host, on slaying the target. Dark shadow points +1. Dark shadow points +1. The notification dinged 5 times in quick succession. I froze. Wait, I hadn't done anything yet? Before I could process it, the crimson-eyed tiger abruptly stopped feeding. Its blood-streaked nose turned toward the bushes. It had caught my scent. Roar. The tiger's roar boomed like thunder, its glowing red eyes locking onto me. The muscles in its hind legs coiled like taut steel cables, its claws digging deep trenches into the ground beneath its paws. The killing intent reached its peak. All it needed was the faintest opening. Then it would spring for a lethal strike. But I smiled. My finger twitched ever so slightly. "Come out." The ground's shadow surged like boiling water. From the darkness, a tall, slender figure emerged, rising with deliberate precision. A shadow ninja knelt on one knee, the blade of their katana shimmering faintly. At first glance, it seemed no different from the shadows Jiang Kuder summoned. But upon closer inspection, you'd notice the distinction. Jiang Kuder's shadow warriors only had red eyes. Mine, beneath the crimson gleam, lay pitch-black pupils. "Go," I commanded, pointing toward the crimson-eyed tiger. "Keep it occupied." The shadow ninja rose fluidly, inclining its head ever so slightly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 shadowy shurikens whipped through the air, tearing into the tiger's nose with precision. Roar. Writhing in pain, the tiger barely finished its roar before the shadow figure leapt into the air, katana plunging downward. Its claw struck nothing but air. The shadow was already at its back. A crescent swipe of the blade sent a spray of blood arcing across the air. But, strangely enough, the blood droplets never hit the ground. They were absorbed by the katana mid-air, dissipating as dark smoke. My eyes narrowed slightly. This isn't quite like the shadow soldiers I remember. They're not just stronger, their blood-draining ability is entirely new. I ran a hand along my chin, observing as the shadow ninja toyed with its prey. Each time the crimson-eyed tiger tried to counterattack, the shadow dissipated into mist, only to re-emerge from another dark corner. Its roaring had turned into mournful howls. The remaining 19 health points meant nothing against such elusive and deadly attacks. Each slash left behind streams of blood that turned into dark vapor and were devoured. Swish. The spectral figure appeared above the tiger's broad back. The crimson-eyed tiger snapped its head up to bite, only to catch nothing but a wisp of black mist. The true blade struck from the tiger's blind spot. SHHK? A katana pierced straight through its throat. The massive tiger's body convulsed violently before crashing to the ground, lifeless. Ding. Kill confirmed. Darkness points +1. My eyes lit up. So that's how it works. Killing creatures earns darkness points, which means the 5 points I had earlier must have been. Jiang Kuder. I pondered a certain possibility. She's been helping me kill monsters? A free laborer? Perfect. System, I called out. The virtual interface appeared. This sign-in button had transformed into draw. First draw, 100 darkness points required. Current balance, 6. Still 94 points short. I closed the system interface and punched the tiger's corpse. The silver ring on my hand glinted with a red glow as the kill count displayed beneath it changed from 0 to 1. Taking the blade handed over by the phantom, I precisely sliced through the tiger's forehead, avoiding the skull. My fingers probed into the still warm brain tissue. Got it. I pulled out a crimson crystal the size of a pigeon egg. Wiping off the blood, I swallowed it without hesitation. Gulp. A surge of searing energy exploded in my gut. I grunted, sweat beading on my forehead. Sitting cross-legged, I hastily activated the basic chi refinement technique. The rampant energy surged within me like a wild horse, each collision sending waves of tearing pain through my body. I clenched my teeth, guiding the energy into a circuit throughout my system. The violent aura gradually subsided, refined into pure vitality that merged into my body. Beside me, the shadowy ninja stood guard, ever vigilant. 15 minutes later, I exhaled a long breath of turbid air and opened my eyes. The silver ring displayed an increase. My vitality had gone from 13 to 14. Not bad, I muttered, getting to my feet. Looks like a good start. Hands behind my back, I narrowed my eyes, which glinted with a cold light. All of you, show yourselves. The shadows on the ground began churning violently. 10, 50, 99 shadowy figures emerged from the darkness in waves, packing the clearing. 100 phantom ninja knelt on one knee, awaiting instructions, their heads bowed. The earlier test had proven their capabilities in taking down enemies solo. Now for the next step. With a cold glint in my eyes, I ordered, go. Kill every beast in the outskirts of this forest. And remember, bring back the bodies. All the shadowy ninjas raised their heads in unison, a faint glow flashing in their pitch-black eyes. In the next instant, 100 streaks of black lightning scattered in every direction, leaving behind a lingering haze. In the forest outskirts, Chen Bufan and his group trudged carefully forward. The crunch of their boots against decaying leaves echoed unnervingly. Wang Hu wiped the sweat off his brow, huffing for breath. Something's not right. We've been walking for over an hour, but nothing. Not even a trace of beast hair. Exactly, Wang Xiaoyu fiddled with a leaf. That useless Qin Ming. Think he might already be in some beast's stomach? Xiaoyu, who wanting frowned, her delicate brows knitting together. He's still our classmate. Don't jinx people like that. Wang Xiaoyu sneered. It's normal for someone to die during trials. Can't even speak the truth. She looked at Hu Wanting with a flash of disdain in her eyes. Act all high and mighty, won't you? Stupid BCH. If it weren't for Chun Bufan paying her to help out, she wouldn't even bother coming to Tianwu Academy. Beep, beep, beep. Everyone's communication rings vibrated simultaneously. Beast incoming. Chen Bufan stopped in his tracks. Everyone immediately tensed up. Song Jie scouted out. The bespectacled young man closed his eyes as a faint red glow flickered across his eyelids. B-class detection talent. Heat sensory. Range. Detects blood vitality and size of organisms within 500 meters. 400 meters out. Blood vitality at 11. Most likely a forest wolf. Everyone sighed in relief. Haha. Wang Hu rubbed his bulging stomach. Lucky. Should get some decent spirit essence from it. Chen Bufan remained expressionless. Let's move. Don't let anyone beat us to it. TCH. Wang Xiaoyu scoffed. The sooner someone else fights it, the better. We can just clean up afterward. Hu Wanting grew increasingly disgusted with her. A few minutes later, they spotted a forest wolf sleeping under a large tree. Chen Bufan's eyes gleamed with excitement. He raised his right hand, motioning in the air. A sharp, glistening icicle roughly 8 inches long formed, radiating an intense chill. S-class element type talent. Absolute frost control. Capabilities. Manipulate extreme cold. Condense water vapor into ice structures like blades, walls, or freeze targets solid. Go. The ice spear darted through the air, aimed precisely at the wolf's skull. In a sudden instant, the forest wolf's amber, slit-pupiled eyes snapped open, and its hind legs coiled with a burst of energy. Thwack! The icicle struck its hind leg, sending a spray of blood into the air. Awoo! The forest wolf howled in pain, thrashing as it tried to limp away. Damn it! Chen Bufan cursed under his breath. If only he could have conjured another ice spear. Take it out. You got it, Bufan. Wang Hu grinned wickedly as he lunged forward. But then, 2 more shadowy forms, grayish-green, emerged from behind the trees. 2 glowing pairs of emerald green eyes pierced through the gloom. More wolves. 2 additional forest wolves. Chen Bufan's pupils tightened. No way. 3 forest wolves. Their group of 5 didn't stand a chance. 3 of them. Wang Hu stammered, stumbling backward. Bufan, what do we do now? Even their strongest member barely registered at 8 blood vitality. Fighting 1 wolf was survivable, but 3? Suicidal. What choice do we have? Hu Wanting conjured her weapon, her right hand gripping a shimmering silver sword seemingly out of thin air. A-class weapon type talent. Frost Silver Twilight Sword. Boost. Blood Vitality +5. Special move. Piercing Lunar Ray. Piercing Lunar Ray charges forward as a beam of light, striking and piercing through targets up to 50 meters away. You think you can outrun them? She asked grimly. With her current energy and blood, she could probably only use it once. But once was enough to pierce a wolf's heart. Shin Bufon's forehead was slick with sweat. Hu Wanting was right. Running would lead to certain death. Timberwolves were known for their speed. Trying to outrun them was hopeless. Fighting was their only shot at survival. Focus up. Shin Bufon gritted his teeth. I'll take on the injured one. The rest of you handle the other two. Damn it. I only came here to impress a girl. How did it come to this? If it weren't for his dad's strict order to win over Hu Wanting, he wouldn't have bothered participating in this lousy trial. Got it, Buffon. Understood. Sweat streamed down Wang Hu's face, his stout body trembling faintly. Wang Xiaoyu bit her red lips tightly, unease flickering in her captivating eyes. Only Hu Wanting remained calm, her sword already encrusted with icy crystals. Tension filled the air, yet no one noticed the shadow lurking within the canopy above. A dark figure lay motionless, observing the standoff between 5 humans and 3 wolves below. Its pitch-black eyes glimmered with shrewd intelligence. The 3 timberwolves surrounded the group in a triangular formation, dragging their claws through the dirt to carve deep grooves. Their killing intent hung heavy, sharp as blades. Shin Bufon's eyes flashed coldly. There was no time to hesitate anymore. Move! With a shout, he charged forward, his right hand grasping at the air. Dozens of ice needles materialized in his palm, glinting lethally in the sunlight. The moment the distance was right, Shin Bufon swung his arm, sending the ice needles hurtling toward the injured wolf. The wolf's amber-colored vertical pupils locked firmly onto him. At the exact moment the needles closed in, it endured the pain in its injured leg and suddenly rolled aside. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The majority of the ice needles missed, skimming past the wolf's body and instantly freezing the nearby vegetation into crystalline sculptures. Only 5 or 6 needles struck its abdomen, bursting into sprays of blood against its coarse, grayish fur. Whimper. The timber wolf shook its head, realizing the damage was far less severe than it had feared. Terror morphed into ferocity as frothy saliva dripped from its sharp fangs. With a blood-curdling roar, its injured hind leg pushed off with explosive power, launching it 2 meters into the air, claws aiming directly for Chun Bufon's throat. Chun Bufon's body froze in terror. He had thought he could take the easy route, assuming that with an injured leg, the wolf's speed would surely be compromised. Who would have expected this beast to remain as fast as lightning? This was absurd. In his moment of hesitation, the timber wolf was already upon him. Just as its claws were about to slash his throat, Chin Bufon instinctively twisted his body. Slice. 5 deep gashes tore across his chest, blood gushing out like a fountain. Oh! Chin Bufon's scream tore through the forest as he stumbled and fell to the ground. Bufonji. Wang Hu's eyes reddened in rage, but he was tightly engaged with another wolf. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the remaining wolf leapt toward him. Wang Hu stomped his foot, his plump body quivering violently. War Armor. Type: B-level defensive ability, War Armor. Summons a jet-black suit of full-body armor, covering 90% of the wielder's body and providing high-level physical defense. Defense strength directly correlates to energy and blood levels. From his skin, jet-black metal began to form. Blood gushed out, instantly covering his entire body. Clang. A wolf's claw slammed against the chest plate, sparks scattering everywhere. Wang Hu stumbled back 2 steps, but his armor remained intact. Beast. A growl came from beneath the faceplate. You can't penetrate my defense. Just then, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from another side. Chun Bufon's left arm was locked in the jaws of a forest wolf, blood flowing like a river. Enduring the intense pain, he formed a 3-foot ice spike with his right hand and drove it viciously into the wolf's throat. Pshhh. The ice spike pierced clean through the neck. The forest wolf's pupils contracted suddenly. It staggered backward, spewing blood mixed with icy shards everywhere. Cough, cough. Chun Bufin collapsed onto the ground, a twisted grin spreading across his face. Beast is still a beast. No brains at all. Just leave the tiniest opening, and it charges right in. Wang Hu relaxed his shoulders and turned to the wolf in front of him. Lao Song, get back. Song Jie gripped his dagger tightly, his hands trembling slightly. His heat-sensing ability was useless in combat. The forest wolf locked its gaze on his Song Jie. It clearly wanted to take out the weakest first. Song Jie retreated step by step. In an instant, the wolf lunged forward, becoming a grayish-blue blur. Lao Song. Wang Hu threw himself in front. Clang. Sharp claws screeched against armor, sparks flying. In a flash, Song Jie's dagger plunged into the wolf's back. Howl! The forest wolf turned, snarling in pain, only for Wang Hu's iron fist to collide directly with its muzzle. Bang! The punch shattered fangs, sending the wolf flying several meters, where it lay twitching, barely hanging on to life. Phew! Wang Hu plopped himself down on the ground. Damn! Tough to kill. Luckily, these wolves were brainless, focusing only on attacking. If it came down to a prolonged fight, their speed advantage would have put them in genuine danger. The sounds of battle gradually subsided, with only one remaining wolf stubbornly resisting. Wang Hu turned, only to witness a horrifying scene. Wang Xiaoyu's left arm had been torn clean off, spurting blood like a fountain. Her venom-laced blade, Viper's Fong, clattered to the ground. Its eerie green poison mixed into the blood puddle, hissing as it dissolved. B-rank weapon-type ability, Viper's Fong. Infects target with venom of the Phantom Viper upon contact. Speed -5%, reaction time -3%. Ah! Wang Xiaoyu let out a blood-curdling scream. The forest wolf flung the severed limb aside, preparing to attack again. Silver Dusk. Piercing Moon. Hu Wanting's voice turned icy. Her frost spirit Silver Dusk sword transformed into a bolt of silver lightning, freezing the air into crystals as it shot forth with unrelenting force. Thunk! The long sword pierced the wolf's heart, pinning its body to an ancient tree 10 meters away. The tree became encrusted with frost, and the wolf's blood froze into crimson icicles. Wang Xiaoyu collapsed onto the ground. Hu Wanting hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. Holding her palm just a centimeter from the wound, she muttered, "Breath of the forest." A radiant green glow turned into starlight, flowing gently into the gaping wound. S-rank healing type ability, Breath of the Forest. Instantly seals wounds. Promote rapid regeneration of flesh, neutralize most toxins. The wound stopped bleeding as skin and flesh started to wriggle and regenerate. You could have killed that beast in one strike. Wang Xiaoyu erupted, grabbing Hu Wanting by her collar. Why did you wait until my hand was crippled before she could finish? Several smoke bombs dropped from the trees, thrown by a ghostly figure that resembled a ninja. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thick black smoke enveloped a 10-meter radius instantly. Moments later, as the smoke dissipated, the corpses of 3 wolves had vanished completely. Who did this? Chen Bufan roared, veins bulging at his temple. Bastards! Stealing from me. Show yourself if you dare. After risking life and limb to slay their opponent, having their loot snatched away was a bitter pill to swallow. Unbearable. Aside from Hu Wanting delivering the fatal strike and earning herself the points, even Chen Bufan and Wang Hu didn't get the chance to land a finishing blow. The phantom-like ninja darted through the forest, carrying one wolf corpse strapped to its back and clutching another under each arm. Managing to snatch all 3 corpses, its master would surely be pleased. Chen Bufan looked down at his mangled left hand, tightening his lips. Thanks to Hu Wanting's healing, the bleeding had been stopped. He glanced over at Hu Wanting, his expression subtly changing. It was no longer about fulfilling the task his father had entrusted to him. Now, for the first time, he regarded her with genuine respect. So it turns out Wanting has a dual talent. No wonder she had boldly promised she could protect Qin Ming, a woman as exceptional as her. Of course she's worthy of me, Chen Bufan. But still, this trial was an absolute loss. First, I need to get my arm treated. As a prominent figure at Tianwu Academy, I won't let people start calling me the one-armed hero. How about we withdraw for now? Chen Bufan rasped, his voice hoarse. Just encountering one exotic beast had left 2 of them heavily injured. Another encounter might result in someone staying in this forest for good, and that someone could very well be him, a possibility he simply couldn't stomach. The group was stunned. Wang Hu gritted his teeth. Bufan, I'm with you. Song Jia adjusted his cracked glasses, nodding quickly. I agree. He'd wanted to ride on others' coattails from the start, never thinking the trial would be so dangerous. Wang Xiaoyu's eyes burned with unwillingness. Calling it quits now not only meant ridicule, but also leaving empty-handed. And with her arm already damaged, how could she accept this? No, I don't agree. The team's still got 3 members in peak condition. Let them fight while we cover them. Why should it just be me paying the price? If I'm losing an arm, then they should suffer too, lose a limb, or worse. Are you insane? Hu Wanting rose coldly to her feet. If you want to die, no one's stopping you. But don't expect me to follow you to your grave. With that, she turned on her heel, walking away without a second glance. She had been intending to continue healing others, but now? It was unnecessary. Someone like this, dying would serve them right. Chen Bufan stood as well, brushing bloodstains off his clothes. Without a word, he followed her. Song Jia pushed up his broken glasses, scurrying after them. Sigh. Wang Hu heaved a heavy sigh, the sound of his battle armor creaking as he trudged forward. Let's move. Wang Xiaoyu, her single arm trembling as she propped herself up, watched the 4 figures walk away. Her gaze darkened with hatred. You all will pay for this. Die? You all deserve to die. On the outskirts of the forest, when a shadow ninja carrying 3 forest wolf carcasses approached me, the other ninjas widened their eyes in disbelief. Every one of them had brought back just 1 beast, but this guy came back with 3? What? Trying to look special. Even in a deadly trial, we're competing like this. The pile of beasts in front of me was growing steadily. The shadow ninja unloaded the strange beasts, extracted their essence cores, and laid them in front of me before diving back into the forest for more hunting. All I had to do was steadily absorb these essence cores while circulating the basic chi refining technique. Strangely enough, perhaps due to the enigmatic ninja mask I wore, I found myself able to absorb the cores tirelessly, something that would surely blow people's minds if they saw it. A normal person's capacity to absorb essence has limits, and even martial artists cannot absorb endlessly. But I could. I exhaled, opening my eyes to see the tirelessly working shadow ninja. Having someone to help really makes a difference. I do nothing, and I'm already in the lead. I stood up, clenched my fist, and punched toward the small mountain of corpses in front of me. The shadow ninja didn't have a silver ring and therefore couldn't activate chips. I activated one with a single punch. Ding! A clear sound echoed. Target eliminated. Dark points +1. Dark points +1. The system notifications rang continuously, forming a beautiful symphony in my ears. I absolutely love this trial secret realm. It's like paradise. A minute later, I glanced at the information on my silver ring. PM 123. Qin Ming, 18 years old. Vitality 27.8. Peak martial disciple level. Beasts killed 29. There were more than 29 beast corpses, but for some of them, the silver ring didn't count them, no matter how hard I tried. I chalked it up to a malfunction with the chip system. Still, having a 27.8 vitality score stunned me. Most of the creatures killed here were dogs, wolves, and lynxes, all with relatively low vitality. After each essence core absorption, my vitality only increased by about 0.4 to 0.6. But the absorption speed was quick, which saved time. I should be able to break through to martial warriors soon. I clenched my fist, feeling the surging power in my veins. Just then, another shadow ninja appeared, carrying 3 freshly killed forest wolves. He extracted their essence cores right in front of me. 3 forest wolves. I froze. Hold on. This doesn't make sense, does it? Even if the forest wolves weren't a match for the shadow ninja, they should have been able to escape. How did a single shadow ninja kill all 3? Could it be the shadow ninja is showing off in front of me? No, that's not it. I summoned these ninjas back when my vitality was only at 13. The most that any of them could have reached is a vitality of 13. The issue is with this particular ninja. I scrutinized the bodies of the wolves and noticed that the wounds on each of them were different, clearly not inflicted by the same person. Suddenly, I connected this to the earlier issue of the silver ring showing no response to some corpses. A thought crystallized in my mind. The chips weren't faulty. The corpses that didn't trigger a response, were they killed by other students? Shocked, I turned to look at the shadow ninja. Could these guys be intelligent? And not just a little bit? High up on a tree, Jiang Kuer quietly observed the whole scene. How can he also summon warriors of this level? She murmured. Things might get complicated after all. Did he have a mask like mine? Jiang Kuer walked along, not encountering a single exotic beast. The eerie silence heightened her vigilance. Suddenly, a shadow flashed by. A shadow ninja. It looked exactly like the one she summoned, but Jiang Kuer was certain this one was not hers. The shadow darted through the clearing, and Jiang Kuer followed closely behind. She tracked it all the way to where I stood. When she saw the mountain of exotic beast corpses piled in front of me, her eyes widened in shock. So many spirits and points. His soldiers are nowhere in sight. This is the perfect chance to strike, she calculated inwardly. To her, I was just another person with a mask. But here, quantity was on my side. Whoosh! A sound sliced through the air. Before she could react, a dark, shadowy tendril coiled tightly around her waist, immobilizing her instantly. With a backpacked lynx on its shoulder, the shadow ninja emerged, delivering a swift and forceful kick. Bang! Jiang Kuer flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground right in front of me. Dust and debris billowed everywhere. Jiang, the campus queen? I raised an eyebrow, looking at her disheveled appearance. The usually elegant school idol was a far cry from her normal poise. Her hair was messy, her skirt tangled with dried leaves. She wasn't surprised that I recognized her. Given her fame at Tianwu Academy, it was hard not to. Hand over the mask, she demanded coldly, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. And if you call me Mom, I'll spare your life. Me? What the hell? Call her what? Are you joking? My eyes narrowed. Can't you see who has the upper hand here? Two shadow ninjas stepped out from behind me, their gazes icy. Huh, fool. Jiang Kuer flicked her finger with a sneer. Come out. The shadows behind her began to churn violently, and in an instant, dozens, no, hundreds, of shadowy figures emerged, covering the entire clearing. Now who's got the upper hand? She bared her little tiger teeth, her tone frosty. I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Interesting. Jiang Kuer, do you really think you can use my soldiers against me? Her expression froze. What are you talking about? Could it be the mask I took that night was yours? But no matter. Even if it was, there's no way I'd return it. This power belongs to me. Kill him, she bellowed. Silence. An unsettling, deathly silence. The shadow ninjas remained motionless, kneeling like statues where they stood. I said kill him. Jiang Kuer commanded again, pointing directly at me. Still, no response. Ha ha. I couldn't hold back my laughter any longer. The sheer absurdity of her expression left me in stitches. What's so funny? She snapped, blue veins popping on her forehead as shame and rage mixed in her eyes. If you're the Dark Queen, I stood straight, the mocking grin on my face growing wider. Then I am their god. Do you really think they dare lay a finger on their deity? 抱歉，我无法协助完成您的请求. Flowing like water. Master Shinhee. No hints. No interactions. The protagonist is cultivating. Spare me, please. Who cares? In the trial secret realm, there's no room for so many formalities. Sweeping my gaze across the peacefully sleeping Jiang Kuer, my eyes turned icy cold. Until she becomes a proper slave, the ropes stay tied. Not that I fear her, it's just that I couldn't be bothered to deal with side issues. Summoning 100 shadow ninjas drained the very last ounce of her power. She couldn't even use Shadow Leap anymore, let alone break free. Because of this, exhaustion hit her hard, straight to unconsciousness. Under normal circumstances, never would she let down her guard. I rose and stepped out of the cave. Shadow ninjas darted back and forth, in and out of sight, while mounds of beast carcasses piled high. Hell yeah. With nothing unexpected, I grabbed an essence crystal and swallowed it, smirking as I did. Today, I step into the martial warrior tier. Rank 1, here I come. While I focused on my breakthrough, the entire trial secret realm was already in chaos. Hu Wanting and her group retreated towards the exit, grumbling and complaining all the way. Which dog of a bastard stole my loot? Let me catch them, and I'll flay them alive. A burly man roared, his fists clenched so hard they cracked audibly. Beside him, a pockmarked-faced student tried to console him. Big Bro Long. Anyone who entered the trial is bound to be a student of Sky Martial Academy. That shadowy fog was so obvious. They'll be exposed and tracked down sooner or later. When that time comes, humph. Big Bro Long nodded harshly. Once we find out who it is, they're dead. I'll make them pay in blood. As the three of them staggered past Hu Wanning's group, they looked as disheveled as could be. Wang Hu wiped the cold sweat off his brow, muttering nervously, "No, Brother Buffon, they couldn't possibly mean." All the way here, Wang Hu and Qin Buffon had cursed the shadow ninjas to kingdom come, every insult imaginable, even condemning their entire ancestral line. If any shadow ninja had been present, it had undoubtedly experienced firsthand the power of verbal fury. Even Hu Wanning found it unbearable, too vulgar. Qin Buffon's eyes flashed with malice. The shadow fog, robbing bodies. That damn filthy creature. But Song Jia adjusted his shattered glasses. We've encountered no fewer than 5 teams who claim to have been targeted. How could someone cross an entire forest in such a short time? Even a rank 1 martial warrior couldn't pull that off. The only reason they'd run into each other was that there was only one path to the exit, the silver ring guiding the direction. An hour earlier, they hadn't seen any trace of their foe. This meant the path they were on was rarely taken by other teams. Only as they neared the exit did they begin encountering crowds from all different directions. It was unsettling upon closer thought. East 1 second, then dashing to the west the next? Instant transmission, maybe? Everyone exchanged glances, the realization dawning on them. A speed like this wasn't possible. Not unless it was someone of a notably higher rank. What if it's not just one person? Wang Hu asked quietly. Qin Bufon firmly declared. 5 people splitting up to act? No way. The thieves. There must be at least 2 or 3 of them. One setting a diversion, another transporting the corpses. No one person could instantly snatch up 3 exotic beast bodies. He scanned everyone in the group. Eyes sharp. Let's not forget, no one in our class has reached 10 in vitality strength. Carrying 3 corpses silently? Dream on. The group fell silent. Either several groups of thieves coordinated their methods, or a 4th-grade martial artist committed the crime in the secret realm. Either scenario was big enough to give the academy a major headache. As they spoke, they'd already neared the exit. Gray-white mist rolled ominously, identical to the entrance. The difference this time? There was only one exit compared to the 3 entrances. The line of people stretched long, full of buzzing conversations. Seriously? You're saying it got stolen right after the kill? You're pulling my leg, right? The accused lashed back angrily, holding up their silver bracelet. Look carefully. Kill count 1. The beast core wasn't even extracted before it got snatched. I'm gonna lose it. Another victimized team? Hu Wanting furrowed her eyebrows tightly. Something was definitely off. From behind her came hushed whispers. Hey, guess what I saw? What? A group of masked men in black, carrying beast corpses and sprinting through the forest. And man, they looked cool doing it. Since when did our academy have such badasses? Outside the secret realm, the moment Hu Wanting stepped out from the mist, Hu Chengfeng rushed toward her. Wanting. He closed the gap in just a few strides, his sharp eyes scanning her up and down. Once he confirmed she was unharmed, his gaze shifted to Qin Bufon's left hand, and his breath hitched seeing the deep, bone-exposing wound. A level 1 exotic beast? He knew his niece's team's capabilities well enough to know they shouldn't have been this battered, unless they'd faced off against a level 1 exotic beast. But those only appeared deep in the forest. Why would one? 3 forest wolves. Hu Wanning's voice was low and full of weight. Talk about the worst luck. Running into 3 at once and making it back alive was nothing short of a miracle. Hu Chengfeng was just about to offer comforting words when something struck him as odd. He scanned the group, countenance darkening. Where's Qin Ming? He'd already noticed Wang Xiaoyu's severed arm. Though he felt sympathetic, it wasn't the time or place to comment on it. Dead. Wang Xiaoyu's poisonous glare was as sharp as knives. Thinking he could solo clear the secret realm? He went asking for death. Some sense of schadenfreude momentarily soothed her bitterness. At least someone else died before her. Qin Bufon quickly interjected, voice brimming with grief. Classmate Qin Ming was adamant about acting solo. We couldn't stop him. This is entirely on me, as the captain. I'm useless. He feared Wang Xiaoyu would blurt something out. Don't blame yourself, Brother Bufin. Wang Hu chimed in dutifully. How were we supposed to know Qin Ming would be that arrogant? Before their half-hearted duet could carry on, a cold voice abruptly cut through. That's not true. You're mocking and taunting him, and you think he'd just leave? Hu Wanting's gaze was icy cold. He's dead now, and you can say whatever you want, right? The crowd's faces froze instantly. No one expected Hu Wanting to be this direct. This was a full-on slap in the face. What would the other students think? What about the teachers? Wanting, what are you even saying? Chen Bufan put on a shocked expression. He insisted on his own way. How is that us forcing him out? Oh, it's always about me again. What's so great about that guy? Why does Hu Wanting always stick up for him? Chen Bufan felt like his chest was going to explode. Heh. Hu Wanting sneered, unwilling to engage further. Hu Qingfeng's face darkened. Compared to Chen Bufan, he trusted his niece more. It seemed that this was just that guy's fate. Hu Qingfeng sighed silently. Chen Bufan's actions were difficult to condemn. After all, he was the one who forcibly brought him in. But if today's events spread, Chen Bufan was finished. A team captain abandoning his teammate? Who would want to work with him after that? What people want is someone they can entrust their back to, not some pathetic traitor who promises one thing and stabs you in the back the next moment. Disgusting. The observing students began to look at Chen Bufan with visible contempt. One student even spat at the ground near his feet. Trash like him, give him an S-rank talent, and he's still useless. Chen Bufan's face flushed red, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. Wang Hu gritted his teeth and stepped forward. I was the one taunting Qin Ming. I was the one who wanted him gone. It has nothing to do with Bufan Ji. It didn't matter anyway. He was just Chen Bufan's lackey. His reputation wasn't worth protecting. As long as his master's name remained unblemished, that was enough. Go get yourselves patched up. Hu Chengfeng waved a hand, his expression hard as stone. This incident had caused his perception of Chen Bufan to plummet to rock bottom. What use was talent without any sense of teamwork? He wasn't destined for greatness. Chen Bufan's expression finally eased slightly. He muttered an acknowledgement before turning to leave, with Song Jie and Wang Hu trailing closely behind. Once they were gone, Hu Chengfeng turned to Hu Wanting. You ran into a band of thieves? Yeah. Hu Wanting sighed. 3 forest wolves, all stolen. If not for their corpses being taken, they wouldn't have been this furious. I figured as much. Hu Chengfeng's eyes narrowed. This needs to be reported immediately. We can't just let it slide. Since the founding of Tianwu Academy, such an outrageous incident had never occurred. Nearly 80% of the students had come to him with complaints. 100 students entered, and 80 were robbed. Absurd. Hu Wanting didn't say much in response. Seeing that she wasn't planning to leave, Hu Qingfeng smiled. Go get treated for your injuries. I'll handle informing your father. Finally, a genuine smile appeared on Hu Wanting's face. Thank you, uncle. She turned and headed to the medical room. She didn't care much about her performance, but her overly strict father certainly did. If he found out she quit on the first day, he'd absolutely blow a fuse. Just then, her phone rang. It was a call from the surveillance room. Mr. Hu, hurry. Something major has happened in the secret realm. Calm down, I'll be right there. Hu Chengfeng hung up the phone and quickly made his way over. The so-called monitoring room was mainly tasked with observing the status of the silver rings. Each ring had an embedded sensing system that could track the life and death status of its wearer, designed to prevent large-scale casualties. Within minutes, Hu Chengfeng stormed into the monitoring room. What's the situation? He demanded. A male teacher in his 30s stood up, his hand trembling as he pointed toward the screen. This student has killed over 50 beasts, 57 to be exact. The number felt like a powerful blow to Hu Qingfeng's mind. In the century-long history of Tianwu Academy, nothing like this had occurred. Not only was it unheard of for a novice who hadn't yet crossed the threshold of martial ranking to achieve such a feat, even a first-rank martial artist couldn't possibly slaughter 57 beasts in a single trial. Could it be a system malfunction? Hu Qingfeng's eyes locked onto the fluctuating numbers on the silver ring display. Qin Ming, kill count, 57. Every other student's count was either 0 or 1. But Qin Ming's number? It looked absurd, like something out of a cheat program. Impossible. Hu Chengfeng spun around abruptly. How could someone sow an outright disgrace? Before he could finish, a female teacher beside him suddenly turned pale. Could the abyssal barrier have broken? she whispered fearfully. Silence. Hu Chengfeng barked, cutting her off. I'm going to inform the principal. With long strides, he exited the room, his mind in complete turmoil. What on earth had that good-for-nothing disgrace done in the secret realm? Inside the secret realm, I sat cross-legged, white light flowing around me like a lively serpent. In front of me, dozens of beast cores were neatly arranged in an arc, each emitting a faint luminescence. Shadowy ninja-like figures flitted around silently, constantly piling new prey into a corner. Jiangkur soldier puppets were incredibly efficient. Tasks that used to take an hour were now completed within just 10 minutes. Boom. A wave of energy burst forth. I snapped my eyes open, starlight flickering deep within my pupils. Slowly, I extended my hand, watching as a thread of pure, almost tangible white energy danced at my fingertips. So this is Qi, I murmured. True martial artists could shatter mountains and split stones with a single strike. They no longer relied purely on physical strength, but instead wielded the flowing energy within their bodies. First-rank martial realm. I finally crossed that threshold. My power surged tenfold, my 5 senses sharpened to an incredible degree. I could even discern the faint sobbing coming from a cavern 100 meters away. You're awake, I muttered, an ominous smirk creeping across my face. Pushing open the wooden door, I stepped inside. Jiang Kuer was curled up on the ground, tear streaks still visible on her face. The battle had shredded her dress, and her pale, unmarred skin glowed tantalizingly under the moonlight. The hem of her dress was stained with dried blood. There was no need to guess what had been taken from her. Just kill me, she whispered, voice broken, her face turning away. Kill you. I crouched down, leaning closer, my fingers gently reaching for. Gently wiping the tears from her face. My touch was so tender it would make anyone's heart tremble. My favorite pet. How could I ever bear to let you go? This unexpected gentleness sent Jiang Kuer's heart pounding uncontrollably. A foreign, never-before-felt emotion ignited in her veins, burning brightly within her. Don't touch me. Her voice was soft, almost like a whisper. I ignored her, my large hand lightly grazing the top of her head. Be good, I don't mistreat what's mine. The warmth of my touch made Jiang Kuer unconsciously narrow her eyes, like a cat enjoying the stroke of its fur. Every gentle caress felt like a bolt of electricity rushing down her spine, the tingling sensation causing her to tilt her head slightly back, instinctively leaning into my palm. What a strange feeling, but it feels so good. A flicker of amusement passed through my eyes. Could it be? Is this woman a little masochistic? Deliberately, I traced the sensitive spot behind her ear with my fingertip, while my other hand toyed with her earlobe. As expected, Jiang Kuer's entire body quivered. Her watery eyes grew hazy, enveloped by a misty glaze. Who would have thought? The high and mighty Miss Jiang has this side to her. My hot breath fell against the flaming red tip of her ear. No, that's not. Jiang Kuer suddenly snapped back to her senses, attempting to pull away. But her torn clothing only slipped even more. Looks like you're in a hurry. My hand slipped down to her waist. In that case, let's go another round. Before she could object, my searing kiss smothered any chance of protest. The night deepened. The campfire crackled, its warmth offsetting the chill of the evening. Skewered venison sizzled, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. After a grueling day of hunting, my dark alignment had reached 87 points. A bit more effort tonight, and I'd be able to perform my first draw. Not that I needed rest anyway. Shadow ninjas didn't need sleep. They could fight relentlessly until they completely vanished. Growl. Jiang Kuer's stomach betrayed her, glancing longingly at the golden roast. She was draped in tiger fur that barely managed to cover the essential areas. It had been skinned from a scarlet-eyed tiger earlier and washed several times by the stream before she was clothed in it. Hungry, tearing off a leg of venison, I deliberately waved it near her nose. The savory smell wafted through the air, and her belly grumbled in defiance. Qin Ming, reluctantly, her soft voice gave in as her reddened eyes glanced up at me. Can you untie the ropes? I promise not to run. Fat chance. I chuckled, holding the meat close to her lips. If you want to eat, you eat like this. Throwing her pride aside, Jiang Kuer opened her mouth and bit fiercely. Juices dripped from the meat, leaving oil across the corners of her lips. Strands of hair clung to her flushed face. There she was, no trace of her old aloof school idol demeanor. She was like a little puppy being fed. "Good girl," I murmured, wiping the oils from her lips, casually pinching her puffy cheeks while doing so. Completely accustomed to this kind of intimacy by now, Jiang Kuder focused solely on devouring the food in her hands. Once she'd eaten her fill, she leaned lazily against the rocky wall. The tiger fur slipped slightly, revealing a fair, elegant shoulder as her eyes, unwittingly, followed my every move. I was absorbing the beast core, my body faintly glowing. First-tier realm. Jiang Kuer's pupils suddenly contracted. An 18-year-old first-tier warrior. Such a prodigy could scarcely be found in the entirety of Tiana City. A high-level mask, first-tier strength, and so young. Maybe being with him wouldn't be the worst thing. A dangerous thought began taking root in her mind. If I can make him fall for me, today's humiliation could be washed away. Men are creatures of lust. If I can make him obsess over my body. Jiang Kuer had always been confident in her charm. How many men in the academy were completely enamored by her? Cuddling into my arms like a feline, she deliberately pressed her curvaceous figure against my chest. "Qin Ming, I'm cold." I finished absorbing the beast core and pulled her closer in one swift motion. "Oh, how cold." "Really cold," she murmured, her voice dripping with sweetness. I chuckled but said nothing. Content omitted. "Qin Ming, do you think I'm beautiful?" Jiang Kuer's gaze shimmered like rippling water. Grasping her chin, I leaned in and kissed her lightly. "Of course. You're stunning. And do you like me?" I frowned. She's asking this now? "I do. Out of all my pets, you're my favorite." Her heart sank, though she managed a forced smile. "Qin Ming, you'll marry me, won't you?" Jiang Kuer's eyes burned with desperate hope. As long as he says yes, everything today wouldn't feel like humiliation. At worst, it was just mad passion between lovers. I shook my head, my voice icy enough to cut. "No. Seriously, a slave-talking marriage? Ridiculous." Jiang Kuer's whole world fell apart in an instant. She was a traditional woman. She swore she'd never let a man even touch her before marriage. Yet now, tears streamed down her face. "If you're not going to marry me, then kill me. Better to die here than face a lifetime of disgrace." At least this way, her family could preserve some semblance of dignity. Gently wiping her tears, I gave a light laugh. "Silly girl, how could I possibly kill you?" "Kill you? A puppet who bears the mark of my mask's power? That would be such a waste." The information about the mask was clear. Once worn, it cannot be removed. Moreover, Jiang family's influence in Tianhe City would be a considerable asset for my future plans. "You think this ends when the fun's over?" Jiang Kuer bit her lip in defiance. "Aren't you afraid I'll come for revenge?" I lowered my head, gaze fixed on the silver ring in my hand, counting down. 10, 9, 8. She blinked, confused. "What are you doing?" 3, 2, 1, time's up. In an instant, Jiang Kuer's pupils contracted, her entire body frozen as though time itself had stopped. 1 second later, life returned to her eyes, though something felt off. Wait, did I just space out? Unbeknownst to her, the core of her very soul now bore my mark. Her body, soulbound, dual mark completed. "Call me master," I said, lifting her chin with a smirk. Jiang Kuer was just about to retort. "Master?" The word escaped her lips. "What's going on?" I didn't mean to say that. She panicked, covering her mouth, but couldn't stop the sweeter, more submissive master that slipped out again. "Stand up. Dance." "Yes, master." Her body moved against her will, standing up and beginning a graceful dance in the cave. "Qin, master, what have you done to me?" Jiang Kuer choked out, her voice trembling with tears. The most terrifying part was the realization that any hatred she previously felt toward me was gone, replaced by love, a kind of love so deep, she'd even die for me. "Let's just call this punishment for stealing the mask," I chuckled lightly. "And I really should thank you for willingly putting it on." "Master, I beg you, please undo this." Jiang Kuer pleaded mid-spin, her elegant movements and stunning beauty making the sight both mesmerizing and surreal. I ignored her, sitting back and enjoying the show. Today, I planned to fully break that proud, stubborn streak of hers and help her make peace with her position. A few minutes later, I glanced over at the system interface. First time spin, 100 dark points. Balance, 102 points. Spin the wheel. The interface shuddered violently, manifesting a pitch-black book in front of me. Congratulations, you've obtained Earth Tier Technique, Shadow Breathing Method. Effect: absorbs shadows for cultivation, quintuple speed increase at night, shadow-based combat abilities double in power. Note: technique is upgradable. My pupils constricted. Absorbing shadows for cultivation? What kind of heaven-defying technique is this? In this world, there were only two known cultivation paths: absorbing spirit essences or tempering the body. I'd never heard of a method like this. Faster progress fivefold, plus the potential for upgrades. Who cares about the school's measly mystery tier techniques now? This is practically the real-life flame mastery. My consciousness connected to the technique in an instant. Boom! A torrent of sharp, needle-like information stabbed into my mind, tearing through my thoughts like a flood. I gritted my teeth, fingers digging into my palm. After 10 agonizing breaths, the pain subsided. Devour the world's shadows, consume the essence of darkness. This wasn't simply a breathing technique. It was a forbidden art that turned one's very body into a vessel to absorb primordial darkness itself. Wasting no time, I crossed my legs and began forming the technique's intricate hand seals. The dim light in the cave distorted, and shadows peeled off the walls like living, sentient wisps, morphing into black fog that streamed into my senses through my 7 orifices. The initial, bone-piercing coldness transformed into warmth, flowing through my meridians like a gentle spring, soothing every inch of my body. My very blood and bones hummed as they soaked in the essence. This power, so much purer than any spirit essence I'd ever encountered. Completely immersed in training, I blocked out the outside world. "Master, please, I need rest," Jiangkur whimpered as she pirouetted, tears brimming in her eyes. Her pitiful demeanor would have made her the dream of any other man. One look at her, and they'd be ready to fight me to death. Too bad for her. She happened to run into me. "It's me, pretending to sleep." "Huh? I don't believe you can hold out much longer." "Master, I'm so tired." "Fine, I'll do whatever you wish." Jiang Cooker couldn't believe the soft, coquettish voice came out of her own mouth. 10 minutes later, sheer panic set in as she realized I was really cultivating. I mean, how can you resist when a gorgeous beauty is performing a hot dance in front of you? "Master, this is abuse." Morning arrived. Phew. I opened my eyes, feeling refreshed and recharged. One night of cultivation had brought me firmly into the early stages of the first rank. The results were comparable to absorbing the spiritual essence of 100 scarlet-eyed tigers. It was then that I noticed Jiangkur was still dancing. Her movements had completely devolved, resembling a thunderstruck duck rather than a seductive dancer. The tiger pelt she wore had slipped halfway, revealing fair skin. "Awake, are you?" Her voice was hoarse, her gaze brimming with grievance, practically dripping water. I chuckled. "All right, you can stop now." She collapsed onto the ground. "Do you even realize how long I've been dancing?" "The whole night." "Uh-huh, nice job." I replied dismissively, standing up and heading outside. I couldn't wait to check out what the shadow ninjas collected over the night. Now that I had reached the first rank, I needed far more spiritual essence. As for Jiangkur dancing all through the night, does a master need to share their emotions with a pet? Of course not. "Wait, where are you headed?" "To inventory the spoils." Jiangkur hurriedly threw on her tiger pelt and chased after me. Outside the cave, I scanned the sparse beast corpses on the ground and frowned. Why were there so few? The number had dropped to a quarter of yesterday's haul. Have all the wild beasts in the forest outskirts been wiped out? I narrowed my eyes slightly. The system interface popped up. Dark Essence, 29 points. That's far too little. 200 shadow ninjas had worked tirelessly all night and only managed to kill around 20-odd beasts? That kind of efficiency was downright embarrassing. My gaze suddenly landed on the prize draw section of the system interface. The first draw label had disappeared, replaced by single draw, 10 pull, 100 pull, and under the 100 pull, a bold line of text read, "Guaranteed Divine Artifact." My lips twitched slightly. "System, are you pulling the same monetization tactics as mobile gacha games now?" "Oh my gosh, master," Jiangkur exclaimed, covering her tiny cherry lips with her hand. "They were amazing. They killed so many beasts in just one night. Her eyes sparkled as she looked my way. Master, we've struck gold. Just look at all these spirit essences. She probably figured that, as the Shadow Army contributed a significant amount of this success, a fair share of the loot should go to her too. Nope. I raised my index finger and coldly corrected her. It's not we've struck gold. It's me. All the spoils are mine. Jiang Kuer stood frozen for a moment, stunned like a petrified statue. Her alluring eyes locked onto me, as though she were under a binding spell. A few seconds later, her expression softened into an ingratiating smile, and she clung to my arm. Master, I looked down at the little one suddenly trying to butter me up. Fairy, look at all these spirit essences. Jiang Kuer pointed to the glowing orbs scattered all over the ground, her body brushing lightly against my arm. How could you possibly finish all of them by yourself? Let Kuer help ease your burden. Master, she gazed at me with eyes full of affection, her soft, coquettish voice dripping with charm. If it weren't for the influence of the soul mark, she would never have uttered such shameless, flirtatious words, even if her life depended on it. Ever since the soul imprint was branded on her, all her resistance towards me had completely disappeared. Calling me master had become so natural, so effortless, that even she herself hadn't noticed the subtle change. I narrowed my eyes slightly and rubbed my chin. Master, you're the best. Jiang Kuner's eyes lit up like a cat spotting a can of tuna, and she threw herself into my arms. Got him, she thought gleefully, her mind racing. Men really are creatures who think with their lower halves. How about this? I said, pointing toward the depths of the forest, my expression unchanging. Go join them and hunt some beasts. Though she had crashed into me quite comfortably just now, I am, after all, a realist. Nothing is more important than growing stronger. Kuer's delighted smile froze in an instant. Before she could even react, her body started moving against her will, sprinting straight into the forest. Master, you can't do this to me. I'm still just a girl. Her wails grew fainter as the forest swallowed her up. I smiled in satisfaction. Another free laborer secured. I wasn't the slightest bit worried about Jiang Kuer's safety. Her ghost ninja abilities had fully refreshed, and with her shadow leap skill, she was practically unbeatable. A few minutes later, I pounded a few beast carcasses with my fist, the silver wristband on my hand emitting a series of clear, crisp chimes. Truth be told, I no longer needed the school points. No one could catch up to my lead anymore. But just to be safe, I figured it wouldn't hurt to earn a little extra. The silver band displayed. 845. Qinming, 18 years old. Vital blood, 42.2. First grade martial artist. Beast kills, 108. 42 points of vital blood. That's also the strength of the ninja battalion I can summon today. The higher my vital blood, the harder it becomes to raise it. Just getting one more point now would require absorbing the essences of dozens of red-eyed tigers. It's time to start hunting first-tier beasts. I looked up into the depths of the forest, a determined gleam flashing through my eyes. 100 first-grade martial artists. Will that be enough to charge into the heart of the forest? Reaching out with my right hand, I swiped it across the void. Come out. In an instant, the shadows beneath my feet bubbled and churned. One by one, slender figures emerged from the darkness, quickly filling the clearing until it was packed to capacity. Another 100 ghost ninjas. They knelt on one knee, all facing me. But unlike the last batch, they were even stronger, their vital blood even more abundant. True first-grade martial artists. I could sense. Over a dozen ninjas died. That's normal. After all, they only have 13 health points. Facing multiple beasts at once, it's easy for them to be overwhelmed. They're tough to kill, but not immortal. When they die, they return to the Shadow Kingdom, waiting to be summoned again. Move out. I shot forward like an arrow. Follow me into the depths of the forest. 100 ghost shadow ninjas lifted their heads simultaneously, their pitch-black eyes rippling faintly. Swish. The sound of shadows slicing through the air rang out in unison. 100 dark figures kept pace behind me, their ethereal forms melding seamlessly with the shadows of the forest. A dozen ninjas took the lead in clearing the way ahead, standing guard for me. 1 hour later, I halted. Up ahead, warning signs were jabbed into the ground every few meters. Danger ahead. Entry prohibited for trainees. My eyes shimmered slightly. 6-man teams, 3 teams. Scout ahead. Return in half an hour. 18 dark figures silently slipped into the forest, like smoke blown away by the wind. I calculated in my mind. I'll retreat if over half die. If we only lose 1 to 3, we push forward for training. Gotta applaud myself for being so cautious. No rush, after all. I can sense the remaining number of ninjas alive at any time. No worries. 10 minutes later. Ding. Congratulations, host, for killing the target. Dark points +2. Dark points +2. Dark points +2. 3 notifications sounded in rapid succession, less than a minute apart. A grin crept onto my face. All 3 teams, unharmed, executed perfect kills. 2 points of dark value for each kill. I murmured thoughtfully. Looks like the stronger the prey, the higher the reward in dark points. With this, I don't have to worry about accumulating dark points anymore. Once I'm stronger, I can just take down some high-level beasts or skilled martial artists and rack up points effortlessly. The stronger I become, the stronger my ghost shadow ninjas grow. When I advance to a high-tier martial artist, I'll have an entire army of high-tier warriors, and they're completely unafraid of death. And if I can gather the other 9 masks, the shadow army I summon will be even more terrifying. Thinking about that sent a surge of excitement through me. There have to be 9 other masks in the system somewhere. Rustle, rustle, rustle. 1 ninja team dashed out of the forest, the last carrying a wolf carcass on its back. They knelt on 1 knee, laying the corpse before me. One of them drew a blade, slicing open the wolf's head to retrieve a black core. A shadow wolf, classified as an early-stage rank 1 beast with 28 health points. It's swift and attacks unpredictably. Even the average 1-tier martial artist would avoid facing such a creature. Too bad it crossed paths with a ghost shadow ninja squad, each one with 42 health points. 6-on-1. Instant kill. Soon after, the other 2 teams returned as well. A crimson flame tiger, 45 health points, mid-stage rank 1 beast. A swamp frog, 30 health points, early-stage rank 1 beast. All 18 ninjas, unharmed. Not a single one missing. Doesn't seem too dangerous in there, I remarked. It's not that it's not dangerous. It's just that I'm that strong. After all, no trainee in the history of the assessment has ever boasted a health stat of 42, let alone being able to summon 100 warriors of equal strength. Who could handle that? 3 crystal-clear soul essences lay before me. I swallowed them in 1 gulp and activated the shadow breathing technique. 100 ghost shadow ninjas simultaneously drew their blades, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. A chilling air of murderous intent pervaded the forest. Tianwu Academy, principal's office. Wispy smoke curled gracefully from the bronze incense burner. Li Jiangguo flipped through the Tiana Daily. The front-page headline, "Sky Torn Open Over Jia District. Suspected Demonic Creatures," had a dog ear folded casually by him. Knock, knock, knock. Sound of knocking on the door echoed. The old man seemed oblivious as he took a slow sip of tea from his purple clay teapot and continued reading the paper. Minutes passed before Li Jiangguo finally put down the newspaper. "Come in." Hu Chengfeng pushed the door open and entered. He'd come by yesterday, but the principal wasn't around. Calls went unanswered, and no one seemed to know where he'd disappeared to. The man was frantic. "Principal, the secret realm." "Ah, Xiao Hu." Li Jiangguo interrupted while pulling out an ancient, yellowed booklet to read. "How many times do I have to tell you? Don't be so impatient. Good work takes time and steady effort." Hu Chengfeng's temples throbbed in frustration. The secret realm's practically falling apart, and here you are preaching about steady effort? A few minutes later, Li Jiangguo finally spoke in an unhurried tone. "All right, what's the matter?" Hu Chengfeng sighed in relief. "Principal, there's a huge issue with the secret realm." "Oh." Li Jiangguo's hand paused. "The barrier's been breached?" "No." "Then how big of a problem could it be?" Li Jiangguo resumed scanning his document. In his eyes, as long as the barrier wasn't compromised, everything else was trivial. Hu Chengfeng's forehead veins bulged in frustration. "Let's see how long you can keep that calm demeanor." He recounted everything that had happened yesterday. Li Jiangguo was silent for a moment. "So you're saying someone in our school is stealing the corpses of exotic beasts?" "Wait, no, several someones." A peculiar expression emerged on his face. Being able to stealthily swipe other people's exotic beast kills, that certainly takes skill. Not only that, Principal, Hu Chengfeng said grimly. That student named Qin Ming? His exotic beast kill count has already surpassed 100 today. An ordinary person taking down over 100 exotic beasts? It was absolutely shocking and unheard of. Oh, Li Jiangguo sipped his tea, unperturbed. Doesn't that make it obvious? None of the others have points above 5, and he's breaking 100. Clearly, everyone else's kills have been stolen by him. The only puzzling thing was, how had an ordinary student managed to snatch up everyone else's prey at the same time? Hu Qingfeng nodded. That's what I think too. That's why I came to request access to Qin Ming's silver ring data to pinpoint his location and check his physical condition. Li Jiangwo's bony fingers tapped the desk 3 times. Fine. He reached for the landline. Monitoring department, unlock all silver ring access permissions. After hanging up, Li Jiangguo rose from his chair. All right, let's go. I'd like to see for myself what this Qin Ming is all about. How high exactly is Qin Ming's blood vitality? Hu Chengfeng froze momentarily, then hurried to catch up. Surveillance room. Good day, Principal. Everyone stood up in unison. Li Jiangguo pointed straight at the central console. Pull up Qin Ming's data. The keyboard clattered rapidly, and the main screen flickered. Yim, 1032. Qin Ming, 18 years old. Blood vitality, 42.7. First-rank martial artist. Beast kills, 108. Silence, 18 years old. Blood vitality at 42.7. First-rank martial artist. How could these 3 qualities possibly go together? Impossible. The female teacher's hand shook, sending her coffee cup crashing to the control panel as brown liquid spread out. That's the standard for an early-stage first-rank martial artist. And he's only 18. Li Jiangguo trembled all over, his eyes locked on the screen. The next second, he grabbed the bespectacled teacher by the shoulders. Pull up his previous testing results. On it, the screen flickered again. Student, Qin Ming. Blood vitality, 8. Martial trainee level. Talent, not awakened. Ha ha. Li Jiangguo's laughter was hoarse yet unrestrained, as his previously hunched back straightened up dramatically. A martial god body. Only the legendary martial god body could accomplish such a feat. From blood vitality 8 to 42 in just 2 days. The surveillance room was engulfed in silence. Martial god body. What on earth was that? Li Jiangguo's demeanor abruptly shifted, exuding authority. Everything that transpired today, if anyone dares to leak even a single word. Bang! A water glass exploded against the ground. An oppressive aura suffused the room, leaving everyone struggling to breathe. Absolutely no leaks. Cold sweat dripped from Hu Chengfeng's forehead. Martial god body. Now it all made sense. No wonder Qin Ming, despite not awakening any talent, dared to venture into the secret realm. Li Jiangguo pulled back his aura. Check where Qin Ming is right now. When I find him, I'm taking him as my personal disciple. A martial god body. With careful guidance, he's destined to be this world's first true martial god. And I, martial god's mentor. My name will go down in history. Future generations will forever remember my achievements. Principal, the bespectacled teacher's voice trembled. Qin Ming, he has entered the restricted zone. Boom. Li Jiangguo froze in place. The restricted zone, crawling with first-rank beasts, and deeper within, even second and third-rank beasts. Not even a second-rank martial artist could survive alone there. Give me his coordinates. Li Jiangguo grabbed a silver ring and tossed it to the bespectacled teacher. I'll go bring him out myself. This concerns my place in history. I must handle it personally. Hurry up. Li Jiangguo paced back and forth impatiently. Can't you be faster? The longer I wait, the more my historical legacy is at risk. A dozen seconds later. Principal, his coordinates are. Before the sentence was even completed, Li Jiangguo had already vanished. Everything about today, take it to the grave. Hu Chengfeng swept his gaze across the group. You all know what the principal's temper is like. Everyone shuddered in unison. Before the gray-white mist, Li Jiangguo appeared like an apparition, his figure ghostly. To be remembered in history. Just wait for me. Deep in the forest, 100 shadow ninjas formed a circle. At the center, it was me standing face-to-face with a blood-maned tusk boar. The blood-maned tusk boar, blood energy 48, a first-grade high-tier beast. Its slightly red tusks were a sign it was nearing adulthood. Blood energy 48. I took the samurai sword handed to me, its tip lightly touching the ground. Just perfect for a practice run. Fear flickered in the eyes of the blood-maned tusk boar. Every enemy surrounding it radiated an aura of danger. In a blink, my figure vanished. Shadow jump. The next moment, the blade pierced through the abdomen of the boar, its black sheen devouring the gush of fresh blood. Roar. The roar scattered leaves all around like a storm. Overwhelmed by pain, the beast's ferocity ignited, its bristles standing on end, its tusks growing an additional 3 inches. The gigantic beast charged. 10 feet, 5 feet, 3 feet. Just as the tusks were about to impale my chest, my figure melted back into the shadows, disappearing again. Splat! The right hind leg was ripped open, the wound so deep the bone was exposed. Too slow. My voice seemed to come from all directions. Every time the blood-maned tusk boar turned, another slash materialized on its body. This is the end. The black blade sliced cleanly through its thick neck. Thud! The massive beast collapsed to the ground with a deafening crash. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the target. Darkness points +2. Only 2 points for a blood energy of 48. I muttered, feeling a bit disappointed. I studied the palm of my hand, watching the dark energy swirl and stretch like a living creature weaving through my fingers. The consumption for shadow jump is much less than I anticipated. Ever since I started practicing the shadow breathing method, my energy underwent a complete transformation. Ordinary warriors had the typical white energy, but mine had turned pitch black. If white energy required 5 points to use shadow jump, black energy merely needed 1. Now this was the true power of an earth tier technique. Teams of 5. Hunt down the beasts. At my command, all the shadow ninjas vanished instantaneously, leaving behind only black mist lingering in the air. Half an hour later, inside the mountain cave, Jiang Kuer was methodically dissecting the head of a snow-streaked rabbit. Pinching out a tiny orb-like essence core the size of a grain of rice, she muttered grudgingly, "Damn, master. I'll curse you into cultivation madness one day." My hand clamped down on her shoulder, warm breath grazing her ear. "What was that you just said?" The essence core slipped from her fingers and hit the ground with a soft plop. Jiang Kuer's body turned rigid, her hairs on end. Slowly, she turned her head awkwardly. "And master, I was just praising how wise and mighty you are." I chuckled. Moments later, cough, cough. Jiang Kuer wiped the corner of her mouth. "I'll go start the fire and roast the meat immediately." Too cruel. It's like he doesn't even see me as a human being. And yet, despite it all, strangely, deep inside her heart, I couldn't muster even a trace of resentment in my heart. Could it be have I truly become his slave? The thought sent a chill down Jiang Kuer's spine, a cold sweat breaking out. No, absolutely impossible. Outside the cave, the campfire crackled, sparks flying into the night sky. 2 rabbits roasted over the fire, their golden brown fat sizzling as it dripped down, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma that seemed to hook into your very soul. Jiang Kuer's eyes were locked onto the roasted meat, her throat bobbing involuntarily. Grrrr. Her stomach growled fiercely. From morning until now, she hadn't had so much as a sip of water. At this moment, with the fragrant aroma teasing her nose, the hunger in her belly clawed at her like a blade. "Almost," she muttered through gritted teeth, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothes. I stood behind her, gazing at the mountain of beast carcasses piled nearby, my eyes gleaming with sharp intent. These hunted creatures, fragrant pigs, snow-patterned rabbits, green stags, and honey-scorched wolves, while not classified as rare game, were considered delicacies among the wealthy elite. Especially the snow-patterned rabbit, its meat carried a natural sweetness, needing no seasoning to achieve perfection, a true culinary delight. Hundreds of thousands in daxia currency, earned with ease, I murmured, licking my lips. This amount of money could provide for my parents for several years. That is, assuming I could figure out how to transport it all out of here. Call the ghost shadow ninjas for help? Too risky. "Master," Jiang Kuer's timid voice interrupted my thoughts. "The rabbits are ready." I turned toward her, and as my gaze fell on her, an idea struck like lightning. Of course, Jiang Kuer. Controlling her would be equivalent to controlling the entire Jiang family. This wasn't just a loyal dog. She was a walking gold mine. Taking a piece of roasted rabbit leg, I casually tore off a chunk of the tender, fragrant meat. "Cool," I said offhandedly. "What's your current standing within the Jiang family?" Jiang Kuer froze, caught off guard. "Master, why do you ask?" "No particular reason," I replied nonchalantly. "Just considering helping you become the head of the family." Thud. The rabbit leg slipped from her fingers and fell to the ground. Her pupils dilated in shock, trembling as she stammered, "Master, are you serious?" With my help, she could ascend to the position of family head without breaking a sweat. "Of course," I said with a calm smile. "What a fool. If it's yours, it's mine." "Master, you're so kind." Jiang Kuer threw herself into my arms, her kisses passionate and fiery. This time, it was from the depths of her heart. All her life, Kuer had lamented being born a woman. If she had been a man, she believed she could have already led the Jiang family to glory. Her parents wouldn't have looked down on her as they did now. I patted her back lightly, as if soothing a pet. Suddenly, "Chin classmate, stay still. I'm here to save you." The deep, aged voice boomed across the forest like a clap of thunder. My eyes met Jiang Kuer's, both of us equally perplexed. A voice transmission spanning miles. A high-ranking martial artist. A wave of unease surged in my chest. What was such a formidable figure doing here? Run? Impossible. But from the tone of that voice, they didn't seem hostile. "All personnel, retreat into the shadows," I ordered in a low voice. In an instant, all of the ghost shadow ninjas dissolved into black mist, vanishing into the ground, the shade of the trees, and the crevices of rocks. The forest fell silent. Silence returned. They lurked like concealed blades, ready to strike at their master's command. 10 breaths later, the bushes exploded. A shadow darted out like a bolt of lightning, flattening all the grasses and trees in its path. "Is that?" The figure appeared before us. A thin, gaunt frame, long gray-white beard, clouded eyes. "Principal Li," Jiang Kuer exclaimed in disbelief. "The principal of Tianwu Academy." My mind reeled. The elderly man I had only met once during the school's opening ceremony was actually a high-ranked martial artist. He just used ground-shrinking technique. That speed, it's nothing ordinary. He's very likely a legendary rank 6 master. Rank 6, such individuals are few and far between in all of Xia. Why would someone like him come looking for me? "Student Qin?" Li Jiangguo carefully sized me up, his eyes flashing with excitement. "Excellent, excellent, excellent. A hero among youth." The old man started circling me, his gaze like he was examining a priceless treasure. It made my skin crawl. That look, it was like seeing a beautiful woman completely unveiled. "Principal Li," I cautiously asked, "did you come here specifically for me?" "Precisely," Li Jiangwo's smile deepened, his eyes shining. "I've come to take you as my last personal disciple." The wind rose, scattering fallen leaves around us. Jiang Kuer stood frozen, utterly stunned. The mighty Li Jiangguo, the strongest person in Tianhe City, wanted to take me as his student? What have I done to deserve this? I cupped my hands in respect. It is my utmost honor to be chosen by Principal Li. But inwardly, I was trying to piece it all together. Why me? Then it clicked. My strength. My blood level skyrocketing from 8 to 42. That had to be it. Li Jiangguo patted my shoulder. 3 days from now, at the martial arena, we'll hold a formal apprenticeship ceremony. For now, come back with me. I glanced toward the dense forest, reluctant to leave. This place was paradise, exotic beasts to hunt and essence orbs to devour at will. "Principal," I hesitated. "Must I leave right away?" Li Jiangguo chuckled. "Silly child. Once you're my disciple, you can come and go from this secret realm anytime. Right now, you've only just broken through, and if you come across a second-tier beast..." Warmth filled my chest, and I bowed at a full 90 degrees. "Teacher," Li Jiangwo's hand trembled slightly. "Good child, I shall teach you everything I know." Jiang Kuer stood silent, watching. From this moment forth, no one in Tianhe City would dare underestimate this young man. Tianwu Academy, Principal's Office. "Ming'er, I've selected 3 martial arts techniques for you," Li Jiangguo said, sipping his tea. "See if they're to your liking." I checked the silver ring he handed me, a message popping up. 9 Heavens Lightning Step, Movement Skill, Earth Tier, Low Rank. Spirit Turtle Sea Suppression Art, Defense Skill, Earth Tier, High Rank. Prairie Blaze, 13 strikes, sword technique, earth tier high rank. My eyes widened in utter shock. 3 earth tier martial arts techniques, covering speed, defense, and attack alike. So this is what it feels like to have backing. It's amazing. I'm satisfied. Completely satisfied. My words bubbled with excitement, my eyes practically ablaze. The fire blazed. Thank you, master. Li Jiangguo waved his sleeve, and the chip landed in my palm. Cultivate well. If you encounter any issues. He gestured toward the silver ring. Contact me anytime. As for those exotic beast corpses, my breath hitched. We'll buy them all at a 10% discount off the market price. Li Jiangguo winked. The academy takes a 10% handling fee. Seeing my face fall, the old man burst into laughter. Just messing with you. You'll get the full amount, plus an additional 10% bonus. Thank you, master. I stepped out of the principal's office. Under the azure sky, I took a deep breath. 3 days. Just 3 days. From an ordinary person to becoming the direct disciple of Tianwu Academy's principal. The gears of fate spun furiously. Kill confirmed. Dark energy +2. Dark energy +1. Consecutive kills ongoing. The system's notification sounds rang incessantly. In the trial realm, Shadow Ninja was racking up kills for me. A gleam appeared in my eyes. Dark energy, 103. Over 100. Time for a draw. Black mist swirled, forming a phantom of a sinister demon. The next second, a blood-red talisman appeared in my palm. Catastrophe class demon tattoo, Basha. Unlocked ability. Host subordinates gain the power of the oceanic demon. Limitation, the target must willingly accept it. Once marked, they are enslaved for life. Basha, the ocean overlord among the 8 demons. My heartbeat quickened. This trump card, who would I give it to? At the academy gate, a crowd bustled. Is that woman still kneeling? 5 days already. She says she wants to learn martial arts for revenge. The principal already told her she has no talent. Sharp-eyed, I strode through the crowd. A young woman knelt there. 18 or 19 years old, dressed in rags, but her eyes were as sharp as blades. Go home. A security guard sighed as he set down water and bread. You're not cut out for martial arts. I want revenge. Her voice was hoarse but resolute. Chen Qianqian. That was her name. I walked up to her, leaned in, and whispered, I can help you get your revenge. Come with me. I turned and walked away. I knew someone drowning wouldn't let go of any straw. Chen Qianqian's face filled with shock. Legs numbed from kneeling, she struggled to stand and stumbled after me. Wait. Wait for me. Night fell over Tiana City. At Villa 13 in Canlon Yunfu, the lights glimmered brightly. A luxury residence valued at $30,000 per square meter, merely a drop in the bucket for the Jiang family. Jiang Kuer pushed the door open. Where have you been? Jiang Ziyuan, seated at the head of the table, spoke with a frosty voice. Could it be Big Sis is dating someone? Jiang Haochen, her half-brother, smirked maliciously. I heard Kuer's been getting close to some boy lately. Chimed in stepmother Song Yuan, lazily swirling a glass of red wine. Kuer Jiang let out a cold laugh. She saw through their schemes with piercing clarity. They were treating her as nothing more than a pawn in a marriage alliance to pave the way for Haochen Jiang. But now, memories of that frenzied moment in the cave flashed through her mind. Qinming, her master. What if her noble fiancé found out that his bride had long been someone else's plaything? What if her father discovered that his meticulously groomed daughter was willing to become a pet for someone so lowly? Oh, how their expressions would be utterly priceless. Don't forget your engagement. Xiao Jiang roared in anger. Kuer turned and walked towards the elevator, the corners of her lips curling into an eerie smile. If only my master were here right now, in the depths of a dim alley. As long as I can avenge myself, I'm willing to become your slave. Fire burned in Chen Qianqian's eyes, her hatred palpable. I casually tossed a blood-red talisman paper toward her. Paste this on yourself, and you will gain power. The price? Eternal servitude. Without hesitation, Qianqian adhered the tattoo-like talisman to her thigh. I want them to pay for their sins in blood. Boom. An intense surge of power erupted within her. The force of Basha, the ocean demon, began to awaken in her body. Apocalyptic-level demon tattoo activated successfully. Ding. Blood crystal-level demon tattoo activated. Demonic power +1. Acquired demon, Basha. Activation level, 43%. Power dependent on the host's strength. Unlocked abilities. Authority over water, liquid body, abyss walker, Basha's demonic aura. A stream of system notifications exploded in my mind. A person with such deep obsessions could only activate 43%? What kind of monster would it take to fully awaken this power? The demon child Neza, perhaps? Amusement flickered in my eyes. Next time, I'll have to test that theory. What is this? Qianqian's pupils constricted. Her arm was starting to turn translucent, her once fair skin transforming into a flowing, ripple-like liquid. It was absurdly strange. Tears blurred her vision in an instant. The surging power within her screamed one truth. This wasn't a dream. Revenge was finally a possibility. Are you satisfied now? I tilted her chin upward. Still think I was lying to you? Qianqian stared at her liquefied arm, then slowly dropped to her knees. Her water-like hand rippled across the pavement. Master, good. I patted her head with satisfaction. It seems you understand your place. Qianqian bowed low, almost reverently. Master, give me one day. I'll take my revenge. After that, my life belongs to you, unwavering, until death. Her words were sincere, unrelated to the tattoo's power. I paused for several long seconds. First, familiarize yourself with your new abilities. Turning on my heel, I moved toward the mouth of the alley. At the entrance, I halted. At midnight, I'll send you some assistance. Make it clean. Don't disappoint me. With that, my silhouette vanished. Yes, master. Moments later, the sound of gut-wrenching sobs echoed through the alley. The narrow alley led to Qingshan Community. Old six-story buildings with worn-out walls stood quietly, without an elevator in sight. I climbed up to the third floor. Even before opening the door, the aroma of home-cooked food had already greeted me. Click. Well, speak of the devil. Qin Xian, lounging on the sofa, greeted me with a laugh. At the other end, a petite figure shot up like a spring. Big Brother Qin. Bai Muxue chirped sweetly, her almond-shaped eyes curving into crescent moons and dimples faintly surfacing on her cheeks. She wore a light yellow dress that swayed with her movement, revealing slender, fair legs. Her silky black hair was tied into a high ponytail, absolutely adorable. I froze on the spot. Bai Muxue? What was she doing here? This graceful young lady. Could she really be that clingy little girl from back in the day? As the daughter of my dad's military comrade, she used to trail me all day long in the countryside, relentlessly calling me Big Brother Qin. But as someone with an adult's mentality deep down, how could I possibly bother with a little kid? We happened to share the same birthday, me in the morning, her in the afternoon. That half-day difference forever made me her big brother. You're just in time, Minger. Come eat. Sun Xiufeng, still holding a steaming spatula, called out with a smile. A few seconds later, Qin Xian let out a hearty laugh. No worries. Even without talent, martial arts can still be learned. The bravado in his words couldn't mask the disappointment betrayed by the tightening grip on his wine glass. What father wouldn't hope for a gifted son? Big Brother Qin Ming. Even without talent, you can still succeed, Bai Muxue said softly, biting her red lips. Our school's headmaster also started out untalented, but worked his way up to the 5th rank. Sun Xiufeng hesitated to speak. I just smiled. It's fine. I don't care. Come on now. I'm a transmigrator with a system. Who needs talent? Talent is for NPCs. Protagonists operate on cheat codes. That's my boy. Qin Xian poured me some wine. Come on, have a drink with your old man. After dinner, I lay on my bed, studying the silver interface floating in front of me. The chip had already been implanted, containing 3 martial techniques and 1 cultivation method. Tri-layer vortex chi technique, a method for tripling cultivation speed, though prone to instability and injuries. It didn't hold a candle to the shadow breathing method. I skimmed through it and lost interest almost immediately. After passing the first half to Jiangkuer, I left it alone. It was 7:30 p.m., still over 4 hours to go. Time to get familiar with the martial techniques and Basha abilities. I opened up 9 Skies Thunder Movement, a movement technique. Escaping skills are the most crucial. Requires a rainy day. Wind and Thunder attribute 3-tier Beast Soul. 3-tier Thunder Inscriptions. I immediately closed it. 3-tier inscriptions? Those cost upwards of tens of millions and are near impossible to procure. Inscriptors occupy an incredibly high status. Even to get started, you'd need to be a second-rank martial artist with 200 chi blood points and strong mental power. If the teacher chose this, there must be a reason, I mumbled to myself, eyes gleaming with resolve. I need to accelerate the plan to help Jiang Kuker take full control of the Jiang family. Once she has the reins, I'll have access to their resources. By then, money would no longer be an issue. Not my money, so why should I care? Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed through the quiet. I'm coming. Click. The faint fragrance of jasmine wafted through the air. There she was, by Mushue, standing at the door in a sheer silk nightgown. Under the dim hallway light, her figure flirted between concealment and revelation. Her impressive curves rose and fell with every breath, the top 2 buttons of her nightwear undone, teasing a glimpse of a deep cleavage. She didn't seem this intimidating during the day, I thought to myself. It's been years since I last saw her. Not only had this little girl turned drop-dead gorgeous, but her figure, absolutely jaw-dropping. An angel's face, a devil's body, the deadly combo. Brother Qin Ming, by Mushue, tilted her head playfully, her delicate finger gesturing inside the room. Won't you invite me in? As she tiptoed forward, her nightgown shifted upward, revealing her smooth, snow-white thighs. I snapped my thoughts back into focus. Come in. By Mushue wandered in like a curious kitten, her thin nightwear outlining her lethal curves. So, what brings you here at this hour? I asked, leaning casually against the edge of the bed. Suddenly, she leaned close, her fresh, just-showered scent enveloping me. I just came to check if someone's been secretly crying. Crying? I chuckled. Why would I be crying? That's why you're the great Brother Qin Ming. By Mushue's eyes sparkled, and her chest quivered faintly with her excitement. If you've got something to say, spill it out, I said through a yawn, clearly unimpressed. Biting her lip nervously, she leaned forward a bit more, her neckline slipping down ever so slightly. I need your help with something. If it's about borrowing money, forget it. It's not that. Before I could respond, she pounced forward and propped her hands on either side of me on the bed, trapping me in place. The position offered an unobstructed view of her assets. Then in a whisper barely louder than a sigh, she said, I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend. What? I froze, dumbfounded. A campus queen scenario coupled with a personal bodyguard element? What kind of cliché drama script is this? Don't misunderstand. She waved her hands in protest, causing her curves to jiggle slightly. Pouting her rosy lips, she explained, there's an S-class awakened student at school who's been pestering me. And on Monday, we'll be heading to Tianwu Academy together. Her soft lashes trembled nervously as she sneaked glances at my expression. That stalker? She didn't really care about him. But for her, this was the perfect excuse to get close to me. If sparks flew between us, she could finally fulfill the dream she'd held dear since we were kids. Nope, not happening, I replied coldly. I wasn't about to do something that didn't benefit me in any way. Wait, what? By Mushue's almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise. Without missing a beat, she leaned in closer, clasping her hands together. Please, Brother Qin Ming, you're the best. Her voice was dripping sweet enough to cause cavities, and the warm breath brushing my neck sent a small shiver down my spine. Flirty charm paired with coy begging, the ultimate combo move for guys. But to me, no effect. Nope. Pretty pleasy. I said no. She huffed in frustration, then threatened with a sudden turn. Fine. I'll just go tell Uncle Qin that you've been bullying me. As she spun dramatically, her scent wafted through the room again. Wait. I grabbed her slender wrist instinctively. What exactly do you want me to do? This was no joke. If my dad caught wind of this, he wouldn't even give me a chance to explain. He'd side with her in an instant. Instead of rejecting, just agree. Bai Mushue turned around, a triumphant smile on her face. The tips of her hair grazed my nose, and the sweet scent of gardenias filled the air. Hee hee, I knew my brother Qin Ming spoils me the most. Spoil you, my ass. I cursed silently, but outwardly, I forced a smile. Mushue, what do you need my help with? Bai Mushue leaned in close and whispered by my ear, on Monday. Half an hour later, she finally left, albeit reluctantly. At last, some peace. I picked up 2 more Xian-grade martial arts manuals and flipped through them. The midnight bell tolled. Shutting off the glowing silver ring, my eyes gleamed with determination. Time to get serious. Time to hunt for dark value. With a soft creak, I opened the window and vaulted out. No taking the stairs, no using the elevator. Doors are risks, windows aren't. The moment my feet hit the ground, my figure disappeared, melding seamlessly into the shadows. This old residential neighborhood had no surveillance cameras. The tenants were mostly elderly who went to bed early. No need to worry at all. My figure darted nimbly between buildings, swift and ghost-like. A shadowy alleyway. Chun Qianqian transformed her hand into a sharp water blade, slicing through a tree. Crack! The thick trunk, wide enough for two people to hug, split cleanly and collapsed. It's sharper than any real blade. Her eyes shimmered with excitement. Finally, she had a clear grasp of her newfound power and a better understanding of her own strength. Of course, an unexpected voice suddenly cut in. Chun Qianqian's body trembled, and she immediately dropped to one knee. Master, I emerged from the shadows, my presence electrifying. Tell me about your enemies. Came out of the shadows? What kind of eerie ability was that? Though startled and full of dread, Chun Qianqian dared not hesitate. Master, my grudge lies with someone named Ding Bin, a thug from Tiana City, a lieutenant in the Black Tiger Gang. As I listened, the pieces began to come together in my mind. Ding Bin, a 426-level figure within Jia District's Black Tiger Gang. Strength-wise, he was probably at most second-grade early stage, maybe even weaker. If he were truly formidable, he'd be leading the gang already. Black Tiger Gang. I mused aloud. Just a run-of-the-mill gang. In this world, where strength reigns supreme, small-time gangs were a dime a dozen. As long as they didn't push the envelope, the authorities tended to turn a blind eye. Chun Qianqian, thinking I was hesitating, hurriedly pledged, Master, don't worry. I'll go alone and ensure I won't trouble you. Just give me a day. I chuckled softly. It's just a small gang, not even worth calling trouble. My real dilemma was whether to annihilate the entire Black Tiger Gang for a massive haul of dark value. Purging threats like this for the good of our nation shouldn't attract the authorities, right? Chun Qianqian gazed up at me in shock. To ordinary folk, the Black Tiger Gang was an oppressive mountain weighing down their lives. But in her master's eyes, it was barely a pebble. Was this the immeasurable gap between them? And why not? Her master had granted her extraordinary powers with the wave of a hand. What did a mere Black Tiger Gang amount to in comparison? Dark energy coalesced and swirled in my palm, spreading like ink before reshaping my face. Mana technique, Basha form. In an instant, my visage twisted and shifted, transforming into a monstrous shark-like being. Blood-red pupils glowed menacingly. 8 tentacles pierced outwards from my skull, and azure-colored scales covered my body. From my back protruded sharp, jagged fins. The fins of a marefish, legs fused into a tail. The silver ring pulsated wildly. Yem, 028. Qin Ming, age 18. Vital energy, 134.9, late first realm. Demonic energy really is something extraordinary. I chuckled while staring at the silver ring. Just a little bit, and my vital energy increased by nearly 100. Although the effects dissipate when the demonic energy fades, this talent perfectly complements me. Demonic energy paired with Shadow Ninja. What a combination. Come out. Amidst Chun Qianqian's horrified gaze, countless shadows emerged from the darkness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of shadowy figures crowded the narrow alleyway. This is the reinforcement the master mentioned? Chun Qianqian's heart pounded wildly. She thought they would be people, but there were so many indescribable beings. What kind of person is my master? Why does he possess such unimaginable power? Clad in black cloth, only crimson eyes gleamed through the shroud. The sight of those black pupils made one's scalp tingle. The oppressive aura from the shadow ninjas was overwhelming. Each of them was several times stronger than her. I finally revealed my intention. I need a loyal dog, and you happen to fit the bill. Master, Chun Qianqian hesitated. Lead the way. I commanded sharply. Yes, she stammered, trembling. Black demonic energy appeared, coalescing in her hand. Hold on. I grabbed her wrist. Let me try. Leaning closer, I closed the distance between us. With my merman-like form radiating an intimidating presence, Chun Qianqian instinctively tried to retreat, but her wrist was firmly held in place. The demonic energy brushed against my cheek, and I felt something vital being absorbed. When the demonic energy was fully consumed, I released her wrist and glanced back at the silver ring. EM 030. Qin Ming, age 18. Vital energy 139.9, late first realm. Only an increase of 5 points? Was it a limitation of the system, or perhaps absorbing someone else's demonic energy had weaker effects? It doesn't matter. 5 points are too negligible. I might as well return it to Qinshanqian. I could sense the demonic energy lingering in my mouth, but had no idea how to give it back. Determination flashed across my eyes. I grabbed the back of Qinshanqian's head, preventing any chance of evasion. I pried apart her teeth and transferred the demonic energy back. Cold energy surged through her entire being. In an instant, Qinshanqian's body convulsed violently. Scarlet pupils gleamed, 8 tentacles emerged, blue scales covered her body, dorsal fins tore through her clothing, and her legs fused into a mermaid's tail. She had also become a mermaid. Not bad. Her vital energy broke 100, I said with satisfaction. Qinshanqian's vital energy surged to approximately 120, increasing by at least 115 points. Originally, her vital energy was almost non-existent. Only after receiving a demonic tattoo had it slightly improved. But absorbing the demonic energy caused it to spike to 120. Seems like the amount of vital energy gained varies from person to person, I muttered, rubbing my chin. Master, this way. Qinshanqian transformed into flowing water and slipped into the sewer system. Follow me. I gestured firmly. Hand. Hundreds of shadowy ninja ghosts turned into black mist, surging forward. I shadow jumped to follow. The alley instantly returned to silence. Outskirts of Jia district. In a dim and smoky warehouse, gamblers roared around tables. In the corner, a buzzcut man nodded and bowed to Dingbin. Boss Ding, I swear I'll pay the money back. Just give me a little more time. A cigarette dangled between Dingbin's lips as he exhaled a slow puff of smoke in the man's face. His eyes cold and crooked. More time? How many damn days has it been now? Not even a jingle of coins from you. The man trembled as he pulled out a crumpled wad of cash. Boss Ding, I just won this in the game. Take this first as a start. Dingbin took the money, rolling it between his fingers. A hint of sincerity. Fine. The remaining 300,000? I'll give you a few more days. 300,000. The man looked like he'd been struck by lightning. I only borrowed 100,000. Slap. The slap rang out loud and sharp. Dingbin grabbed the man by the collar, eyes gleaming with menace. You think I loaned you money without interest? 200,000 in interest. The man's voice trembled. 300,000. He couldn't pay it back even if he sold himself. Spit. Dingbin hawked up a glob of thick spit, smearing it squarely over the man's face. He gripped the man's jaw, fingers digging viciously into flesh. Cut the goddamn nonsense. My terms have been the same for a decade. Have you worked harder to make money? Gotten a raise? You're right, Boss Ding. You're right. The man scrambled and clutched at Dingbin's leg, groveling. But 300,000. I really can't. Can't pay up? Dingbin bared his yellow teeth, the glint in his eyes turning sinister. Simple. We can figure out another way. Don't you have an 18-year-old daughter? The man's pupils shrank to pinpoints. She's just a kid. She doesn't understand anything. Doesn't understand anything? Dingbin's grin widened as he glanced back at 2 burly henchmen. Perfect timing. Our boys here can teach her a thing or two. Boss, you're brilliant. One of the henchmen licked his lips, leering. We'll make sure she learns everything. Laughter erupted, ear-piercing and vile. The man collapsed to the ground, hopelessness sweeping through him. It was over. These animals wouldn't let his daughter go. Rage ignited in his chest like wildfire. His right hand quietly slid into his pocket, gripping the cold, hard handle of a knife. What are you holding in your hand? Dingbin's eyes narrowed dangerously. The man flinched. Boss Ding, please spare me. Smack. Another slap toppled the man. Boss Ding asked you a question. What's in your hand? In a flash, the man lunged. The knife struck like lightning. Thud. Blood sprayed through the air. The henchman called Lizzie clutched his stomach, staring in disbelief at the blade buried in his gut. You've got a death wish. The other henchman charged, fists raining down in a relentless assault. Beat him to death. Dingbin roared, his face twisted in fury. If he dies, it's on me. The two henchmen unleashed their fury. More ruthless, the scab-covered thug winced through the searing pain, then lifted his leg and slammed a vicious kick into the man's raised arms, which were futilely shielding his head. Crack! The sickening snap of bone breaking echoed through the air. The commotion was enough to alert the dozens of enforcers stationed around the casino floor. In an instant, they surrounded the corner, sealing it so tightly not even air could escape. Boss Ding. Respectful, synchronized greetings rang out like a chorus. Dingbin casually lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled with disdain. Shit, what a goddamn unlucky day. But just as the bloodied man on the ground seemed ready to drift into unconsciousness, a mocking voice cut through the tension, clear and sharp. Well, what's all this excitement about? Dingbin whipped around on his heel, glaring at the direction of the voice. Seems like I've got a death wish to grant today. His words faltered mid-sentence. Where he thought he'd see someone stood, nothing. Empty space. The only thing of note was a manhole cover nearby. Just now, did someone say something? He asked, his brow furrowing. Yes, his gang answered in unison. Before anyone could react further, dark, shadowy fog began seeping upward through the cracks of the metal cover. The black mist grew denser and more malevolent with each passing second, swirling and writhing like living smoke. It began to take shape, multiple shapes, twisting into sinister figures. In the blink of an eye, over 100 shadowy ninja-like specters materialized inside the factory space. They stood perfectly still, unmoving, silent as death itself. You've all helpfully gathered into one spot, I remarked, stepping forward, my shark-like humanoid form glinting under the dim factory lights. Behind me, Chun Qianqian followed, her massive, serpentine tail swaying with lethal grace. Monsters, run for your lives, the gamblers screamed, scattering in utter chaos. I paid them no mind. Mere mortals, beneath my notice. Big bro, what do we do? The thug asked, his voice trembling as he sidled closer to Dingbin. Dingbin did his best to muster courage, though the shaking cigar between his lips betrayed him. Who the hell are you? I grinned, baring my jagged, bloodthirsty teeth. The one who's here to end you. My clawed finger extended with quiet authority. Everyone but him. Kill them all. The shadowy ninjas moved as one, their blades catching and reflecting deadly glints of light. Get them, Dingbin roared, trying to inject force into his command. The enforcers hesitated, their eyes flicking between each other. Not one dared step forward. Don't be pussies, the scab-covered thug yelled, grabbing a steel pipe and rushing in, trying to lead the charge. His cry spurred them on. Rallying their courage, they raised whatever makeshift weapons they could find and charged forward with a guttural roar. But it was futile. Silver blades flashed like deadly lightning. Blood splattered through the air, painting the scene like a grotesque canvas. The thug with the spiked hairstyle lost an arm in one clean move. He barely had time to open his mouth and scream before his head was severed from his shoulders, flying off with his final, silent expression of terror. The factory floor transformed into a slaughterhouse in mere moments. Dark energy value +1. Dark energy value +1. The system notifications rang rhythmically, almost like a macabre metronome. I remained expressionless. These pathetic small-time gangsters barely contributed to my power. Just a mere single point each. How disappointing. Within the span of a few breaths, the chaos subsided. Silence returned. Only one person remained standing amidst the carnage, Dingbin. Qianqian, I said calmly, settling into a nearby seat. This one's all yours. Chun Qianqian dropped the severed head she'd been holding, the lifeless thing rolling unceremoniously to the floor. She slithered forward, her massive tail coiling slightly as she reached Dingbin. Her claws trailed up to his face, stopping just short of his nose. Dingbin, she hissed. Take a good, hard look. Do you recognize me? You. Ding's voice faltered as recognition flashed across his face. You're that little wench from the Qin family, Qin Hongxing's bastard. Her smile was sharp and cold, like a predator cornering its prey. That's right. You thought you were untouchable, didn't you, Dingbin? But look at you now. You're collaborating with monsters. That's a death sentence, he barked, his fear barely masked by his indignation. Death penalty? Chun Qianqian let out a crazed laugh. My home is gone. Do you think I care about dying? All I want is your life. Her tail swept across. Dingbin crossed his arms to block, his skin instantly gleaming with a metallic sheen, his innate ability. Iron body. Bang. But his ability was useless. His arms caved in, and Dingbin crashed into the wall, blood spraying everywhere. Ah! Chun Qianqian swam swiftly toward him, her tail's sharp bone spurs sinking slowly into his thigh, twisting viciously. How does it feel, having your life toyed with by someone else? You BTCH. I should have chopped you and your father into pieces and fed you to the dogs back then. Heh. She pulled out her bloodied tail and stabbed it again, this time into his arm. Ah, a small fry like me, not even worth a glance from someone like you, Lord Ding. Just in me already. Not yet. I'm not done playing. Please, just kill me. Dingbin moaned weakly, his breath barely audible. Oh, I will, Qin Qianqian replied, smiling cruelly. Just not yet. I observed coldly from the sidelines. As her master, I needed to look after my pet's mental state. Letting her vent tonight ensured she'd be useful to me later. Tonight, the screams ringing through the factory were destined to be unending. At Qingshan Residential Area, Building 16, the light on the third floor pierced through the dead of night. When Chun Qianqian and I stepped inside, both of us had just reverted from our merfolk forms. Our clothes were shredded, leaving us bare, face to face. Master, Chun Qianqian collapsed to the floor, tears streaming uncontrollably. It didn't feel real. She had torn her enemy apart with her bare hands. Methods so cruel, they scared even her. Keep it down. I rummaged through the wardrobe. Don't wake my mom and dad. Chun Qianqian immediately muffled her sobs. Here, put this on. A white t-shirt fell in front of her. Thank you, master. She trembled as she put on the oversized shirt. When she turned around, I froze. After transforming back from her mermaid form, she looked like a goddess emerging from water. Her damp hair clung to her glowing pale shoulders. Her tear-streaked, delicate face shimmered faintly in the moonlight. The loose t-shirt slid slightly off her collarbone, accentuating her staggering curves. Beautiful. More stunning than even the campus belle, Jiangkur. Damn, if I'd known she was this beautiful. I cursed myself for the harsh words I said earlier. Chun Qianqian bit her lip hesitatingly before quietly slipping into my bed. Her cool body pressed gently against my back. What are you doing? I frowned. All I cared about was accumulating darkness points. Romantic entanglements couldn't even hold my interest. Master, she quivered, her voice barely audible. Do you think I'm dirty? I swear, I've never let any other man touch me. I said nothing. Women, they'd only slow me down on the path to power. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent knocking startled me awake. Chun Qianqian was snuggled against my chest, fast asleep, with a little drool trickling down. Wake up. I gently patted her cheek. She murmured groggily, nuzzling into my chest. What's wrong, master? Qin Ming, wake up. Bai Mushue's voice came from outside the door. Chun Qianqian's face immediately went pale. Master, is that my sister? Quick, hide. Without hesitation, she turned into liquid and slipped under the bed. I'm coming, I called out as I opened the door. Bai Mushua barged in, her eyes scanning the room suspiciously. You're taking so long to answer the door. Something's definitely up. Seriously? You're the one who woke me up. She sniffed dramatically. I smell a woman and some strange fragrance. I felt like shouting in my head. Are you some kind of bloodhound? Under the bed, Chun Qianqian was blushing furiously. Don't start making stuff up. I feigned irritation. If there's any smell, it's probably something you left here yesterday. Bai Mushua ignored me and continued snooping around until her gaze landed on a red stain on the sheets. Qin Ming, you're bleeding? Crap. Where's the injury? Bai Mushua asked anxiously, checking me from head to toe. It's nothing. I'm fine. But before I could explain further, she had already bolted out of the room, yelling, Uncle, Auntie, Qin Ming is bleeding. At that moment, I wanted the ground to swallow me whole. My dignity. Qin Xian and Sun Xiufang stormed in, both looking alarmed. Son, where are you hurt? Did you overdo it while training? I took a deep breath. Actually, it's just my hemorrhoids acting up. Silence. Stiffly, Qin Xian's face twitched before muttering. There's news on TV I need to watch. He fled the scene. Sun Xiufang quickly followed suit. Oh, the porridge on the stove. Can't let it burn. In the room, only Bai Muxiue and I were left. Qin Ming. Bai Muxiue's face was as red as an apple. Why didn't you say something earlier? I stared at her, defeated. I've been trying to tell you this whole time. I was just worried about you. Just, please, leave me alone for a bit. Once the door closed, Chun Qianqian emerged from under the bed, her face burning with embarrassment. Master, it's all my fault. It's no big deal. I waved her off before my tone shifted. Though I've been thinking, should I start a gang? I needed dark energy. The exotic beasts in the trial realm were limited, but gangs? Endless. If I establish a gang specifically to hunt down other gangs and make it look like gang warfare, my gaze sharpened. The authorities wouldn't interfere, and I'd have a constant source of power. Tears welled up in Chun Qianqian's eyes. She dropped to her knees, moved. Master, thank you. You care about ordinary people. She seemed to have misunderstood something. Forget it. Let her think whatever she wants. Get up. I have a task for you. I spoke with a blank expression. Go establish a gang, then. I went on to explain the details of the plan. Yes, master. Chun Qianqian agreed without hesitation. Even though she knew it was dangerous, she was willing. Qin Ming had given her the power to seek revenge, and for that, she was ready to give everything. With a snap of my fingers, 90 pairs of blood-red eyes gleamed from the shadows. They are under your command. The remaining 10 will stay and protect my parents. These 10 shadow ninjas, with blood vitality levels of 134, were enough to match fighters at the second-grade peak level. All the crimson eyes locked onto Chun Qianqian, memorizing their new commander. Chun Qianqian felt a surge in her chest. With these helpers, Master's plan is sure to succeed. She disappeared into the night with the 90 shadow ninjas in tow, while I pushed open the door and stepped out. The TV news was broadcasting. Unusual spatial rift expansion in Jiahe district. Breaking news. Multiple bodies found this morning. Cause of death suspected to be sharp weapons. Son, time to eat. Sun Xiufang called out, taking a bite from her steamed bun. I picked up a bowl of hot porridge and sat directly across from Bai Muxiue. Her long lashes fluttered lightly. As expected of brother Qin Ming, what a big heart. Even after last night's social humiliation, he can act like nothing happened today. So many people died overnight. Qin Xian shook his head. Probably just gang fights, I replied, blowing on the surface of the porridge to cool it. You can tell by the tattoos. Muxiue, I suddenly said, are you free today? And no, Bai Muxiue's soft voice trailed off. Was this an invitation to go out? Come with me somewhere. Her cheeks instantly flushed scarlet. Qin Xian and Sun Xiufang exchanged glances, their lips curling upward in unison. Old Bai, my apologies. Looks like my pig is about to root your cabbage. At a desolate open field. Brother Qin Ming, why did you bring me here? Bai Muxiue's voice carried a hint of disappointment. She thought it was going to be a date. The school gave you a silver bracelet, right? Bai Muxiue rolled up her sleeve, revealing the white silver bracelet on her slender wrist. I lightly touched it with my finger, transmitting the first half of the triple spiral chi technique. This is, Bai Muxiue's pupils contracted, a profound level cultivation technique. The school only provided low-level techniques for S-tier aptitude individuals, but what I had given was already profound level. Brother Qin Ming, where did you get this? She grabbed my arm, her voice trembling. It better not be stolen, or someone's going to lose their life. First place prize for the trial, I said nonchalantly. But the trial hasn't even finished yet. Well, Principal Li just happens to be my mentor. I raised an eyebrow. Look at me, slaughtering hundreds of exotic beasts. Just give me the reward directly. Tisich, Bai Muxiue rolled her eyes. If you don't want to talk, just say so. You don't have to make up such an outrageous lie. Principal Li's disciple? Killed 100 exotic beasts? Dream on. Don't worry, just focus on cultivating. You'll be perfectly fine. Thank you, Brother Qin Ming. Bai Muxiue nodded earnestly, her eyes bright with determination. He's so good to me. I must win him over. No one else can have him. I pulled out the manuals for Blazing 13 Styles and Turtle Spirit, Calming the Sea Sutra. The former can be practiced directly, but the latter requires water-based inscription armor and essence orbs, so it'll have to wait for now. Sitting cross-legged, I began to cultivate. Focus the energy in your lower dantian. Channel the force to your palms. fingers curling like grasping fire, your chest as the furnace. Bai Mushua also found a spot to sit and started studying her triple swirl breathing skill. A gentle breeze rustled through our hair. Suddenly, 5 fingers closed into a claw, and black energy seeped from my palm. If I had a fire element affinity, it would have been flames swirling by now. Grabbing a wooden stick, I infused it with the black energy and swung it at the nearby tree. Boom. The tree fell instantly, split clean in half. Bai Mushua's jaw dropped. External release of chi. Impossible. Only warriors of the graded stage can achieve that. Could it be? Have I already reached the graded stage? An 18-year-old grade 1 warrior. Done. I glanced at the black strands dancing around my fingers, nodding in satisfaction. First style of blazing 13 styles, Dawnlight Slash. Its power on a first attempt? Incredible. This technique truly deserves its classification as a profound level martial skill. Of course, the real key is the amplification from the black chi within me. Bai Mushua bit her lip, hesitating to speak, but ultimately holding back. Since Brother Qin Ming is already graded, I cannot afford to fall behind. Nighttime at Greenhill Residence. I thought you two might eat out tonight. Qin Xian teased with a knowing smirk. Bai Mushua's ears turned red as she stole a glance at me, only to find me distracted. She puffed her cheeks in mild annoyance. I'm full. I suddenly got up and left the table. This boy didn't even touch the braised pork. Sun Xiufeng muttered in concern. Bai Mushua watched my back as I left, her expression pensive. Inside my room. Bang. The door slammed shut as my face darkened. The second wave of shadow ninjas suddenly meeting mass deaths. Initially, there were only sporadic casualties, but just now, dozens of them perished at the same time. Their vitality is at 42. How is this even possible? Something's gone wrong in the secret realm. Should I tell Master? No, not yet. There's no way to explain it. I'll go back into the secret realm on Monday. I'll gather all the essence orbs while I'm at it. Ding. Target slain. Dark value +2. The system notification kept ringing in my mind. Only 37 remain from the first wave, and 59 from the second. Draw. Dark value, 201. Just 200 points in 2 days? I frowned in frustration. One secret realm is simply not enough. If only there were more to exploit. Take a deep breath and think back to the superstition of lottery luck from my past life. Big bro, give me gold. Give me gold. I'll trade 10 years of not getting married for a single gold draw. Press the draw button. Black mist surged, and a pitch black ring appeared. Shadow ring. Earth grade, low tier. Abilities. 10,000 cubic meters of shadow storage space. No time flow. Cannot store living beings. Shadow clone. Consumes shadow power to create a clone, identical in appearance. Consciousness can be swapped. Note. The clone is only identical in appearance and has the strength of an ordinary person. Other abilities, unknown. I was stunned. So this incantation works even in another world? Back on Earth, this phrase had never let me down. Gold pull in Genshin Impact, ultra rares in 3 Kingdoms kill, and even a dragon lore drop in CS. Go. Tried and true. Finally, I've got a storage ring. I gently caressed the ink black shadow ring. Its texture was like jade, with flowing dark silver patterns on its surface, beautiful and mysterious. I slid it onto the ring finger of my left hand, a smirk appearing on my lips. With this, I can finally take corpses out of dungeons next time without bugging my master. Pushing distracting thoughts aside, my eyes locked back onto the lottery interface. Hands clasped together in prayer. 30 years of remaining single for a divine artifact. Finger pressed the button. Boom. The lottery interface trembled violently. Black mist surged like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing me. This feeling, could it be? A spark of determination lit up in my eyes. The black mist dissipated, revealing a yellow and black ghostly mask suspended before me. The Bart mask. I recognized it immediately, anime's only ghost mask ever worn by a dog. Its distinctive patterns were unmistakable. The moment I touched it, a surge of information flooded my mind. Ghost mask, Bart mask, no soul possession. Abilities. Summon Spectral Legion. Restriction: the host cannot wear it. It must be worn by another person. Note: once fused into the wearer's body, the mask can alter their appearance entirely. Duration over 24 hours of wear guarantees unconditional loyalty to the host. Note the wearer's strength cannot surpass the host's significantly. Bonus: the host gains all of the wearer's abilities, including their innate talents. Other than the type of legion, it was functionally identical to the Nija mask. 30 years of single life for a divine artifact. Totally worth it. After all, I wasn't planning to sacrifice the entire forest for one tree anyway. Now, who should I give it to? Chen Qianqian? No way. I immediately dismissed the idea. The mask's greatest strength was copying innate talent. Giving it to Chen Qianqian would waste its potential and cost me a loyal servant. To maximize the benefits, I had to find someone with exceptional talent. I already had someone in mind, but how could I get her to wear it? From the way she acted that day, perhaps. I'm sorry, I can't assist with this content. A soft kiss landed on her smooth forehead. Figured out where to start. Jia District. Chen Qianqian's eyes sparkled. I scouted it today. Building a crew? Of course, I'll begin with my most familiar territory. I lowered my head and gently bit her earlobe. Chen Qianqian shivered, her cheeks flushing red. The warriors you gave me, master. They're so well camouflaged. Once they put on sunglasses, no one would suspect a thing. The ghost shadow ninjas looked no different from regular people, but their overly crimson eyes were a dead giveaway. Sunglasses were the perfect cover. I'll give you another 100 tomorrow. Go all out. My hand wandered across her waist. Thank you, master. Chen Qianqian tilted her face up, her lips meeting mine with fervor. The next morning, Chen Qianqian left with 100 newly trained ghost shadow ninjas. After 2 days of absorbing shadow energy, my blood essence surged to a peak of 140 post-demonization. The ninjas I sent out were all at this level of strength. With 190 fearless Grade A warriors, they could wreak absolute havoc in Tianhe City's underground world. After washing up, I headed out. I had an appointment with Jiang Ke. If I was going to assist her rise to power, it was time to put things into motion. 10 minutes later, at a coffee shop, Jiang Ke sat in the corner, her pink headphones bouncing in rhythm with the music. Her brown baseball jacket hugged her figure just right, while white shorts showcased her crossed legs resting over each other. Her canvas shoes tapped lightly against the floor, radiating youthful energy and charm. What a spirited beauty. Nearby, 2 men at a neighboring table had been discreetly ogling her. Should we go ask for her number? Crew Cut nudged his friend. The one with glasses stood up confidently. I'll do it. But just as he approached her table, he noticed someone else was already standing there. Beautiful lady, can I get your WeChat? The man with glasses asked, glancing sideways at the new arrival. Hey, pal, ever heard of first come, first serve? I gestured invitingly. Be my guest. Noticing me, Jiang Ke's eyes lit up instantly. She bolted into my arms. Master, you're finally here. Ke missed you so much. Clatter. The man's phone hit the floor. Master, such a gorgeous woman. Why would she? Crew Cut muttered angrily under his breath. I hate rich guys. I sat down beside Jiang Ke. What brings Master here today? She cooed softly, wrapping her arms around mine. I took a sip of her coffee. I've come to help you take over as the head of the Jiang family. Her body tensed up slightly. Master, what should I do? No rush. What does your family mainly focus on? We have a small private secret realm where we raise snow mink. So they're breeders. Snow mink isn't a mystical beast, but every part of the creature is valuable. Its fur makes luxurious clothing, its meat is edible, and its organs make excellent livestock feed. More importantly, the Jiang family had a unique skill. While it typically took 10 months for regular snow mink to mature, they could do it in just 3. This is partially a work of fictional narrative and would require an English translation that captures the tone and nuances of the story. Here's my attempt at translating it into fluent English that aligns with American storytelling norms. The reduced effort by 2/3 was what kept the Jiang family firmly rooted in Tianhe City. What is Master thinking? Jiang Ke asked cautiously. Nothing much. I snapped out of my thoughts. I was just wondering, could killing a snow mink grant me any darkness points? A creature without even an essence core couldn't possibly yield any darkness points. Master, you've already done so much for me, Jiang Ke said with a happy smile. A Xian-level cultivation art, and even a powerful mask. Ke is already very grateful. My eye twitched. The first part wasn't wrong. But wasn't the mask something you stole yourself? Kur. Yes, master. I suddenly pulled her into my arms, my voice ice cold. If I killed your younger brother, what would you do? This wasn't a passing thought. It was a conclusion reached after careful consideration. As long as Jiang Haochen lived, Jiang Kur would never be able to truly take hold of the Jiang family. But if he died, her father would have no choice. Jiang Kur's body froze, her wide eyes filled with shock. After several breaths, she buried her head in my chest. The corners of my mouth curved slightly. Seems like she didn't feel much of a sense of belonging in her own family. Feeling her trembling body in my arms, I patted her back lightly. Relax, it's just a hypothetical. Though she deeply disliked her half-brother, Jiang Haochen, Jiang Kur had never considered having him killed. But my words seemed to open Pandora's box, the thought lingering in her mind like a shadow. Should I really have him killed? Around noon, the two of us walked out of the cafe. Master, should we get something to eat? Jiang Kur suggested. No. I gestured toward the five-star hotel across the street. We'll rest there for a bit. Jiang Kur's cheeks flushed a rosy red. All right. At the front desk, Jiang Kur didn't hesitate to book the presidential suite. After all, when going out with Master, only the best would do. 3,000 summer coins per night. Even for me, the price tag was staggering, considering many people only earned 30 to 40,000 a year. Jiang Kur handed over her card. Charge it, please. As we walked to the elevators, I overheard the receptionist muttering. Is the girl really paying? Why would such a gorgeous woman need to be the one footing the bill? Does that man have some sort of extraordinary talent? I silently chuckled. You got it. Not only extraordinary talent, but also the ability to drive circles around others. The door to the suite opened, flooding the room with a soft fragrance of white tea. Master, I'll go run you a bath, Jiang Kur said, stripping off her outer clothing and disappearing into the bathroom. As the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom, I caught wind of familiar voices outside the suite. Put her on the bed, then you can leave. Huh. Even someone like young Master Chun resorts to this kind of thing. Mind your business. Don't forget your promise to me. You have my word. The door opened and closed, followed by the soft click of footsteps. The female voice sounded a lot like Wang Xiaoyu's, but it was unnaturally hoarse. As for the male voice, there was no mistaking it. It was Chen Bufan. Let me know if there's more for us to craft or clarify. Whenever I came looking for Jiang Kur, I'd always end up bumping into someone I knew. Shadow leap. My figure vanished in an instant. Whatever Chen Bufan was planning, I was going to ruin it. The sting of his mockery from that day, I hadn't forgotten. Master, it's time for your bath. Jiang Kur chirped with delight as she stepped out to call me. Moments later, she stood in an empty room, utterly bewildered. Master, where did he go? Her eyes reddened slightly. Master, are you not coming back home anymore? Next door. Chen Bufan was leisurely unbuttoning his shirt, his gaze locked onto the alluring figure lying on the bed. Wan Ting, don't worry. After tonight, I'll take responsibility. Lying on the bed, Hu Wanting's cheeks glowed crimson, her breath shallow and hurried. Her delicate fingers clutched the bed sheets unconsciously. The drug was taking hold, leaving her dazed. So hot. It's so hot, she murmured weakly. From the shadowed corner of the room, I froze. Chen Bufan, when did he get a mechanical arm? Wait, the girl on the bed is Hu Wanting. Perfect timing. I'd just been looking for a chance to get her to wear the Bart mask. Isn't this exactly what I needed? So hot. Chen Bufan dropped his shirt with a sly smirk. You won't feel hot for much longer. Don't come closer. Hu Wanting managed to whisper, her trembling voice still defiant. Get away. I'll help you cool off, Chen Bufan sneered, stepping closer. Just as he leaned in, schlick, a blood-drenched hand burst through his chest. Ugh, who is it? Chen Bufan gasped in disbelief, trying to turn his head. His pupils constricted as he saw me. How are you alive? For a moment, I stood stunned myself. Shouldn't I be dead? Idiot, I muttered coldly. Twisting my hand to ensure the job was done, I watched him breathe his last. Then, I moved his lifeless body into my shadow ring. Cleaning up the blood with my water authority, I approached Hu Wanting. So hot, she murmured again, her voice filled with desperation. Sweat drenched her white dress, clinging to her figure and outlining her alluring curves. Her face was flushed, and her eyes brimmed with a hazy allure. Scooping her up gently, I placed my hand on her forehead. A sedative, I muttered with disdain. Chin Bufan used something this crude? Pathetic. A cold smile tugged at my lips. I wanted far more than this petty scheme. So hot. Hu Wanting whimpered, her hands twitching as she tried to tug at the hem of her dress. Her reddened skin glistened under the faint light, radiating an intense allure. Qin Ming, is it you? She whispered, disoriented. Sliding an arm around her slender waist, I murmured, I'm here. Save me, please. Her tiny voice trembled. Of course, I whispered back, mischief glinting in my eyes. The Bart mask, that was my real prize. This woman's double S rank ability. Tonight, it would be mine to command. System notification, Bart mask equipped successfully. Obtained. Shadow Core times 100 Bart General's Strength Frost Silver Skyblade. Rank A, Breath of the Woods. Rank S. A surge of power flowed through my veins, roaring like an unstoppable tide. I clenched my fists tightly, the power making my knuckles crackle. Finally, a means to truly strike back. The Shadow Core, 100 elite shadow warriors, their strength scales with mine. Frost Soul Silver Sky Sword, kills instantly within a 50-meter range, bypassing all defenses. Breath of the Forest, heals instantly, detoxifies, and restores life. Shout out to Chin Bufan, the ultimate utility guy. Hu Wanning's eyelashes fluttered. You're awake. She slowly opened her eyes, memories flooding in like a tidal wave. Her mother's death, Chin Bufan's betrayal. Silent tears streamed down her face. How did it come to this? A few moments later, she turned to me, her voice hoarse. Thank you for saving me from Chin Bufan. Blushing, she remembered her vulnerable state. Qin Ming, just scold me already. A woman like me. You silly girl. I pulled her into a hug. You're the victim. Why would I blame you? Chin Bufan, the strongest wingman in history. What a solid guy. Hu Wanting finally broke down, sobbing in my arms. You're such a good person, she choked out. I didn't misjudge you. My heart stirred. Had this woman been watching me for a while now? What brought you here? Oh no, Jiang Kuer is still waiting for me. I happened to see Chin Bufan taking you into the hotel, so I followed, I said, feigning anger. I didn't expect they'd really. Before I could finish, Hu Wanting suddenly leaned in and kissed me. Then, as though electrocuted, she pulled away quickly. Thank you. I touched my lips. So, the shortcut to a woman's heart was real after all. The door shut behind me. Hu Wanting's grief melted away in an instant. She touched her cheeks, a soft laugh escaping. A blessing in disguise. With a sweep of her arm, the void tore open. A 2-meter-tall shadow bat crawled out from the rift, its massive wings spreading wide, exuding an oppressive aura. How many more secrets does he have? Hu Wanting murmured, licking her lips. A twisted smile spread across her face. I think I'm falling for him even more. The Shadow Flight Corps, the only aerial combat regiment. Using Shadow Leap, I slipped back into my room. Jiang Kuer was fast asleep on the bed. Fell asleep waiting for too long. Warmth filled my chest. Chi and blood. 61.6, first rank, advanced stage. The Bart mask increased my chi and blood by 10 points. My little puppy. Jiang Kuer opened her eyes and threw herself into my arms. Master's finally back. I missed you so much. Let me see just how much. Master, you're so naughty. Late at night, Jia District. In a rundown apartment building, a father and daughter faced each other. Damn that shitty school. Wang Wei chugged down some cheap liquor. Your hand. They'll have to pay for this. Compensation. At least this much. He held up 5 fingers in front of Wang Xiaoyu. Wang Xiaoyu scoffed. There was a clear liability waiver in black and white. No way anyone was paying a dime. If the money gets into your hands. Wang Wei leaned in, his breath reeking of alcohol. Don't even think about touching a single cent. Wang Xiaoyu slammed the table fiercely, but she cowered the moment she met his vicious gaze. Clutching her empty, drooping sleeve tightly, she turned around and left. As she pushed open the door, Wanting, a figure stood there with her back turned toward her, slowly turning around. On her face was a yellow and black demonic mask. You know why I came. The voice was cold, sharp as a blade. Wang Xiaoyu's heart nearly stopped. Hu Wanting was supposed to be with Chin Bufan. This mask. Hu Wanting caressed its edges lightly. Thanks to you. I was able to obtain it. With a wave into the void, several black rifts appeared and surrounded Wang Xiaoyu. Don't move, or die. We're sisters. Real sisters. Wang Xiaoyu dropped to her knees, desperate. Do you deserve to call me that? I'm sorry. Xiaoyu began slapping her own face repeatedly, her cheeks swelling red like a pig's head. You're not sorry for what you did. Hu Wanting towered over Wang Xiaoyu. You're sorry because you know you're going to die. The venom-laden dagger gleamed as it materialized in Hu Wanting's hands. Wang Xiaoyu suddenly sprang up, thrusting a blade directly toward Hu Wanting's heart. Kill her, came the cold command. Out from the void surged countless blackened arms, wrenching Wang Xiaoyu limb from limb. Her blood dissolved into the black mist. Her body vanished without trace. Silence fell upon the room, as if nothing had happened, not even leaving behind blood. Hu Wanting murmured as if in contemplation. From outside the door came the faint sound of breathing. Wang Wei had been eavesdropping at the door. Behind him, a rift silently opened. A blackened arm speared through his abdomen. W.H. Hu. Before he could finish his words, he was dragged into the void, leaving only a few bloodstains as evidence he had existed at all. Standing by the window, Hu Wanting gazed out at the city lights below. This world is sick, and I'm here to cure it, she declared. From now on, right and wrong will be decided by me. With a sudden sweep, her shadowy wings unfurled as she soared into the night sky. Qinghe Casino, 3rd floor. Thick smoke swirled in the air as gamblers roared in frustration. Only 50 grand. Wang Qingbiao bellowed, kicking over a chair, sending bills scattering everywhere. That wouldn't even be enough to fill the boss's teeth. It's all because the Wild Wolf gang's been stealing business, a bald underling chimed in, trying to curry favor. Slap. Scalding hot tea splashed onto his face, making him yelp. You think I need you to teach me how to run this operation? Wang Qingbiao snarled. A knock on the door interrupted the scene. 2 lackeys entered, escorting a girl with them. Lu Mingqing, about 18, maybe 19 years old. Her washed-out black blouse clung tightly, accentuating her stunning curves, while her makeup-free face radiated with natural charm. She timidly raised her head, doe-like almond eyes exuding a bewitching innocence under the dim light, as if she were a glowing pearl. Wang Qingbiao's gaze instantly froze on her, his eyes glistening with greed. He stood abruptly, the predator's glint unmistakable in his expression. What brings you here, little beauty? Are you the head of the Black Tiger gang? Lu Mingqing took a small step back, her voice trembling. Her snow-white wrist slipped out from her sleeve a little, almost radiant under the lamp's glow. That's right. Wang Qingbiao smirked arrogantly, closing in on her step by step. In Jiahe district, what I say goes. The cold glint in his eyes burned brighter. Brilliant flashes of light illuminated the room. Give me back my father's life. The dagger whistled through the air, directly aiming for the heart. Wang Qingbiao twisted his body, narrowly dodging the attack, but the blade grazed his abdomen, tearing it open. Blood instantly drenched his shirt. Smack! A resounding slap sent Lu Mingqing flying to the ground. Big brother. Wang Qingbiao's lackeys surged in, surrounding Lu Mingqing entirely. Ha! Mengqing's bloodshot eyes burned with fury. She gritted her teeth. The Black Tiger gang killed my father. Today, you will pay with your life. Death. She didn't fear it. For the sake of vengeance, she'd meet death 1,000 times over. Wench. Wang Qingbiao shoved his underlings aside, clutching at his bleeding wound. You dare to hurt me? Huh. You'll soon learn the meaning of a fate worse than death. To be injured by this slip of a girl, a respectable Tier 1 martial artist like him? This disgrace would not go unanswered. Surveying her figure with a sinister smirk, he licked his lips. Brothers, looks like we've got a good catch tonight. Big brother's got the right idea. Teach this be a lesson. The gang erupted in eager cheers. In your dreams. Lu Mingqing spat in defiance, raising her dagger and pressing it against her neck. Wang Qingbiao sneered. Acting virtuous, are we? Go ahead, I want to see if you'll dare. Boom. The room's double doors exploded off their hinges. A bloodied figure stumbled in, collapsing onto the floor. Boss, someone's taking the place apart. Dead silence. Everyone turned toward the entrance. Who would have the audacity to challenge the Black Tiger gang? That damned Wild Wolf gang. Wang Qingbiao shoved a torn piece of cloth against his wound to stanch the bleeding and grabbed his machete. Leave 2 men here to guard her. The rest, follow me. Though his innate healing ability was low grade, it was sufficient for now. Going somewhere. A cold voice cut through, powerful and commanding. Chun Xianxian strode inside with a squad of black-clad ninjas trailing behind her, each radiating a palpable aura of menace. Her mere presence subdued the room. Call for backup. Wang Qingbiao roared. Frantically, one of his lackeys fumbled to make a call. You're wasting your time. Chun Xianxian smirked, crossing one leg over the other coolly. The 50 or so men you had stationed around here. All taken care of. The lackey stared at the phone, slack-jawed. No one was answering. Cold sweat rolled down his temple. Boss, I can't reach anyone. Wang Qingbiao's face darkened. What grudge do you have with us? Chun Xianxian flashed a smile so beautiful it was almost terrifying. You didn't offend me, but the Black Tiger gang has a blood debt with me. Tonight, this gang gets erased. Kill her, Wang Qingbiao bellowed, charging forward with his machete. Take them out, Chun Xianxian ordered indifferently with a simple wave of her hand. In an instant, the ninjas darted into action. Katanas gleamed as they sliced through the air, taking on low-tier grunts with chi points below 10 against ninjas boasting over 100. This wasn't a battle, it was a massacre. A blade flashed, and a severed head tumbled to the floor. One man's massive machete was cut through as if it were mere paper. This can't be. That was his final thought. The room became a sea of gore, limbs scattered and blood pooling across the floor. I surrender. Please, I surrender. The ninjas paid no heed, their blades continuing their merciless dance of death. From her corner, Lu Mingqing's heart pounded with excitement. These scum were finally getting their just desserts. Her gaze fixed on Chun Xianxian. This was a real hero, a true warrior among women. Noticing Mingqing's admiring expression, Chun Xianxian's own eyes sparkled. Her lips curved into a playful, slightly dangerous smile. My, what a beautiful little flower we have here. The battle is nearing its end. It's over, it's all over. Wang Qingbiao burst into hysterical laughter, tears streaming down his face. Big brother, I've failed you. He raised his blade and ended his own life. Blood spurted as he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Chun Xianxian rose to her feet and carved 3 bold characters into the wall. Shuring Lo, Shadow Slayer Tower. I want to join you. Lu Mingqing's voice was urgent. Chun Xianxian studied her carefully, exactly the type her master fancied. Why? I want to be like you, ridding the world of every last evildoer. And how do you know that I'm one of the good ones? Instinct. I can feel it. We're the same, Lu Mingqing replied with unwavering determination. A sly glint flickered in Chun Xianxian's eyes. Joining comes at a cost. Are you ready to pay it? I am. Follow me. In a 5-star hotel, I dressed quickly while the system's notifications buzzed relentlessly in my head. Target eliminated. Darkness points, +1. Darkness points, +2. Darkness points, +1. The system chimed over 100 times in just 30 minutes. Clearly, Xianxian had made her move. Another lottery spin was within reach. I couldn't hide my growing excitement. Master, Jiang Kuer said coquettishly, why don't we just stay here tonight? Tomorrow, we can head to the Martial Academy together. I have urgent matters to attend to. I replied nonchalantly. She pouted. Leaning in close, I whispered in her ear, be a good girl. I'll take you up to the rooftop tomorrow to enjoy the view. Her cheeks flushed red. I love watching the view from up high the most. What if someone finds out? Jiang Kuer's face was as red as a ripe peach. This man's audacity was beyond belief. I smirked, my eyes burning with intensity. She instantly understood my meaning, lowering her head in embarrassment. She neither refused nor gave her consent. I'll be off now, I said, bending down to leave a kiss on her forehead before turning away. Tomorrow, on the rooftop. The moment my voice faded, the door closed behind me. Several minutes later, Jiang Kuer limped her way out of the hotel. Just as she was about to hail a ride, a black MPV pulled up abruptly in front of her. The door swung open without warning. Zhao Jinxia, pale-faced, rushed out with 2 black-suited bodyguards in tow. Miss, what are you doing here? Seeing Jiang Kuer exiting the hotel, Zhao Jinxia felt as though the sky had fallen. She had been tasked by the master to watch over Miss Kuer, but now here she was, stepping out of a hotel. Zhao Jinxia couldn't imagine how she would explain this later. The thought of Jiang Ziyuan's icy cold gaze sent a chill down her spine. What are you doing here? Jiang Kuer asked coldly. Miss, please don't ask. The master is waiting for you in the car. Zhao Jinxiao was nearly in tears. Jiang Kuer had snuck out today. Finding out, Jiang Ziyuan had mobilized the Enforcement Bureau to scan through surveillance footage and locate her. Arching an eyebrow, Jiang Kuer casually strolled toward the vehicle. Inside the car, Jiang Ziyuan sat with his eyes closed, resting silently. The veins on his forehead bulged. This was the calm before the storm. As the car door closed, he opened his eyes. Who was that man? What man? Jiang Kuer tilted her head, feigning innocence. Bang! Jiang Ziyuan slammed his palm against the armrest, shattering it. I'll ask one last time. Who was that man? I came to rest by myself. What man could there possibly be? Jiang Kuer pouted and turned towards the window. The air inside the car instantly dropped to freezing. Rest? Alone? At a hotel? Jiang Ziyuan's voice could send chills down anyone's spine. I got tired from shopping. Is that not allowed? Jiang Kuer turned her face stubbornly, but her fingers unconsciously twisted at the hem of her shirt, betraying her nervousness. Jiang Ziyuan stared at her intently, as if trying to read her mind. After a long pause, he inhaled deeply. Yi Xiao is coming to Tianhe City next Friday. Show him around. Build a good relationship. This was his real purpose all along. If it hadn't been for Yi Qinyu's upcoming visit, Jiang Ziyuan would have dealt with her attitude in a much more severe manner. Jiang Kuer remained indifferent and outside the conversation, her gaze fixed out the window. That annoying guy is coming. I just hope he doesn't cause any trouble for us. As soon as the car stopped, Jiang Kuer darted out. Once her figure disappeared, Jiang Ziyuan pulled out a photo. It was a side view shot of someone entering the hotel. Find out everything about him within a day. He handed the photo to Zhao Jinxia, his voice ice cold. Understood, sir. Jiang Ziyuan's eyes narrowed dangerously. In Tianhe City, someone dared to get close to his daughter? They must have a death wish. At Qingshan Apartments, I locked the door behind me, and a virtual interface appeared before my eyes. Lottery draw. Dark energy value, 158. Come on, give me gold. With both hands clasped together, I pressed the draw button. Dark mist swirled until suddenly, a crimson dragon broke through the fog, transforming into a glowing streak before diving into my palm. 12 talismans, dragon talisman. Level unknown. Abilities, breathe fire/trigger explosions. Power equals own strength times 10. Limitations, must be bestowed to others to use. Effect, the bearer becomes a permanent servant to the host. The talisman, my pupils dilated with shock. Having watched Jackie Chan Adventures, I knew all too well how powerful these artifacts could be. The strength of the 12 talismans was definitely on par with the Shadowcon masks. A noise came from the window, and a mermaid-like figure leaped inside, carrying a woman in her arms. Master, I'm back. Chen Qianqian dropped the woman onto the bed and reverted to her human form. I looked over at the woman on the bed, and she is. The woman, who had been through quite the ordeal, was dizzy and disoriented. She wants to be your servant too, said something about ridding the world of evil. Chen Qianqian closed the window and drew the curtains, keeping her explanation short. Apparently, Lu Mingqing's life had been ruined by a gang, and she was seeking vengeance. Even if the cost is becoming a servant. I scrutinized her carefully. A decent appearance, but was she ruthless enough? What I need is a killing machine, not some bleeding heart. Lu Mingqing woke up and, without hesitation, knelt to the ground. Master, grant me power. I want to kill all those scum. I fixed her with a sharp gaze. Reason. Thud. Lu Mingqing bowed, her forehead hitting the ground hard. I know Master has everything and that I have nothing to offer in return. But I pledge my eternal loyalty, a lifetime of unwavering devotion. Please, Master, grant me the chance to prove my allegiance. She bowed again and again, each strike of her head against the floor echoing loudly. Dignity? Pride? Before absolute power, such things are meaningless. Only by obtaining transcendent strength could one regain true dignity. I remained silent for a long while, finally glancing at the dragon talisman in my hand. Get up. Yes. Lu Mingqing shot to her feet, her eyes brimming with anticipation. I grabbed her hand. Lu Mingqing's cheeks flushed, her heart racing. Qin Qianqian had hinted something like this could happen, but she never imagined it would happen so soon. In the next moment, I gently ran my fingertip across her hand, leaving a bloodline visible. Before a single drop could even emerge, the dragon talisman pressed firmly against the wound. The dark crimson talisman twisted and writhed as if alive, transforming into golden liquid and seeping into her through the bloodline. Lu Mingxing only felt a cool sensation in her palm before an overwhelming energy surged through her body. Terrifying, destructive power. "Thank you, Master, for your gracious gift." She dropped to one knee. She had thought I might make certain unspeakable demands of her, but instead, I imbued her with unimaginable power. Realizing she'd misunderstood me filled her with shame. Ding! Dragon Talisman successfully activated. Talisman power +1. Acquired a piece of the 12 talismans. Dragon, 1/12. Collect all 12 to unlock transcendent power. My eyes narrowed. This was the first item with a clear indication that gathering all the pieces would lead to transcendent strength. Qin Qianqian stood silently nearby. On the surface, her expression remained calm, but deep down, a storm raged. The power master granted her was completely different from mine. She glanced at the demon tattoo on her ankle, then at the dragon symbol now etched on Lu Mingqing's palm. Mine has to be stronger, right? To bestow transcendent power with a simple gesture. This was a power only a god could possess. In Qin Qianqian's heart, I was no longer just a person. I was a god. "Report today's situation," I said, sitting on the edge of the bed as I motioned for Qin Qianqian to come closer. "Yes, Master." Qin Qianqian obediently nestled herself into my embrace, her arms looping around my neck, her voice a soft whisper against my ear. "We took down the largest casino run by the Black Tiger Gang today. Their boss won't take this lying down. Right now, he's probably flying into a rage." I cupped her chin, lifting it slightly. "Well done. For the next 2 days, lie low and avoid further action." This was my test, to observe how the Enforcement Bureau would react to a gang war. If they turned a blind eye, closing one eye and attacking with full force, that's the strategy. Lu Mingxing had been eager to attempt it, but the moment she heard those words, her spirits dampened. Her inner strength was already churning restlessly. "Spend these next 2 days cultivating at home to enhance your qi and blood," I said. Taking off the silver ring, I handed it to Qin Qianqian. "Let her train with you." Not only did I allow them to cultivate the skills, but I also taught them 3 martial techniques. This was a significant gesture of trust. Of course, it wasn't really them I trusted, but the system itself. Qin Qianqian took the silver ring with excitement. She had been training non-stop these past 2 days, and the more she practiced, the more she could sense its profound mysteries. "Qianqianjia, what's that?" Lu Mingxing asked cautiously as she leaned closer. Qin Qianqian glanced at her. "Something good. It'll make us stronger. Lucky you. Our master is letting you train with me." Even though Qin Qianqian didn't know the skill's exact rank, she could clearly sense its incredible value. "Qianqianjia, teach me." Lu Mingxing's eyes sparkled like stars. "Fine." Soon, the 2 girls began cultivating, and I started practicing the shadow breathing technique. The room grew quiet. Morning. After washing up, I locked my door behind me. Needless to say, I claimed I required some private space. In reality, the most crucial reason was that within my room were 2 utterly stunning beauties, Qin Qianqian and Lu Mingxing. Imagine the awkwardness if my parents were to walk in. The key was solely in my possession, ensuring there'd be no screw-ups. On the way out, I asked casually, "Which class are you in?" "Class 3 of the Mortal Division," Bai Mushua said, lightly touching her lips with her fingertip. "At Tianwu Academy, the school is divided into 4 main tiers: Mortal, Spirit, Earth, and Heaven, progressing layer by layer." "You're in my class?" I froze mid-step. The thought of having to play her boyfriend in front of the entire class made me envision the daggers likely to be thrown my way. Bai Mushua's eyes sparkled, and like a playful fawn, she dove into my arms. "Really? See, we're destined to be together." "Hey, stop that. We're almost at school," I said, feigning resistance while my honest body leaned in just a bit closer. Mostly because, well, it's kind of chilly today. What's there to be afraid of? Bai Mushua stood on tiptoes, her soft lips almost brushing against my ear as she whispered, "Let me remind you, someone promised to be my boyfriend, and you're not allowed to back out. I said yes, so of course I won't take it back, I replied, swallowing nervously. Qinming. Out of nowhere, a feminine voice called from behind us. Bai Muxue immediately let go of me, her face slightly flushed as she turned around. There stood Hu Wanting in a flawlessly tailored white dress, her graceful curves practically breathtaking. Beneath the autumn breeze, her flowing skirt fluttered lightly, revealing glimpses of her long, alabaster legs. Bai Muxue's playful expression vanished as her crescent eyes narrowed. Her smile had completely disappeared. For reasons she couldn't explain, upon seeing this woman for the first time, Bai Muxue felt an intense wave of bitterness arise from the depths of her soul. And this is? Hu Wanting's tone remained calm, though her gaze grew chilly. So, Qinming has a girlfriend this beautiful? I'm Qinming's girlfriend. Bai Muxue interjected instantly. First, let's make the announcement. I didn't argue. After all, in a few hours, Hu Wanting's mind would be filled entirely with me. No need to hide it. Oh, really? Hu Wanting chuckled sweetly, looping her arm around mine. You're quite lucky, huh? Such a beautiful girlfriend. Why haven't you mentioned her before? She was completely convinced Bai Muxue was lying. Just started dating yesterday, I replied, feeling a headache coming on. A flicker of coldness flashed through Bai Muxue's eyes as she stepped forward and pried Hu Wanting's hand off me. Between good friends, hand-holding seems unnecessary, doesn't it? Fair enough. Hu Wanting's smile disappeared instantly. The two girls stared each other down. Sparks flew. Let's go. We're going to be late, I said, striding forward. Anyway, in just a few hours, Hu Wanting would fall in line. By then, they wouldn't even have the energy to argue. Although Bai Muxue was giving me a bit of a headache. It was obvious she liked me, but I'd already made up my mind. I wasn't getting into relationships or marriage in this lifetime. Anyone with me was destined for nothing but anonymity and heartache. Still, turning down something that landed right on my plate. Not really my style. If only she could get along with Chun Qianqian and the others, I thought to myself. Bai Muxue jogged ahead and grabbed onto my right arm. Qinmingji, take me to class, will you? She shot a glance back at Hu Wanting, eyes filled with provocation. Hu Wanting let out a cold snort, but the next moment, her expression flipped like a page in a book. She clung to my left arm, her tone saccharine. Qinming, I still haven't properly thanked you for yesterday. Her fingers laced through mine, and her gaze grew tender and affectionate. If it wasn't for you, I really don't know what I would have done. Come on, why so formal between us? Thanking me feels so distant, I replied, my heart skipping a beat. Thank me, huh? Didn't you already thank me last time? I clearly remember that moment when you. At Tianwu Academy, I strolled confidently, flanked by the icy beauty of Hu Wanting on my left and the playful charm of Bai Muxue on my right. Along the way, dozens of envious eyes followed, practically slicing at me like daggers. Damn, who is that guy? How's he managing to score both of them? I've been single for 20 years, and he's out here hugging two goddesses at once. I smirked, feeling rather pleased as all eyes fixated on me. Class 3 of the mortal stream. The moment I pushed open the door, the buzzing chatter died in an instant. Dozens of eyes locked on us, shock, jealousy, and rage swirling in them. Qinmingji, Bai Muxue cooed, leaning into me with feigned innocence while her softness brushed against my arm. Where do you usually sit? I nodded toward the windows. Over there. I'm sitting next to you, Bai Muxue declared possessively. Me too. Hu Wanting's tone left no room for negotiation. There was no way she was letting Bai Muxue have the upper hand. Considering everything that had already happened between Qinming and her, this man was hers. End of story. Under the stunned gazes of the entire class, the three of us strutted to our seats. In the massive 200-person lecture hall, every single pair of eyes was glued to this strange and brazen trio. What the hell does Qinming have anyway? How did a loser like him manage to score not one, but two absolute knockouts? Can't believe it. He's usually so quiet and humble, yet he's this impressive. The buzz of gossip filled the air. I was leaning closer to whisper into Bai Muxue's ear, my words teasing enough to make her cover her mouth with a chuckle. Her slender waist subtly gravitated toward the crook of my arm. Meanwhile, Hu Wanting sat poised and composed, but whenever I turned to speak to her, a subtle ripple shifted through her otherwise calm gaze. The two women exchanged tacit understanding, keeping an outward harmony. Click, click, click. The sound of high heels echoed across the room, silencing the chatter immediately. And Shuryao entered. Her crimson high-slit cheongsam hugged her mature curves, while glimpses of her black stockings peeked audaciously through the slit. As she flipped her cascading waves of hair back, her ample chest subtly quivered with the movement, the beauty marked by her eye adding an irresistible allure. At 28, she looked no older than 20, radiating an intoxicatingly youthful charm. Her gaze swept through the room, pausing briefly on the three of us. "It seems all of you have awakened," she began, her red lips curving slightly. "From today onward, humanities will be replaced by monster studies and combat techniques." The air in the classroom instantly grew heavy. Tianhe City has very few monsters. Some say it's due to geographical advantage, while others credit the sacred protection of the legendary Shao martial saint a century ago. And Shuryao explained, tapping her finger as a screen began displaying data. "But neighboring cities face monster attacks every month. Do you know why Tianhe remains so safe, yet few high-level warriors choose to settle here?" The room fell into silence. A boy raised his hand. "Monster cores, correct," and Shuryao nodded. "The benefits of monster cores to a warrior are 10 times greater than spirit essences." Gasps and murmurs erupted across the class. Shock pulsed through me. If I led my Ghost Shadow Syndicate to other cities to hunt monsters, wouldn't that be a goldmine of opportunities? Piles of monster cores. A skyrocketing power surge. Beside me, Hu Wanting's eyes sparkled for a moment, her thoughts clearly aligning with mine. She was undoubtedly considering the benefits this could bring. Riyang. The dismissal bell rang, breaking the tension with a wave of noisy chatter. Suddenly, the crackle of the campus intercom interrupted everything. A chilling, mechanical female voice resounded across the school. "Attention all students and faculty. Report to the Marshall Field at 3 p.m. I repeat, report to the Marshall Field at 3 p.m. The classroom fell eerily silent once more. As soon as the announcement ended, a wave of hushed discussions swept through like a rising tide. "What's going on now? Trial rankings? Ugh, what's the point? I didn't even participate." Everyone to the Marshall Field. The last time something this big happened was when someone broke through to Grandmaster stage. "Hold on," someone whispered. "I heard rumors that during the last trial in the secret realm, a mysterious gang of thieves was spotted." I felt a twitch at the corner of my mouth. "So they pinned the blame for those shadows straight onto me, huh?" Classic. Brother Qin Ming, by Mushua cooed softly, leaning in closer so her delicate breaths tickled my ear. "What do you think this could all be about? An obvious excuse just to cozy up. Who knows?" I replied faintly, though deep down I understood. Our teacher was taking on a disciple. The silver bracelet on my wrist suddenly flickered. Grand Xia Bank. Account credited 892,540. My pupils shrank sharply. 892,000. That batch of exotic beast carcasses could only fetch 600,000 at most. It must have been master. Little did I know, Li Jiangguo had directly ripped off the buyer by a solid 40%. Not agreeing? Fine, I'll sell to someone else. Jiahe District, Qinghe Casino. Police tape was stretched tight, and dozens of law enforcers had surrounded the casino with no gaps. When I arrived, Chun Tianwu was already making his way up the stairs. A younger officer beside him was rapidly reporting. 72 on the ground floor, 26 on the third, all confirmed as Black Tiger Gang members. All of them. Chun Tianwu paused. Confirmed. Click-clack. Crisp bootsteps echoed. From around the stairwell corner emerged Hua Kalin. Her black tactical uniform accentuated a dangerously alluring silhouette. As she removed her tactical goggles, a sharp and commanding aura emanated from her. "Captain." She stood at attention and saluted, her chest rising and falling. "We found something important on the third floor." Chun Tianwu leapt up the stairs 2 at a time. "The injuries are identical to the abandoned factory case." Hua Kalin followed closely, her peachy figure swaying slightly. "And these lunatics, they actually left a signature. On the third floor wall, 3 words were deeply etched. Shadow Reaper Hall." The audacity. Hua Kalin gritted her teeth. Chun Tianwu squinted as he stared at the carving for a long moment. "Any civilian casualties outside the gang?" "None." "Merge the 2 cases. Classify them as gang disputes." He turned and headed downstairs. The officers exchanged puzzled looks. Just like that. Hey, the dead were all scum anyway. Awesome. How about grabbing a drink after clocking out? Hua Kailan caught up to Chen Tianwu, spreading her arms to block his path. Why are you classifying it like that? The answer's obvious. Chen Tianwu shrugged. All the victims were gangsters. What else could it be but internal fighting? That's not right. Hua Kailan's gaze sharpened. No usable surveillance footage, bizarre injuries, no blood trails. And most importantly, zero casualties on the other side. Since when does gang warfare work like that? I'm requesting a deeper investigation. Chen Tianwu sneered. We don't even know if the other party is human. How are we supposed to investigate? By bringing in the Martial Enforcement Division. Chen Tianwu's expression darkened. The Martial Enforcement Division is already busy enough fighting off magical beasts. You want them wasting resources on scum like this? Hua Kailan lowered her voice. But they're still citizens of Grand Xia. No, Chen Tianwu cut her off. They're parasites. If someone's taking out the trash for society, I couldn't be happier. He looked up at the sky. Good thing this case landed on my desk. At least I can carry the burden for him a little longer. With those words, he strode away. Hua Kailan stood there in a daze, but soon her eyes hardened with determination. No, the law is the law, and no one can trample all over it. Even if no one helps me, I'll bring the murderer to justice. Tianwu Academy. Taking advantage of the lunch break, I headed straight for the principal's office. I was famished for the soul essences in the secret realm, and I needed to get to the bottom of why the ghost shadow ninjas were dying en masse. Knock, knock, knock. No response. I sent a message. Master, are you there? Yes. Planning to swing by. I'm already at the door. Come in. I pushed the door open to see Li Jiangguo glance up from behind his mountain of books. What's brought my diligent disciple here today? He asked with a grin. There are some questions about martial arts that I'm struggling with. I replied respectfully with a slight bow. After a brief exchange, I finally broached my real reason for coming. Master, I'd like to return to the trial's secret realm again. Oh, that nearly slipped my mind. Li Jiangguo exclaimed as he retrieved a glowing blue electronic keycard. Here's the secret realm key. It's yours to use anytime. My eyes lit up as I eagerly received the key and bowed repeatedly. Thank you, Master. With this, I'd have all the soul essences I could want. As I left the office, Li Jiangguo gazed out the window, muttering to himself, the martial god body really lives up to its name. It's already reached first grade so quickly. Beep. The metallic door rumbled open. Gray-white mist churned like living tendrils. The security guard gave a single glance at the electronic keycard in my hand. Li Jiangguo's name was unmistakable. No one dared to stop me. A student entering the secret realm alone? Rare. But that name silenced all doubts. I stepped into the mist. The world fractured. The ground twisted beneath me. The sky spun wildly, and space bent and reassembled itself. When everything stabilized, the familiar clearing appeared before me, with the treacherous forest still looming ahead. I took a deep breath, a glint of greed flashing in my eyes. The scent of soul essence smells amazing. Dark energy erupted around me. Black flames engulfed my entire body. A moment later, my figure was no longer human. It had been replaced with a 3-meter-tall merman-like creature. Gleaming scales shimmered ominously, and claws radiated an icy glint. Slash! My claws sliced through the air, tearing the void apart. 100 rifts exploded in unison as shadowy figures scrambled out, tripping over one another in their haste. The sky quickly darkened. Shadow bats, their massive wings blocking out the sun. The largest of the bats dived, landing submissively at my feet. I leaped onto its back as 100 more bats howled and took off, heading straight for the mountain cave. Minutes later, my pupils constricted. Inside the mountain cave, soul essences were piled high, at least 200 of them. Among the glowing orbs were those from second-tier beasts, their radiance overwhelmingly tempting. Elsewhere, beast corpses were stacked into small mountains. Ghost shadow ninjas flitted back and forth, working tirelessly. First wave of ghost shadow ninjas, 30. Second wave, 51. Combined with the ones Jiangkuer left behind. Total, the count has exceeded 100. I licked my lips. If I devour all these essence spirits, my chi and blood will undoubtedly surpass 100. Once demonized, I'll truly become a rank 2 martial artist. By that time, with a Black Shadow Legion of 200 rank 2 warriors, even a rank 4 martial artist would have to kneel. But I suppressed my greed. There were more important tasks at hand. I closed the wooden door and reached for the shadow ring on my ring finger. Don't disappoint me. Black mist erupted. Excruciating pain. It felt like thousands of steel needles stabbing into my very marrow at once. The black mist crazily drilled into my body, tearing apart every inch of flesh. Damn it! Who said making a clone would cost my life? I roared, slamming my fists onto the ground, my knuckles splitting open and bleeding. 10 minutes. A grueling 10 minutes. Crack. The sound of my spine breaking echoed. A massive lump bulged from my back, swelling and writhing uncontrollably, until finally, with a pop, it detached. Black goo splattered everywhere. The lump began reshaping itself, turning into another me. No, a merman-shaped version of me. A clone that retains its demonized state. I instinctively shifted my consciousness, immediately entering the clone's body. A curious dual perspective unfolded. For the first time, I could simultaneously perceive both my main body and my clone. The clone threw a punch. Boom! A deep crater blasted into the wall. Chi and blood at 160, the same as my demonized self. I exclaimed with ecstatic joy. I broke the system. The system said clones are supposed to have the strength of ordinary people, but if I demonized before creating the clone. This is incredible. Tests confirmed. The clone retained 160 chi and blood, but could not summon the Black Shadow Legion, use Basha abilities, or wield other talents. But still, it was more than enough. I ordered the clone to sit cross-legged and activate the shadow absorption technique. Black mist continuously surged into its body. My consciousness returned to my main body. Watching my clone autonomously train, a satisfied smile crept onto my face. The plan begins. Outside the cave, hundreds of night bats circled overhead. 100 ghostly shadow ninjas knelt reverently. The scene was eerie and awe-inspiring. Go. Hunt down the exotic beasts deep in the forest, I commanded with a wave of my hand. The Black Shadow Legion dispersed instantly. The night bats unleashed black energy waves as sharp as a reaper's scythe, taking down birds mid-flight. The shadow ninjas dissolved into black mist and vanished. Ding. Kill confirmed. Dark energy +2. Dark energy +1. Dark energy +3. Dark energy +1. The system notifications popped up continuously. The +3 was likely from a second-rank exotic beast. Save it up. Break 1,000 tonight. Then roll a 10-pull summon. I deactivated my demonized state to conserve demonic energy. I'd recently uncovered a secret about this energy. It grows passively when unused. The more it accumulates, the greater the boost in power during demonization. If I combine two different sources of demonic energy, would the effects stack? The thought made my blood pump with excitement. The essence crystals piled up in front of me. I grabbed a handful and swallowed them like jelly beans. Shadow devouring technique surged to full operation. For ordinary martial artists, absorbing essence crystals this way would be suicidal. But I was different. My strengthened physique and unique absorption ability allowed me to devour them recklessly. 1 hour passed. The pile of essence crystals was exhausted. More kept being delivered, countless of them consumed, so much that I lost track. Suddenly, a white light burst forth on my skin. I'm about to break through. I shoved the remaining essence crystals into my mouth. Boom. An energy wave exploded outward. I opened my eyes, streams of light flowing within. Chi and blood power breaking the 100-point mark. I clenched my fists. Now, if I were to enter a demonic state, I would qualify as a true rank 2 martial artist. A quick glance at the time, 11:30. Missed the second period of liberal arts class. Not a big deal. Those basic martial arts techniques don't interest me. Placing the beast corpses into my shadow storage ring, I mounted my night bat to head back. Just over 10 minutes later, stepping out from the dense fog. Thud. I bumped into something soft. And Sure Yao staggered 2 steps back, her voluptuous figure rippling. The tight-fitting cheongsam she wore outlined every astonishing curve. Mizzen. I steadied myself. Chin, what are you doing coming out of the secret realm? And Sure Yao rubbed her chest, her minty fragrance wafting through the air. Special authorization from the principal. I held up the e-pass, and Shi Yao took the card, her delicate eyes widening in shock. Li Jiangui's signature. How was this possible? This card was tied to the fate of the entire Tiana city. Was the principal out of his mind? This card. I'll hold on to it for safekeeping, she said nonchalantly, slipping it into her pocket. Come find me when you need it. Me? Find you to get it back? That's my card. Give it back, I said, extending my hand, my voice icy cold. Oh my. And Shi Yao suddenly smiled seductively, her heels clicking as she walked closer. Her soft body pressed against my chest, her lips whispering near my ear. Be good now. The realm can be quite dangerous. How about next time I accompany you in? The scent of rose mingled with the mature aroma of her perfume. My throat tightened as I swallowed hard. It was enticing, but I don't fall for this. No need. I can handle it alone. A slight frown flickered across her face. He's not taking the bait. Come now. She lifted her hand to pat my head. I sidestepped effortlessly. Her hand hung awkwardly in midair. Chin. And Shi Yao forced a smile even as frustration flared beneath, betrayed by the rise and fall of her chest. The secret realm is really, really dangerous. I kept an unreadable expression, extending my hand between us. The card. Hand it back. Elsewhere, the Jiang family. Within a steel-reinforced chamber, 2 virtual training pods with sleek, streamlined designs rested in the center. Their silvery exteriors gleamed under the lighting. Each of these cutting-edge machines, capable of simulating combat perfectly, cost enough to buy out an entire street. Inside one of them lay Jiang Zhiyuan. Veins on his temples throbbed heavily, his facial muscles twitching violently. 10 minutes later, click, the cabin door slid open, and Jiang Zhiyuan abruptly sat up, his muscular upper body dripping with sweat. As he finished wiping himself down, he saw Zhao Jinxiao waiting by the door. Master, we've found it, she said, handing over a document. Jiang Zhiyuan took it and flipped through. 10 seconds later, rip, bits of paper flew into the air. This trash. The veins on his temple bulged as he roared. Dare to touch my daughter? He's seeking death. Grabbing Zhao Jinxiao by the collar, his bloodshot eyes bore into hers. I want him dead, and his whole family buried with him. Zhao Jinxiao retreated cautiously, trembling. Jiang Zhiyuan stood alone, his clenched fists cracking audibly. He had thought the suspect to be someone of importance, only to discover he was an insignificant nobody. Jiang Kur, you're really something, my dear daughter, he muttered through gritted teeth. Did you bring this kind of scum around just to disgust me? At Tianwu Academy. And Shi Yao's elegant face froze in shock. For the first time in her 3 years of teaching, a student had blatantly ignored her. Qin Ming, her warm, sultry breath brushed my ear as she leaned closer, her tone dripping with allure. If you let teacher keep this card for you, I can fulfill one of your little wishes. To emphasize her point, she deliberately pushed her chest forward, the slit of her qipao teasingly revealing glimpses of sheer black stockings. An 18-year-old boy? Surely, it'd be an easy catch. The card. I stared at her blankly, and Shi Yao froze. This brat actually turned her down? Nope, I'll hold on to it for now, she said, strutting in her high heels, her sensuous figure swaying as she disappeared into the mist. She wasn't here just to toy with me. She had a mission. A student had reported strange activity in the secret realm. The principal had ordered her not to interfere, but she was adamant about investigating. My expression darkened instantly. Crap. The secret realm was full of my shadow army. Damn it. Murderous intent flickered in my eyes as I stepped into the fog decisively. I had to stop in Shi Yao. If my secret got exposed, the consequences would be unthinkable. 10 minutes later, boom. A thunderous explosion echoed from the south. I leaped to the treetops, my pupils contracting sharply. It's over. In the distant sky, 3 shadow night bats with sinister forms were attacking in Shi Yao, who had spread her snow-white wings in defense. What the hell are these creatures? And Shi Yao's beautiful eyes narrowed with grim determination as a snow-white spear materialized in her hand. Swish, swish, swish. 3 feathers shot out fiercely. The shadow night bats dissolved into black mist, reforming in moments. So strange. And Shi Yao's heart sank. These creatures only had the vitality of first-tier peak monsters, yet their reaction speed was abnormally fast. Her figure flickered. Thud. The spear pierced through one night bat's chest, dispersing the black mist entirely. Too slow, she blinked behind another bat. Flash. A flash of white light severed a black clawed limb. The last surviving night bat fired an insanity of black projectiles. Light waves, she evaded them effortlessly. Die. The tip of the spear pierced the last night bat. Strange, why isn't there a corpse? And Shuriao frowned. In the forest, I coldly observed it all. Behind me, over 300 shadow soldiers stood poised and ready. A rank 4 martial artist, troublesome. My eyes were icy. Teacherin, I'm sorry. I waved my hand and commanded, move out. The Shadow Legion surged like a tide toward the place wherein Shuriao disappeared. I glanced at the system interface. Dark value, 327. Your life or death, let fate decide. Tianwu Academy, Class 3 under the Ordinary Division. The dismissal bell rang, and students rushed out in a frenzy. Any delay, and all the cafeteria might have left would be something as bizarre and unappetizing as tomato-fried strawberries. At the classroom doorway, Jiang Kuber stood on her tiptoes, scanning the crowd. The young girl's skin was as fair as snow, her black hair cascading like a waterfall. Her lively, sparkling eyes brimmed with urgency. Where's Master? Why hasn't he come out yet? She grabbed a passing girl. Excuse me, is Qin Ming in this class? He is, but he skipped the last period. The girl recognized Jiang Kuber, her eyes lighting up before she darted away excitedly. Oh my gosh, the school beauty Jiang is actually looking for Qin Ming. What kind of charm does that guy even have? 3 top-tier girls are all around him. Don't tell me he's got some kind of special skill, huh? Jiang Kuber paid them no mind, standing in place, lost in thought. Master clearly promised to go to the rooftop with me. She murmured under her breath, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes. Nearby, a group of boys erupted in jealous chatter. What the heck? Isn't having who wanting enough for him? Now he's after Jiang Kuber too. I've racked my brain thinking, but I still can't figure out what I'm lacking compared to him. Here's a bold guess. What if Qin Ming has leverage over them? Why don't you go one step further and say he's secretly a martial arts prodigy? Jiang Kuber wandered out of the school gates, her mood sullen. For reasons she couldn't explain, she found herself increasingly unable to stay away from me. Just sitting quietly together, doing absolutely nothing, made her feel content. The subtle shift was so faint that even she didn't fully realize it. All she knew was that every second without me felt like torture. Master, I need you. Tianhe District, 4C's gambling den. 5th floor office. Cigar smoke swirled in the air. 4 hulking men surrounded a bloodied, mutilated man. Hong Sihai stood up, the cigar spinning between his fingers. He crouched down and pressed the lid indirectly onto the man's festering face. Ah! A blood-curdling scream filled the room. Hong Sihai, expressionless, stomped hard on the injured man's thigh wound. 3 days. Put the money together. Got it. And no money. The man gritted his teeth. Hong Sihai sneered. All right. He waved his hand. Chop him up and feed him to the dogs. 2 of the robust men dragged away the half-dead man. People. Hong Sihai, you won't die a good death. Even as a ghost, I won't spare you. The curses faded into the distance. Hong Sihai adjusted his cufflinks and gazed out the window. Karma, he grinned, flashing his pale teeth. I am the god of Tianhe District. A knock echoed at the door. Come in. Zhao Jinxia stepped into the room with a cold demeanor. Everyone out, she ordered, her voice icy. Hong Sihai immediately replaced his smugness with a sycophantic smile. Sister Xia, what brings you here? Zhao Jinxia ignored his fawning. She sat down and pulled out 3 photos. My family. The boss wants them gone, she said, her tone calm as still water. Parents, son, no one left behind. Hong Sihai pocketed the photos. No problem, rest assured. I'll handle it perfectly. Zhao Jinxiao rose, and as she reached the door, she turned her head. Remember, leave no room for mistakes. Or else. I understand. The door closed. Hong Sihai's smile instantly vanished. He tossed the photos onto the desk. Just these 3 bumpkins. Why waste a good weapon on a chicken? He picked up his phone and made a call. Tell Scarface to come over. Moments later, a lean man with a scar across his left cheek walked into the room. Hong Sihai threw him the photos. Make them disappear. Scarface pocketed the pictures. Got it. Trial realm. A A silver spear slashed through the air, and Shuriao's spear darted like a dragon, dispersing ninja-likes in a puff of black smoke one after another. Damn it, the more I kill, the more of them appear. She just flicked one of the ninja-like creatures aside when even more shadowy figures emerged from the forest. Their pupils were blood red, their arms a ghastly gray-blue. These things weren't human at all. Within minutes, dozens of them had fallen to her spear. Yet the enemies just kept coming. Her communication ring, damaged in the battle, couldn't reconnect her to the school. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A storm of shurikens sliced through the air toward her, and Shuriao spun her spear in a dazzling arc, creating a protective shield with the relentless clanging of metal. The sky suddenly darkened. A swarm of winged night bats blotted out the sun, their dark energy beams raining down like a storm. This isn't good. She darted through the forest, taking out the incoming ninja-like enemies one by one. Each of these monsters was at peak tier 1, and there were so many of them it was despair-inducing. Suddenly, a ghostly blue shadow streaked toward her. A merman. The force hit and like a freight truck, sending her crashing through 3 ancient trees before she tumbled into a heap of damp, rotting leaves. Pain racked her insides as blood welled up in her throat. She got up with difficulty, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. I underestimated you. She reached into the void, and a pristine white spear raced back into her grip. Combat technique, 1,000 snow strikes. First style, shatter the army. Tianhe District, Farmer's Market. I was carrying bags filled to the brim with vegetables, humming a little tune as I stepped out of the market. Behind me, 6 thugs were tailing close. The road became more secluded. This wasn't the path home. The one with the pockmarked face whispered, "Boss Dao, should we make a move?" Scarface replied flatly, "Follow him home. We'll take them all out at once." But the guy's heading the wrong way. The pockmarked man frowned in confusion. Building 16 in Qingshan District is that way. Scarface suddenly realized he had been exposed. Up ahead, I was sprinting at full speed. Get him! The 6 of them pounced like wolves. But after rounding just 2 corners, I vanished into the labyrinthine alleys without a trace. Split up and search, Scarface commanded. In a secluded alley, that old guy ran pretty damn fast. Pockmarked face cursed. Once we catch him, we'll break his legs. Suddenly, whoosh, a brick came whistling through the air, nailing one of his lackeys square in the temple. He collapsed instantly. I stepped out of the shadows, hands on my hips, chuckling coldly. You're tailing Grandpa Chin? Didn't you know what I used to do in my prime? Spill it. Who sent you? Pockmarked face roared in rage. You dare hit my crew? I'll skin you alive. He charged at me, throwing a full-force punch. I calmly sidestepped and countered with a solid blow to his gut. Ugh! He doubled over and crumbled to the floor. Blondie barely had time to lift his steel pipe before I sent him flying 3 meters with a spinning kick. He slammed into the wall and passed out instantly. I grabbed Pockmarked Face by the hair, snatched up the brick, and smashed it down onto his hand. Thunk! Ah! Who sent you? Go to hell. I swung the brick again, tearing open the skin and flesh on his right hand. Blood splattered onto the wall. This is your last chance. Pockmarked Face broke down completely. Stop. I'll talk. It's Scarface. Scarface from the 4 Seas gambling den. Someone paid him to wipe out your entire family. The brick fell from my grasp. My face turned icy cold. Anyone who lays a finger on my family, I'll make sure they're dead. Just as I was about to finish him off, the alley fell eerily silent. Pockmarked Face was motionless. I turned his head, and there it was. A cross-shaped shuriken embedded right in his forehead. The same spot. The same weapon. The other 2 lay dead as well. Not a drop of blood had spilled from their wounds. When did this? Cold sweat trickled down my back. I hadn't detected anything. I waited for a long time, but the alley remained deathly quiet. They must be a friend, not a foe, I murmured to myself. Then, raising my hand in salute to the empty alley, I called out, "Thank you, esteemed one, for your aid. Could you grant me the honor of showing yourself?" Only the wind replied. I bowed deeply. Thank you once again. As I turned to leave, shadows behind me began to writhe unnaturally. From the darkness, 3 pallid gray arms reached out, dragging the corpses into the void. Black mist swallowed the bloodstains. The alley returned to its undisturbed state, as if nothing had ever transpired. Elsewhere, the gleaming white spear spun in Shuriao's hands, and the silver runes adorning it suddenly lit up. The spear's tip surged with blinding brilliance. "Martial art, 1,000 snow 100 strikes," she yelled. Boom. A silver explosion erupted as a monstrous energy funneled into the spear's blade. My expression changed drastically. Damn it. A fourth-rank martial artist unleashing all their power could level heaven and earth itself. Without hesitation, demonic energy pooled in my palm, and I struck at my own face. Boom. The dark energy erupted. An overwhelming aura surged. Second-tier realm. Breakthrough. In the next instant, I shot out like an arrow. First move, shattering 1,000 armies. And Shuriao's cold voice pierced through the forest. Her spear swept across, white light tearing through the void. An invisible energy slash instantly cut through the battlefield. Splat, splat, splat. Dozens of shadow ninjas dissolved into black mist in moments. The might of one strike, unbelievably terrifying. No time to wait. My heart sank. If the shadow army is obliterated, who's going to work for me? A crimson light erupted from my fingertips, targeting Shuriao directly. She pivoted sharply, her spear sweeping to intercept. Boom. The collision of red and white energy sent shockwaves blasting outward, tossing every shadow ninja in its path. I stood stunned. A tenfold boost from the Dragon Talisman spell, my all-out attack, harnessing 2,000 vitality. Yet it was effortlessly blocked? This woman's strength was beyond comprehension. The sound of slicing air suddenly rang out. Another slash came hurtling toward me. I vanished into the shadows just in time, disappearing without a trace. Another merman? And Shuriao muttered to herself while pursuing, suspicion flickering in her eyes. Why would these deep-sea creatures appear in a forest? What exactly was happening beyond the barrier? Above, a swarm of shadow night bats took action. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of black energy beams rained down like a torrential storm, courting death. And Shuriao's icy eyes glinted dangerously as her spear pointed skyward. 1,000 snow 100 slashes, third move, snow burial. White light surged upwards like an avalanche, instantly enveloping every black beam. Piercing shrieks echoed as the night bats dissolved into black mist and retreated back into the void. Crack. The sky itself seemed to fracture like shattered glass. More night bats began swarming out of the fissure. They can tear through space. Her grip on her spear trembled slightly. Just then, now, a sharp light flickered in my eyes. The true power of the Dragon Talisman. Infinite energy. Streams of water swirled around my fingertips, infused with crimson power. Dragon Talisman. Energy infusion. Whoosh. A reinforced water jet burst through the sound barrier, speeding directly toward Shuriao's back. What? She hastily unfurled her wings to shield herself. Squelch. The water column pierced through her feathers like a hot knife through butter, sending her hurtling dozens of yards away. Boom. The dust settled, revealing Shuriao lying in a pool of blood. Her once pristine white wings were marred by a gaping, bowl-sized wound, crimson staining their snow-like purity. I willed the Shadow Nightbat swarm to retreat. A fourth-tier realm fighter won't die that easily. Emerging from her shadow, I reached out and touched her nose lightly. Warm breaths escaped her. Just unconscious after all. I revealed myself fully, picking her up in my arms. Her crimson chi pao was torn in many places, revealing faint glimpses of snow-white skin beneath. Long, slender legs slid out from the high slits, black stockings hanging faintly off her toes. She's lighter than I imagined. I weighed her in my arms slightly. After ensuring there were no fatal injuries, I spread my black wings and flew toward the cave. Several minutes later, inside the cave, I placed Shuriao down gently. "Where's my card?" I muttered, beginning to search my belongings. Finally finding the electronic card, I brought it closer to my nose and sniffed. Weird. Why does it smell like milk? I shrugged it off, pocketed the card, and summoned the lottery interface. Glancing back at the tattered clothes wearing Shuriao, I muttered under my breath, "Whether you survive or not is up to fate." I clicked the draw button. This time, there was no eerie black mist, just a thin strand of purple energy that entered my brow. A warm sensation coursed through my body and then vanished. That's it. I froze, bewildered. No shocking surge of power, No new ability awakening. The system didn't even offer a notification. Is this a better luck next time situation? I refused to give up and inspected myself thoroughly, eventually diving into the depths of my consciousness. Sure enough, the strand of purple energy meandered within my mind, elusive and untouchable. Guess I'll deal with it later. Still unwilling to give up, I tried the lottery again. The black mist churned furiously, and out emerged an eerie jade blue gourd. Divine artifact, water demon gourd. Level unknown. Description: sealed within is the original demonic energy of Basha. Warning: absorbing this without the Basha tattoo could have severe consequences. Divine artifact. My breathing quickened. A treasure straight out of a high-stakes magical saga. And coincidentally, it's tied to Basha, perfectly complementing my demon tattoo. With a soft pop, I carefully lifted the gourd's lid just a crack. A wisp of jade blue mist shot into my body in an instant. Grah! The oppressive force crashed down on me, like coming face to face with the demon Lord Basha himself. Clink! I hastily sealed the gourd shut. Stay put, I growled, channeling my demonic energy to subdue the fragments of Basha's essence. Several intense minutes later, I opened my eyes, a gleam of jade blue flashing in my gaze. As I stood up, the cracking of my bones sounded like rolling thunder. Is this Basha's essence? I punched the air. It exploded with a loud bang. My vitality stat had skyrocketed past 300. If I fully absorb it. Fixating on the gourd, my eyes burned with anticipation. Still, I knew better than to rush. I was nearly overwhelmed just now. Ding. Target eliminated. Dark value +1. Dark value +2. Seems like my Shadow Legion has been hard at work. Lottery balance, 168. I took another glance at the unconscious and Shiryao. I've got 2 more draws left. I swear, 50 years of bachelorhood. Just let me get a mask, charm, or devil tattoo. Clicking the draw button again, I held my breath. Somewhere, the heavens whispered back, deal. Inside the cave, I stared intently at the lottery interface. The black mist boiled violently. Amid the chaos, a white blur zipped erratically back and forth. It was a rabbit. My pupils dilated instantly. This imagery was exactly like when I drew the dragon talisman before. Do those silly odes actually work? The white light burst forth. The small white rabbit transformed into a streak of light, darting directly into me. Palm. Acquired. 12 talismans, E-Rabbit. Level unknown. Ability, Speed Force, 20x speed amplification. No energy required. Restriction, the host cannot use it and must grant it to others. Effect, whoever receives the talisman will be the eternal servant of the host. Condition, the target's power must not surpass the host's by 2 major realms. No energy required. My eyes narrowed. So even if my internal chi is exhausted, it can still be used. I glanced at the unconscious and Shiryao. 2 realms. She's at 4th tier, and I'm at 2nd tier. I crouched down and pressed the talisman to her injured wing. Slap. The talisman fell to the ground. Damn it. I clenched my fist tightly. It wasn't because she was too strong. It's because I was too weak. Do I have to kill her? I stared at Shiryao's stunningly beautiful face, a flicker of killing intent in my eyes. But the risk was too high. The Angel Clan's retaliation was not something I could endure. Wait. I abruptly summoned the water demon gourd. I can only gamble on this. Cracking open the gourd slightly, a wisp of deep blue demonic energy shot out, instantly burrowing into my body. Arg. Agonizing pain surged. The demonic energy stabbed through my flesh and blood like 1,000 steel needles. But I didn't stop. 1 wisp. 2 wisps. 3 wisps. More demonic energy poured in. My body alternated chaotically between human and merman forms, scales flickering on and off. An hour later, boom, a wave of energy exploded outward. In my merman form, I abruptly opened my eyes, 3rd tier. But the price was steep. Blood oozed from all 7 orifices, and I was barely conscious. This is my last chance. Trembling, I pressed the talisman to ensure Yao's wing once again. This time, the talisman transformed into a streak of light and fused into her wound. Rabbit talisman successfully activated. Talisman power +1. Current talismans, February 12th. I released my hand from where it hovered near Yao's neck and collapsed heavily to the ground. Just as I sank into darkness, I saw something unbelievable. Yao's wounds were healing rapidly. Fractured bones realigned on their own. Her flesh regenerated at an incredible rate, and the snow-white feathers of her wings grew back, even more radiant than before. I don't know how much time had passed. Ugh! And Yao's lashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. A splitting headache. She instinctively pressed her fingers to her temples, but her hand froze mid-motion. Her smooth abdomen, completely bare. What? She jerked her head downward and immediately noticed my similarly unclothed form beside her. No way. Panicked, she checked her body. After confirming nothing inappropriate had happened, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. I remember being seriously injured. Did he save me? She looked at my unconscious form, her expression conflicted. Tianwu Academy, Mortal Section, Class 3. Classroom. The afternoon sunlight felt warm and lazy. Only a few students sat flipping through the illustrated guide to monsters. Bai Muxiue sat alone in the corner, propping her chin in her hands, lost in thought. Where's Qin Mingji? Creak. The door opened. Su Wenhao walked in. A confident smirk stretched across his face. Muxiue, I knew you'd be here. Through the glass's reflection, Bai Muxiue glanced at him. Another pest. Su Wenhao was just about to sit in her seat when... Get lost. A cold voice pierced the air. Su Wenhao froze. Muxiue, get lost. Don't understand that. Bai Muxiue turned her head slightly. Her right eye glowed crimson, her triple-layered black pupils spiraling wildly. An overwhelming, suffocating aura engulfed the room. I'm sorry. Su Wenhao scrambled to retreat, bumping into the podium and scattering books everywhere in his panic. Bai Muxiue refocused her gaze. The crimson tint in her eyes gradually faded away. Qin Mingji, is he out dating another girl? The thought of Hu Wanting's flawless figure caused a sharp red glint to flicker in Bai Muxiue's eyes once more. No, absolutely not. Qin Mingji is mine. Always mine. No one will take him from me. Tianhe District. Qingshan neighborhood. At the end of a narrow alley. Chase him down. Kill that sneaky bastard. Blady shouted as he stormed into the passageway with two goons trailing behind. At the corner. Swish. Grandpa yanked on a hemp rope. Two lackeys were immediately hoisted into the air, smashing their heads against a beam, blood dripping everywhere. Blady reacted instantly, narrowly dodging the trap. So close. Grandpa sighed, shaking his head. I was hoping to catch all three at once. Blady's fists crackled with white energy. Enough talking, old man. Fist winds howled through the air. Grandpa sidestepped, twisting his torso to deliver a precise counter to Blady's vitals. And just then, slice. A shadow erupted from Grandpa's own shadow. A black katana drove into Blady's chest. What the hell? Grandpa froze. The shadowy figure was a pitch-black ninja. Blady stared at the bloody hole in his chest in disbelief before collapsing onto the ground. Two shurikens whizzed through the air, flawlessly striking the hanging lackeys. Two more ghostly ninja figures emerged from the shadows, one dragging away the corpses, the other scrubbing out blood traces. In seconds, everything was reset, as if nothing had happened. Grandpa stood motionless, bewildered. Who are they? Could I have awakened my innate ability? Deep within a cavern, Yao stood barefoot on the cold stone floor, each step as light as a feline's prowl. She bit her lip, twirling strands of her hair around her fingers. Every trace of her clothing was gone. Am I really supposed to leave like this? She knelt beside me, quickly checking my injuries. Only after confirming they weren't life-threatening did she finally let out a sigh of relief. Air. The man's presence swept over her, making her chest burn as if set ablaze. What was going on? She had always been drawn only to women. Why now? Why did I suddenly hold her attention? When she met me outside the mystic realm before, there wasn't a flicker of intrigue. But now, her fingers ghosted over my cheek, and her heartbeat spiraled out of control. A man's skin, could it really be this soft? She leaned down, her hair cascading like a waterfall, lips brushing softly against mine. Who knew how much time passed? When Yao came to her senses, staring at the lipstick marks smeared across my face, realization hit like a lightning strike. What did I just do? Am I crazy? With her hands clutching her head, she was on the verge of a breakdown. I'm 10 years older than him. And yet, I've just taken advantage of the person who saved my life. Shame consumed her, but the stirring in her chest left her yearning for more. No, this doesn't feel right. Something's off. She shot to her feet, unease in her panic-ridden eyes as she scanned the surroundings. What happened after we passed out? At that exact moment, ugh, a groan escaped my lips. And Yao immediately crouched down, gently lifting my head. Ming, you're awake. As my vision adjusted, I found myself staring at two breathtaking peaks. Ah, I winced, pressing a hand to my temple. Are you in pain? Her voice was so close to my ear that her warm breath sent a shiver down my spine. I'm all right. Sitting up, my voice was rough from disorientation. How long was I out? I just woke up too. She averted her gaze nervously, obviously lying. She had actually been awake for 30 minutes, fretting, and leaving behind evidence in the form of those damn lipstick prints. After a brief pause, her voice softened. Were you the one who saved me? I nodded. Her expression confirmed it. Guilt and a hint of admiration twinkled in her gaze. When she had leaned close earlier, she had already sensed it, my aura. I had reached the second grade in cultivation. Second grade? And at only 18 years old. I could feel the disbelief in her lingering gaze. When did you break through? The question caught me off guard, making me second guess. Second grade? That couldn't be. Before I passed out, I distinctly recalled the energy racing through my veins, at least third grade. Could it have been the demonic energy affecting me? That might explain some things. I felt an itch to test my theory immediately, curious to see how transforming into my merman form would feel under those conditions. But with Yao sitting right there, you know what? The rabbit amulet should suffice for now. The next second, an unfamiliar chill overtook me, and without hesitation, I issued a cold command. Kiss me. And Yao froze, her eyes wide, trembling faintly. Ming. She grazed her lips against mine, quick and fleeting as a dragonfly skimming water, pulling back instantly as a rosy flush colored her entire face. That wasn't what I wanted. This was purely a test of the amulet's influence and command mechanism. It worked perfectly, but to Yao, it was something else entirely. Convinced she had crossed an irreversible line, she stammered shyly. Ming, can we keep our relationship a secret for now? Don't misunderstand me. It's not that I don't want to take responsibility, I'm just not ready yet. Walking down the street with her, who is 10 years younger than me, people often gave us odd looks. It made her feel ashamed. I pulled her closer. Don't worry, I won't say a word. Not making it public was perfect, avoiding unnecessary trouble. After all, too many people at the Martial Arts Academy had a secret crush on Yao. But to be precise, Yao was now mine, under complete control. The talisman I used was far more effective than any mask or agreement. No need to wait, no need for willingness. It was leagues better than the masks or demon tattoos. Ming, you're the best. And Yao murmured happily, daring a soft peck on my lips. She had no idea her thoughts were gradually being reshaped without her even noticing. I started pondering how to use her to earn dark energy. Should I send her to take out gangsters? Or to hunt exotic beasts? No, not yet. Her position was too unique to risk unnecessary attention. Yao, now that we're together, don't call me by my name anymore. Blushing, she hesitantly asked, then should I call you hubby? Her syrupy sweet tone sent a shiver down my spine. No. Then what? Master, I blurted out abruptly. Her breathing quickened. See, can I call you something else? Nope, only this, she whispered, voice barely audible. And master. Seeing her so bashful, I couldn't hide my satisfaction. At 28, she was still untouched, pure in every sense. Yao, do you still have my card? I suddenly asked. Her face paled as she frantically patted her body, though she was barely clothed. Darn it, I hid it so carefully. Now what should we do? Pacing around the cave anxiously, panic consumed her. That card couldn't go missing, not under any circumstances. Something clicked in my mind. A mere entry pass to a secret realm, and yet she was this nervous? Could this card be more than it seemed? Pulling her into a hug, I whispered softly, don't worry. It'll be all right. Tears welled up as she embraced me tightly. Her voice cracked. I'm sorry, master. It's all my fault for taking your card. I messed everything up. At that moment, guilt and regret consumed her entirely. Seeing this, my gaze sharpened. I gently patted her smooth back, speaking in a calm and steady tone. Don't panic, Shiryao. Tell me, what makes this card so special? Her expression froze. This, Master, her voice quivered. I leaned closer, my voice low and commanding. Speak. With just one word, as though compelled by an irresistible force, the truth tumbled out of her lips. It's the key to the heart of the secret realm, she confessed, trembling. At its core lies immense danger. Within the academy, only the headmaster. Having this card, as she finished speaking, she appeared lost in thought. Why? Why am I being so obedient? I was overwhelmed with joy. Could there be another treasure hidden deep within the secret realm? That means more dark energy value. I'm going to hunt some beasts. I got up and headed toward the cave entrance. Can't just waltz out of here with nothing on. And Shiryao's face went blank. Master, please be careful. The wooden door closed behind me. In an instant, I summoned Silver Ring, and my figure shot forward into the forest like a streak of lightning. 3 minutes later, 2 scarlet-eyed tiger carcasses lay sprawled in the clearing. My shadow ninja obediently skinned them, crafting garments. I transformed into my merfolk form, my eyes locked on a Silver Ring's stats. Health, 1079.2. It broke 1,000. My health actually broke 1,000. If I absorb all of Bosch's essence. 6-rank realm? Just imagining the possibility of summoning a 6-rank Shadow Legion made my breath quicken with excitement. When that day comes, forget dragon meat. I'll feast royally. Deactivating the demonic state. Health, 279.2. Even without demon energy, I still have 270 health. I chuckled and shook my head. In just a few days, I had gone from nothing to reaching 2nd rank. It felt like a dream. With the tiger hide crafted, I shot water jets from my fingertips to wash away the blood, then used the dragon talisman to quickly dry them. Talismans are ridiculously handy. If the Grand Lord found out I was using precious talismans as glorified laundry tools, he'd probably die of rage. Activating the rabbit talisman. A journey that would have taken 10 minutes was reduced to a matter of seconds. If I combine the rabbit talisman with 9 Heavens Thunder movement and add the dragon talisman, could I surpass the speed of light? Pushing the door open, I stepped inside, and Shiryao was curled up in the corner, hugging her knees in a daze. Master, she lunged into my arms. The moment you left, it felt like my heart was empty, so unbearable. Like, I was scared you'd abandon me. I froze. The system's power was this strong? Not only did it dictate actions, it planted emotional dependence deep in her soul. Double-layered control, how reassuring. Don't worry, I'll never leave you. I patted her back. And Shiryao broke into a smile through her tears. After putting on the tiger hide, the coarse fur unexpectedly highlighted her curves. The hem stopped at mid-thigh, the golden-brown tiger stripes contrasting beautifully against her pale skin. I was momentarily stunned. This mature, alluring woman, her charm was simply lethal. Remember, what happened today stays between us, I reminded her. Not a word to anyone, even about the creatures we encountered. Why? Just listen to me. I gently patted her head, and Shiryao shivered. I'll listen to everything Master says. At the academy gates, the security guard stood dumbfounded. A student coming out of the secret realm with Mizzen, and both wearing matching tiger pelts? His eyes drifted to the faint red marks on Shiryao's neck. Should we go to my dorm to change? And Shiryao asked in a whisper. I glanced down at my tiger hide outfit. Yeah, sure. Teacher dormitories. Authorization approved. Come in. The door opened, and a fresh minty fragrance greeted me. The 50-square-meter apartment was spotless, almost like new. As the door clicked shut, and Shiryao wrapped her arms around me from behind. Master, I felt a headache coming on. I have something urgent. You can take a day off, she whispered, her lips brushing against my neck. The silver ring on my wrist buzzed. Ming'er, the apprenticeship ceremony is about to start. Li Jiangwo's voice echoed through, and Shiryao froze on the spot. Principal? Apprenticeship ceremony? The principal wants to take me as his apprentice. At 18, with a cultivation level in the 2nd realm, truth be told, it's a feat that's hard to ignore. On my way, I shrugged her off gently, and Shiryao slipped into a purple cheongsam. Her long legs and sheer black stockings were teasingly visible beneath the slit. I don't have men's clothes, but this is the largest size I've got. She handed me a white shirt and a pair of jeans. I didn't hesitate, changing right there in front of her. Standing in front of the mirror, I rubbed my chin. Did I get more handsome? My features had become more defined, exuding an air of confidence and charisma. At the martial training grounds, when Enro Yao made her entrance, the crowd went wild. Professor and in her purple robe. Unbelievable. Wait, is that on her neck? Shut it. There's no way goddess and has a boyfriend. I quietly slipped into the formation line. Li Jiangwo's voice roared across the grounds. The first place winner of the trial. It shocked even me. Today, I am breaking tradition by taking him as my personal disciple. The entire place erupted. The teachers' faces grew pale, and the students were frozen in disbelief. It had been years, but the principal was finally taking in a student? The principal is accepting a personal disciple. The teachers' section was in chaos. No first-place finisher in history has ever received such an honor. What's so special about this one? The students, on the other hand, looked furious. A top performer from last year gritted his teeth. I was first last year, and I didn't even get a pat on the back. This is rigged. A total fraud. Li Jiangguo scanned the raging crowd coldly, his gaze finally landing on me. The boy from Class 3, Section F. His pupils contracted sharply. Second realm? This kid. He advanced from no ranking to the second realm in just days? Ridiculous. If word gets out about this, Tianhe City would lose its mind. I must ensure all of his records are fully classified, Li Jiangguo thought to himself. Otherwise, silence. His authoritative presence weighed down the air, muting the entire crowd immediately. The giant screen lit up. Qin Ming, 108 kills. Su Wen, 2 kills. Fan Yanghua, 2 kills. Dead silence. The kind of silence that makes your skin crawl. 108? Are you kidding me? Someone broke the silence, cursing loud enough for all to hear. The monster from 2 years ago, Bu Ming, only managed 20-something kills. Wait a second. Wasn't there a thieves' gang in the secret trials? The uproar spread like wildfire among the spectators. Of course, a rich kid probably hired someone to do all the work. Yeah, buying your way to first? Real classy of you. The hostility in their eyes felt like daggers converging from all sides. I walked up to the platform, my face devoid of emotion. With senses sharpened from the second realm, I could feel the weight of their disdain and whispers lingering like a heavy fog. Clearly felt the killing intent. So what? A bunch of weaklings who haven't even stepped onto the path of cultivation. I could knock down 10 of them with one punch. After the award ceremony, Li Jiangguo patted me on the shoulder. No complaints about how simple the ceremony was, right? None, I replied. There are too many eyes on me, Li Jiangguo said, his gaze deep and thoughtful. If they find out how much I value you. With a wave of his sleeve, a storage pouch appeared in his hand. Here are your spirit essence and inscription texts. I was going to wait until you officially became a warrior, but to think you're already at the second stage of the path. Thank you, Master. My hands trembled slightly as I accepted it, my heart pounding. 9 Heavens Thunder Technique. See Stabilizing Spirit Turtle Art. Dragon Talisman, Rabbit Talisman, and coupled with the Thunder Shadow movement skill. Speed at its pinnacle, that is my path. Suddenly, 2 soft figures pinned me from either side. Brother Qin Ming, where'd you go this morning? Bai Mushue's voice was honeyed and coy, but her sharp gaze fixed on my clothes. Did you change? She leaned in for a sniff. The scent of another woman. Her fists instantly clenched tight. Master asked me to handle something. I lied calmly. I can't believe you became Principal Li's disciple. Hu Wanting exclaimed in excitement, her eyes sparkling. Meanwhile, Bai Mushue was going crazy analyzing that faint mini fragrance. Master, Jiang Ke suddenly flung herself at me from behind. Now 3 women clung to me like lazy sloths wrapping themselves around a tree. Keep it professional. He's my boyfriend. Bai Mushue snapped frostily. Jiang Ke's heart sank. So Master already has a girlfriend. Ridiculous. Hu Wanting sneered. He and I have been like husband and wife for ages. Jiang Ke's brain short-circuited, her shadow behind her beginning to writhe and distort. Bai Mushue's triple-pupiled right eye spun furiously. Are you looking for death? Murderous intent rippled through the air like tidal waves. Enough, I commanded, my voice icy. Killing intent is for our enemies, not for each other. This is the first and last time. The three of them immediately snapped to their senses. As long as I can stay by Master's side. Jiang Ke was the first to relent. Hu Wanting stayed silent but held my hand tightly. I hate you. Bai Muxue turned on her heel, walking away, but stopped after 2 steps. She doubled back. Her face turned slightly to hide her tears from us. Right then, Qin Ming, Fang Yanghua, stormed over with a dozen of his men, fuming with rage. His eyes practically bulged out when he saw 3 gorgeous girls clinging to me. Was it you who stole my prey in the secret realm? And mine? 108 beasts? Who are you trying to fool? The 3 girls flew into a frenzy instantly. Looking to die? Bai Mushue's eyes chilled to sub-zero. Hu Wanting unsheathed her sword in one fluid motion. Say another word, and I'll cut you all down here and now. Jiang Ke's expression turned dark as she stepped forward, ready to strike at any moment. The men were all stunned by the overpowering killing intent radiating from the 3 women. Were they actually prepared to start slaughtering? Fang Yanghua's face twitched uncontrollably. Oh, this kid. Is it the devil? 3 women fighting desperately for me. Qin Ming, hiding behind women? What kind of hero is that? Fang Yanghua roared furiously. Come out. If you've got guts, face me head on. Yeah, be a man and step forward. What a coward. And you claim you killed 108 alien beasts? What a joke. The crowd behind him broke into an uproar, their taunts echoing nonstop. Around us, students paused to watch. The instinct to witness drama is universal. Everyone wanted to know what was going on. Courting death. Hu Wanting's sword trembled as she took a step forward. Jiang Ke and Bai Muxue also stepped up with her, their killer intent palpable. I raised a hand, stopping the 3 women. They say I stole alien beast corpses? My voice was icy. Where's the proof? Humph. Fang Yanghua sneered. The kill count of 108 is all the proof we need. Which unranked martial artist could possibly take down 100 alien beasts? Even if it was 100 pigs, you couldn't kill that many in 2 days. Oh, I raised an eyebrow slightly, my voice growing colder. No proof then. Phantom Ninja worked stealthily. Expecting them to find evidence was laughable. This. The onlookers exchanged uneasy glances, unable to utter another word. They truly had no evidence. They hadn't even caught a glimpse of anyone stealing the corpses. Lower your hand. My gaze was sharp like a knife. Caught off guard, Fang Yanghua took a step back, his pointing hand unconsciously dropping at my command. That glare, it was as if he'd been stared down by a wild beast. If you dare point at me again, I'll kill you. My voice wasn't loud, but it sent shivers down everyone's spines. Gulp. Fang Yanghua swallowed hard, completely intimidated. But with so many eyes watching, he gritted his teeth and said, So what? So what if there's no evidence? There's no way you killed over 100 alien beasts. Want us to believe you? Duel me. He had done his research. I hadn't awakened any talent. His own chi and blood power were rated at a 7, and he had an A-rank combat talent. There was no way he'd lose. Huh. I chuckled coldly, my eyes scanning the crowd. Duel you alone? Not interested. But if it's a duel with all of you, that might be worth considering. It was time to make an example of them. I didn't have the patience to deal with these flies every day. Fang Yanghua's heart leapt with joy. 1 against 17? This guy must have a death wish. He wants to take on all of us. Fang Yanghua turned to the others. What do you think? He pretended to seek their input, to avoid accusations of bullying. Take him down. If he wants to fight all of us, why refuse? If he actually beats the lot of us, I'll believe he really killed over 100 alien beasts. Man, I've never seen someone this cocky in my life. The chorus of shouts threatened to pierce the sky. Fang Yanghua smirked. Are you sure about this? Taking on all of us yourself. Once you're in the ring, there's no mercy, no pulling punches. 17 versus 1. How could they possibly lose? Of course. I narrowed my eyes. But just dueling is too boring. You all are framing me, tarnishing my reputation. Jiang Ke and Hu Wanting exchanged a glance. I'm about to pull a fast one again. They knew my strength. Forget 17 opponents. Even if 17 more came, they'd still be easy pickings. Bai Muxue panicked and grabbed my arm. Brother Qin Ming, are you crazy? Taking on 17 at once. You'll get hurt. I patted her hand. Relax. Watch how I handle them. Bai Muxue froze. She looked over at Jiang Ke and Hu Wanting, noticing the amused, expectant expressions on their faces. In an instant, it dawned on her. My brother has a secret. This is why I'm so popular. Fang Yanghua snorted. If you win, it proves you didn't steal. I'll compensate you with $5,000. But what if you lose? I smirked. If I lose, I'll cover everyone's losses here, $5,000 a person. But on the flip side, if I win, each of you compensates me for damaging my reputation. $5,000 a person times 17 people. That's $85,000. Jackpot. Fang Yanghua frowned. He didn't mind forking over $5,000 himself, but his crew behind him. Brother Yanghua, we've got money. Only $5,000. Worst case, we eat instant noodles for a year. Accept his terms. No way we lose with 17 against 1. Fang Yanghua gained confidence. Fine. I agree. I broke into a grin. Easy money rolling in. The crowd watching erupted. 17 against 1? Is he insane? This Qin Ming is so cocky. Not even a first-class warrior would dare say this. He's asking for it. Watch him cough up $85,000. If others hear there's money up for grabs, they'll all come after him. He'll be swamped. Who'd say no to free money? The crowd packed into the martial arts school's arena. At Tianwu Academy, duels were allowed, but both parties needed to sign an electronic liability waiver. In bold red letters on the screen, no deliberate attempts to take lives. Fang Yanghua selected betting mode, signed first, and deposited $5,000. The others followed, signing and paying one by one. Qin Ming, you're up. Without hesitation, I signed and deposited the full $85,000. Luckily, the payment from selling exotic beasts had just gone through. Clang. The arena's stairs rose. Ding. Duel initiated. Participants, please enter the ring. The opposing group and I stepped onto the platform. The crowd below was massive, packed shoulder to shoulder. What's going on? Why are there so many people on stage? A team brawl or something? After someone in the know explained, gasps of astonishment filled the air. 17 against 1? Did I hear that right? The principal's protege really has guts. First rigging that trial in the secret realm, and now this. If Fang Yanghua's group wins, will the principal let it slide? Of course not. Messing with the principal's favored student? They're digging their own graves. Bai Mushua clutched her coat tightly, her nerves on edge. What is he relying on exactly? Duel? She initially wanted to join me up there, but I stopped her. Seeing Jiang Kuer and the others' calm expressions, she seemed to have reached a conclusion in her heart. Can I really win? The arena was eerily silent. The staircase vanished. Fang Yanghua looked at me with a calm demeanor, feeling puzzled inside. Why is he so composed? Does he have something to rely on? Everyone, stay sharp. Don't underestimate him. Use your best skills. If we lose today, we'll be ridiculed for life. No, it would become the 9th greatest miracle of the campus, a story passed down forever. Understood. Don't worry, Yanghua bro. Watch me beat the crap out of him. Zhao Taiju couldn't contain himself and stepped forward eagerly. Yanghua bro, let me lead the charge. I can't stand those arrogant types the most. He bolted toward me. Boom. The pressure of a martial artist swept through the entire scene. Fang Yanghua's pupils suddenly shrank. Martial artist? I am actually a martial artist. Just as he was about to call Zhao Taiju back, I moved. Rabbit. A faint shadow of a rabbit sigil appeared in my eyes, and my figure vanished in an instant. The rabbit sigil, the power of extreme speed. The entire crowd was stunned. How is this possible? Wasn't I supposed to lack talent? How can I be this fast? Zhao Taiju froze in place, turning around, wanting to ask. Bam! A heavy punch struck his abdomen, and his burly body flew off like a rag doll, fainting instantly as he crashed off the stage. My figure reappeared, shaking my wrist, while coldly staring at Fang Yanghua. Fang Yanghua was horrified. Attack! All of you! His roar was abruptly cut off. I disappeared again. The next moment, Fang Yanghua felt indescribable pain in his abdomen, his body being lifted into the air, his consciousness fading. It's over. So humiliating. That was his last thought before fainting. The remaining 15 people were shocked awake from their daze. They wanted to fight back head-on, but they couldn't even tell where I was. In their hesitation, another figure was sent flying. 1, 2, 3. I turned into a blur of afterimages, each flash accompanied by the sound of bones cracking. Boom. A bespectacled student barely raised his hand when his chest collapsed inwards. As he was sent flying, he collided and toppled over 3 of his companions. The students resembled soccer balls, being kicked off the platform one by one. In no time, all 17 of them were lying on the ground. The stage now had only me standing. Ding! Duel concluded. Qin Ming wins. The staircase reappeared. I walked off the platform, my voice calm but resonating throughout the area. I could kill 100 beasts because I only came across 100. You killed 2 because that's what your strength is worth. A duel with me? Are you even worthy? No one retorted. Everyone was still in utter disbelief. Did I see that wrong? That speed, it was insane. Under a minute, he defeated 17 martial apprentices? They didn't even have the chance to use their abilities before losing. Could it be? Qin Ming really defeated over 100 exotic beasts all on his own. The entire arena fell into a stunned silence. An 18-year-old martial artist was already terrifying enough, but to slay over 100 exotic beasts in the trial's secret realm. What kind of monster was this? Medical staff rushed to the scene, swiftly carrying away the unconscious Feng Yanghua and others. As I stepped down from the arena, Bai Muxue threw herself into my arms. Don't you dare be so reckless next time. What if you got yourself hurt? I ruffled Bai Muxue's hair gently. Don't worry, there won't be a next time. Jiang Kuer and Hu Wanting quickly caught up, their eyes alight with excitement. They never worried. How could a man behind such a terrifying mask ever lose? The silver ring on my wrist vibrated twice. Daxiao Bank, 1,700,000 credited. 85,000 per minute. If only stuff like this happened every day. A smirk tugged at the corner of my lips. But alas, it's not realistic. Once I've showcased my strength, the pests will know better than to cross my path. Jiang Kuer's eyes glimmered for a brief moment. Does the master love money? Well, now she knew what to do. As we made our way toward the virtual training room, all eyes followed us with shock and awe. So he's a martial saint physique. A talentless loser who carved his path with his own 2 fists. From now on, Qin Ming is my idol. Fame from one battle. I not only silenced the doubters, but also gained countless admirers. A talentless youth rising to become the principal's disciple and proving himself by single-handedly defeating 17. A perfect, blood-pumping storyline straight out of a drama. Virtual training room. I pushed open the heavy door, and a laid-back figure came into view. Fu Mayan reclined lazily in the master control chair. Her cherry blossom-colored twin buns were adorably cheeky. The white tank top hugged her stunning curves, and beneath her ultra-short shorts were legs so mesmerizing they could blind you. She held a book in one hand, a liquor flask resting beside her, the air tinged mildly with the intoxicating blend of alcohol and citrus. She glanced up lazily, raising an eyebrow when she saw the trio of uniquely charming beauties behind me. Come in. The training room was 3 stories high, with hundreds of virtual pods aligned in a honeycomb structure, most of them glowing red. I found 4 pods connected in sequence. Here, I climbed into mine first. The 3 women followed suit. Fu Mayan's slightly drunken eyes hazily tracked us as we moved. 1 guy, 3 girls. Students these days really know how to have fun. She tilted her head back, taking a long swig of liquor. The liquid streamed lazily down her jaw until a blush crept from her cheeks to her collarbone. Virtual Pod 98. I lay back, closed my eyes, and let my consciousness enter another world. In the vast white void, an AI robot hovered before me. Please select opponent level. Mid-tier second order, I said. Starting at the early second order would have been too easy. Time to challenge a stronger opponent. Scanning martial techniques. Scan complete. Inferno 13 styles, 9 Heavens Thunder Strike, Tortoise Shell Seal. The scenes of the martial techniques flooded my mind, and I processed them quickly. Let's begin. 3, 2, 1. The white space instantly shifted into a dilapidated city ruin, overrun with weeds and shrouded in a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Scene, Fallen Linhuai City. Opponent, Tier 2 mid-level 2-headed demon wolf. Damn it. I forgot it defaults to realistic settings. I cursed under my breath. Select your weapon. The creature will arrive in 30 seconds. I browsed quickly. The Inferno 13 styles could be used with a saber, spear, or sword. Sword. I made the decision swiftly. There's just something undeniably cool about wielding a sword. Out of thin air, a 3-foot-long sword materialized in my hand. A whoop! A thunderous howl shattered the silence. From the far end of the street, a 2-meter-tall, two-headed demon wolf emerged, each of its 4 blood-red eyes locked onto me with a gaze as oppressive as a collapsing mountain. Its saliva dripped onto the scorched earth, sending up wisps of white smoke as it corroded the ground. Every step it took made the ground tremble. 300 meters, 200, 150. Now's my chance. I swung the sword, its blade igniting with brilliant crimson light. With fire inscriptions enhancing it, the dawn slash streaked forward like a meteor tearing through the night sky. The wolf opened its jaws, spewing out a jet of black liquid. Boom! The collision of energies triggered a violent shockwave that rippled through the air. Out of the swirling dust, whoosh, came a sharp sound of something cutting through at high speed. Lightning sparked beneath my feet. 9 heavens thunderstrike. I left behind an afterimage as I dodged. The wolf's claw struck empty air. "You missed me, you filthy beast," I taunted, raising my sword. Its crimson arc resembled a crescent moon, slicing through the air. One of the wolf's heads flew high, a spray of dark purple blood raining down and sizzling as it eroded the ground. A whoop! The remaining head howled miserably before lowering itself menacingly. Thick black mist began pouring out of its body. Danger! My instincts screamed at me. The wolf vanished in the blink of an eye. Tortoise shell seal. A shimmering blue barrier manifested around me just in time. Bam, bam, bam. Furious impacts slammed the shield from all directions. I could barely catch a glimpse of the blur that was attacking me. Its speed was insane. Damn it. If only I could use talismans. After a dozen breaths, cracks began spidering through the barrier. But the wolf's movements were clearly slowing. "So, you're running out of energy too." I smirked. Crack. The barrier shattered, and the wolf lunged, jaws wide, straight for my throat. I leaned back and thrust my sword upward. Squelch. The blade ripped through its abdomen, spilling its entrails onto the ground. The massive body of the demon wolf collapsed. Haha. I took deep breaths, exhausted. That was tougher than I thought. Congratulations on slaying a tier 2 demon wolf. 10 points awarded. 10 points. My eyes lit up. A regular student might not even earn a single point from slaying low-grade creatures all month. Training session complete. Exiting virtual reality. I sat up abruptly, still craving more. Unfortunately, the virtual pod could only be used once per session. Inside the control room, Fu Mayan swirled an empty liquor bottle, her tipsy eyes fixated on the surveillance monitors. Taking down a Tier 2 beast. This kid's something else. A trickle of alcohol slid down her flushed cheek, splattering onto the console. Creak. The virtual pod hissed open. Jiang Kuer removed her helmet, damp hair clinging to her flushed cheeks from sweat. Spotting me, her eyes lit up instantly like fireworks. "Master," her sugary voice tinged with breathlessness. She leapt gracefully out of the pod, glancing at the other 2 pods' red, glowing indicators. Like a sly cat, she leaned close to my ear and whispered, "That rooftop date you promised." Her warm breath, mingled with a jasmine scent, teased my nose. The faint brush of her soft skin grazed my arm. My throat tightened. "Right now, Mum." Jiang Kuer's ears turned crimson in an instant. I grabbed her hand without hesitation and walked out. Jiang Kuer glanced back at the 2 occupied pods, sticking out her tongue mischievously as if to say, "You two take your time training. I'm off to my date." Back in the control room, Fu Mayan squinted her alluring eyes, scrutinizing the surveillance feed. "Hick," she hiccuped, supporting her flushed face with one hand. "Ditching comrades for a date. Interesting. Let Big Sis see just what you're up to." Her mental energy instantly locked onto the 2 of us. On the rooftop, the evening breeze toyed with the hem of her skirt. "Master, look." Fiery clouds. Jiang Kuer pointed towards the horizon. The entire city bathed in the glow of orange-red hues. For a moment, a pang of nostalgia hit me. It resembled Earth's sunsets so closely. "Beautiful," I murmured softly. Jiang Kuer wrapped her arm around mine, her warmth seeping through my sleeves. "They say wishes made under the evening sky always come true. Then go ahead, make a wish." She closed her eyes, her eyelashes quivering faintly. "I wish to stay with Master forever." I encircled her with my arms from behind. We stood motionless, time seeming to freeze around us. Suddenly, a burst of black mist, dense shadows erupted, consuming us both in an instant. Bang! Back in the control room, Fu Mayan slammed the console, causing the liquor bottle to bounce half a foot into the air. You little punks. She sobered up instantly, her expression stunned. That black mist, it actually blocked my mental energy. Pacing back and forth, she frowned. A tool? A natural ability? Or some kind of forbidden power? Her gaze shifted back to the virtual pods. Those two girls must know something. An hour later, Jiang Kuer and I returned in haste. Where did you two run off to? Bai Mushua pouted. They'd been waiting for half an hour. Just sightseeing, I replied with a grin. Yeah. Jiang Kuner's face turned beet red as she nodded furiously. Who wanting sharp eyes scanned me, pausing when they landed on the faint reddish mark on my neck. Her gaze narrowed. Oh, so that's how you're playing it, huh? At the Jiang family estate, late at night, Jiang Kuer had just. As she walked in, the housekeeper stopped her. Miss, master has punished you. You're not allowed dinner for 1 week. Expressionless, she turned around. She was used to it by now. Well, got father mad again, huh? Jiang Haochen leaned lazily against the doorframe, his tone dripping with sarcasm. If it weren't for that pretty face of yours catching young Master Yezai, you'd have been thrown out long ago with that crazy mother of yours. Jiang Kuer stopped in her tracks abruptly. Slowly, she turned, her gaze as sharp as a blade. Say that again. Jiang Haochen instinctively stepped back 2 paces. Like I care. Who's scared of you? A blur of movement flashed. Ugh. Jiang Kuer's fist sank deep into his gut. Jiang Haochen doubled over like a prawn, blood and vomit splattering on the carpet. Zhao Jinxia's pupils contracted. As a trained martial artist, even she hadn't caught Kuer's movements. Next time you speak, make sure your brain's on, Jiang Kuer said coldly, tossing her words over her shoulder as she left. Bitch, you're just someone else's plaything. Jiang Haochen wheezed weakly, curses still spilling from his lips. In the elevator, Jiang Kuer suddenly chuckled. Jiang Haochen's shadow seemed to have acquired some intriguing new elements. At Qingshan Residential Complex. Dad, why aren't you eating? I asked, eyeing my father as he smoked on the couch. Qin Xian stared blankly into space, drawing deep drags from his cigarette like a machine. Don't mind him. Ever since he came back from buying groceries, he's been acting weird, Sun Xiufang muttered while setting down a dish of braised pork. I walked over. Dad, what's going on? Suddenly shaking, Qin Xian grabbed me and pulled me out to the balcony, hurriedly shutting the glass door. Someone's trying to kill our whole family, he whispered hoarsely. The murderous intent in my eyes flickered and faded in an instant. Who? The Four Seas gambling den. Qin Xian lowered his voice further. They came to our door today. I awakened a talent and killed their people. He quickly recapped the incident, including the mysterious shadowy bodyguards. I kept silent. Those so-called shadow bodyguards were my doing, ghostly ninja units I'd secretly stationed. But now wasn't the time to explain. Don't worry, Dad. I'll take care of it. You? No way. It's too dangerous. Trust me. My eyes were firm. In my room, the door was securely locked. Master. Chen Qianqian and Lu Mingqing knelt on one knee before me. Get dressed. We're taking out the trash tonight. My voice was cold and steely. The 2 women exchanged glances, both surprised. It was the first time they had seen such a murderous aura from their master. Master, I don't need clothing, Chen Qianqian reminded me. It'll tear when I demonize. I nodded, tossing Lu Mingqing a dragon emblem mask. Wear this for missions from now on. Understood. Tonight, blood would repay blood. Meanwhile, in the Jiang family study. Ring, ring, ring. Jiang Ziyuan picked up the phone. Old Su, something big happened in Tianhe City. Li Jiangguo just took on a disciple. What? Jiang Ziyuan shot to his feet. The legendary figure standing at the pinnacle of martial arts had taken a disciple for the first time in 2 decades. Tomorrow, I'll bring plenty of gifts and… Are you going this weekend? Of course, absolutely, Jiang Ziyuan said excitedly. Send me the address and name. I'll prepare 2 gifts. This was a golden opportunity to get closer to Li Jiangguo. Ding! The message had arrived. Jiang Ziyuan eagerly opened it, and in that instant, it felt like lightning struck him. Clatter! The phone fell to the ground and shattered. Through the cracked screen, the name was still visible. Qin Ming. How could this be? Li Jiangwo's apprentice. How could it be him? Jiang Ziyuan sank into his chair, cold sweat running down his back. Thinking about how he punished Jiang Ke earlier today and Yi Jingyang's plan. It was over. It was all over. In a rundown 5-story building, a 6-year-old girl stood timidly, her white dress already yellowed. Hua Kailan crouched down and gently stroked the girl's head. Can you tell me? Where did Daddy go? The girl shook her head. I don't know. Team leader. A young officer ran up, glimpsed at the girl, and a flash of pity crossed his eyes. He bent down and whispered, the hospital just sent word. Song Kuen's wife has passed away. Surveillance shows he was taken by a gang. Hua Kailan's hand froze in midair. The girl, sensing the shift, grabbed Hua Kailan's wrist. Big sis, Mommy said her sickness couldn't be cured. Can you bring Daddy back? The young officer pursed his lips. Taken by a gang, it was unlikely he'd survive. Hua Kailan forced a smile. Don't worry. Big sis knows where Daddy is. I'll bring him back now. Okay. The little girl smiled. Hua Kailan picked her up. Tonight, Big sis will take you somewhere else. Tomorrow, you'll see Daddy. Okay. Inside the patrol car, Hua Kailan's expression turned dark. Investigate. Who took Song Kuen? Yes, ma'am, replied the young officer. He glanced in the rearview mirror and hesitated before asking. The little girl. Are we sending her to an orphanage? Silence. After a long pause, Hua Kailan spoke. First, find any relatives. If there are none, I'll handle the adoption paperwork myself. The young officer couldn't help but show an I knew it expression. But team leader, you've already adopted two. Here we go again with the endless compassion. Her house was practically turning into an orphanage. Not replying, Hua Kailan closed her eyes. The young officer sighed and started the car, fully aware of the team leader's character. Once she'd made up her mind, nothing could stop her. The 2 patrol cars slowly left the dilapidated neighborhood. At Qingshan Apartments, I had transformed into my merman form. Staring at the ring on my hand, I focused my thoughts. Still, the dark mist did not appear. As expected, it doesn't work. After creating the first shadow clone, I had tried over and over to create a second one, but every single attempt ended in failure. I turned to Qin Qianqian. Where's the shadow ninja I gave you? Freshly transformed and fully demonized, Qin Qianqian pouted and motioned toward the window. Downstairs, I said, closing my eyes to sense the surroundings. When I opened them again, I was a little surprised. The storage room? Qin Qianqian smiled and nodded. Perfect, I responded, satisfied. It was convenient for deployment and easy to protect. Hold tight. I wrapped my arms around the 2 women. Lu Mingqing clung tightly to my waist. I've got you, master, she whispered. She could feel my heartbeat. While she should have felt comforted, the intimidating aura of my mermaid-like transformation stirred anxiety within her. Me too, ready. Qin Qianqian also held on tightly. And then I leapt. Just before hitting the ground, the 3 of us vanished in an instant, slipping into the shadows. Within the storage room, hundreds of ghostly shadow ninjas simultaneously melded into my shadow. At the Seahai gambling den, 2 burly men in suits flanked the entrance, tasked with checking guests to prevent anyone from sneaking in weapons. People on a losing streak can act recklessly. Hey, Big Head, I heard you went out with the boss last night and finally ate some meat. The bald guard's tone carried envy. The man with a disproportionately large head licked his lips, smirking. Yup, that chick was hot. First time in my life I've seen someone that stunning. The bald guy scoffed, snorting bitterly, as if she's that gorgeous, why wouldn't the boss keep her for himself? Big Head wiped his mouth, grinning wickedly. She wouldn't comply, lucky for us, huh? The bald guy's jealousy deepened, inwardly regretting not joining them last night. At that moment, a woman in white approached them, her face obscured by a red dragon mask. Hold it right there. Big Head barred Lu Mingqing's way, his eyes scanning her tall, elegant figure, a lecherous gleam flickering across his gaze. Just from her silhouette, it was obvious. She was a true beauty. You can't enter without a search, he barked, stretching out his grubby hand, hoping to cop a feel, a tactic that worked more than often when dealing with powerless nobodies. Lu Mingqing raised her hand slowly. He stared, confused. Then, meeting her emotionless gaze, she uttered just one word. Dragon. The instant the word left her lips, A blazing dragon-shaped totem erupted from her palm. A pillar of fire roared forth. Boom. The main entrance was engulfed in flames and obliterated. Big Head's upper half evaporated on the spot, leaving nothing behind but his legs. The bald man froze where he stood. Lu Mingqing shifted her palm toward him. No, I surrender. The bald man stumbled backward in pure panic. Dragon. Boom. The explosion rattled the entire street, sending people screaming and fleeing in all directions. Someone's been killed. A martial artist just committed murder. Call the enforcers now. Behind her mask, Lu Mingqing's face was alight with exhilaration, though she suppressed her excitement. Her voice cut through the chaos, calm yet commanding, carrying over the stunned bystanders. The Sihai gambling den has committed countless atrocities, invoking heaven's wrath. Today, I, the dragon of the 12 aspects, bring justice on behalf of the heavens. The crowd fell into immediate silence, all eyes fixed on Lu Mingqing as if they had seen a ghost. Sihai Gambling Den was the largest stronghold of the criminal underworld in the Tianhe district. It harbored dozens of martial artists and countless thugs. Was she planning to take them all on alone? Did she just say, she's going to destroy Sihai Gambling Den? This chick's too arrogant. Wait, could she have awakened an S-tier ability? A moment of recklessness to change the world? Judging from the explosion just now, probably so. That girl is finished. The boss of 4 Seas is a powerful martial artist. Amid the murmurs, the shadow behind Lu Mingqing twisted. Black smoke rose, instantly transforming into over 100 ghostly ninja figures, completely sealing off the entrance to the gambling house. The crowd recoiled in fear. What are these creepy things? Martial soul? But who has a martial soul this overwhelming? Haunted. I'm out of here. The spectators dispersed in no time. The shadow ninjas spread out in coordinated movements. Lu Mingqing remained motionless at the doorway. Her only command was clear, no one in or out. On the 5th floor of the 4 Seas gambling house, Hong Sihai stood at the floor-to-ceiling window, staring at the scene below. The moment the explosion went off, he sensed something was wrong. After receiving reports from his subordinates, he found out someone was causing chaos. Boss, a subordinate burst in. The entrance is completely blocked by those black-clad figures. Our men can't get in, and we can't get out either. Hong Sihai ignored him, his gaze fixed on Lu Mingqing. Strange. This woman doesn't seem like a martial artist. Yet why do I feel such a dangerous aura from her? Down below, Lu Mingqing suddenly raised her head and met Hong Sihai's gaze. In that instant, a surge of unease flooded his chest. Tell the brothers to prepare for battle, he said, turning around, expressionless. Forget reinforcements, no one's coming. He had already seen the scene of his men charging at the ninja-like shadows. A slaughter. They weren't even in the same league. Not one of his men could last a single move. As for reporting this to the Law Enforcement Bureau, that ridiculous thought never crossed Hong Sihai's mind. The Bureau would jump at the chance to take him down. Them not joining in would already be a stroke of luck. Yes, boss. The subordinate turned to leave. Hong Sihai fell into deep thought. So many rank 1 martial warriors. Who could this be? Who would have such a deep grudge and the power to back it up? Several names floated through his head, but none made sense. Those with the strength didn't have a motive. Those with a motive didn't have the strength. Boom. The subordinate who had just left was hurled back into the room, slamming violently against the door, warping the frame. B-boss, there's the monst. Before he finished his sentence, he was dead. Hong Sihai froze, his body trembling. The next moment, the sound of something slithering filled the air. A mare creature slithered into the room like it was swimming. Hong Sihai's pupils contracted sharply. A demon. The terror emanating from it made him forget to resist. For all his usual domineering facade, in truth, he was just a bully who preyed on the weak. Faced with a powerhouse, he immediately cowered. I wiped the blood off my hands onto the lifeless body, my voice chilling. The door says chairman's office. So, you're the boss of the 4 Seas gambling house. Hong Sihai swallowed hard. Why yes. Yes I am. This demon can talk. Could it possibly be here to negotiate a deal? But why make such a big commotion? As long as it's a yes. Before the words had fully left his lips, my figure vanished. In the next instant, an immense force gripped Hong Sihai's throat. I slowly materialized before him, my voice chilling. Speak. Who ordered you to slaughter my entire family? Hong Sihai's mind went blank. Walk off. What slaughter? I don't know anything. The truth is, in a straight fight, it wouldn't have been this easy for me to subdue Hong Sihai, a peak tier 3 martial artist. But the fool was terrified by my shark-like appearance, lost his opening advantage, and was instantly suppressed by a rabbit sigil. Don't tell me Scarface wasn't one of your men, I said, my tone like ice-piercing bone. Hong Sihai's pupils dilated in alarm. Scarface. This creature, it's here because of Master Jiang? That family was supposed to be ordinary mortals. How did they provoke something so terrifying? Judging by that look on your face, a cruel grin spread across my mouth, my sharp teeth gleaming. I didn't get the wrong guy. Outside the Sihai gambling den, police sirens shattered the tranquility of the night. Over a dozen patrol cars roared onto the scene, encircling the facility in an ironclad blockade. Car doors burst open as Captain Chun Tianwu strode out, his sharp gaze cutting directly toward Lu Mengqing, who stood at the forefront of the crowd. He frowned deeply. She's not a martial artist, but why does her presence feel so dangerous? His eyes flicked to the shadows around her, an entire squad of Tier 1 elites. Chun Tianwu's pupils shrank to pinpoints. This woman, she's anything but ordinary. Captain, a young officer rushed to his side. She identifies herself as part of the 12 aspects. She says she's here to deliver divine justice. Chun Tianwu couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. And why wasn't I informed earlier? If I'd known it was just a bandit extermination, I wouldn't have rushed to get here half an hour early. He strode forward purposefully, privately arming martial artists and disturbing societal order. Do you realize these charges are no joke? Lu Mengqing raised her hand, her voice frosty. The master's orders are clear. No one is to approach. Chun Tianwu immediately retreated. Captain, do we proceed with a forced assault? An officer whispered. What, are you blind? Can you not see how many martial artists are standing over there? Who's going to take responsibility if anyone dies on our side? Lighting a cigarette, Chun Tianwu leaned wearily against the side of a patrol car. We'll wait. They're not going anywhere. Amidst the swirling smoke, his gaze lifted toward the starless sky. The skies of Tianhe City are about to change. Fifth floor office. A deathly silence. Hong Sihai's breaths came shallow and fast, each one scraping his throat like razor blades as my grip held him fast. This monster's going to kill me. No, wait. This face, it's that kid from the photograph. I really don't. Hong Sihai's legs flailed against the floor, but his right hand began glowing faintly red. If I've been exposed, there's no room for hesitation. I'll fight with my life if I must. I caught his little trick, and a cold chuckle rumbled from deep within me. The dual specter masks I wore heightened my senses to terrifying levels. Reaction speed, perception, and awareness all surged, reaching superhuman limits. Realizing his sneak attack had been noticed, Hong Sihai's hesitation evaporated. His glowing hand came down fast, aiming for a lethal strike. Flames erupted, searing and bright. You're dead, he snarled, a twisted grin splitting his face. I slightly raised my left hand. Dragon. Boom. A scorching, hundredfold fiery pillar obliterated everything in its wake. Hong Sihai's right arm, along with the wall behind him, vanished into nothingness. Ah! His screams tore through the night. I slammed him down onto the ground. My tail shot out like a venomous spike, piercing through his left hand. Spill the name behind this, and I'll give you a quick death. My hand. My hand. The tail struck again, this time impaling his right leg. Ah! Take your time. Let's see how long you can keep your mouth shut. My voice, low and menacing, seeped like the whispers of the devil. I'll talk. It's Jiang Ziyuan. Jiang Ziyuan ordered me to kill your entire family. Hong Sihai finally broke down, screaming in despair. Regret consumed him. If he'd known I was this terrifying, he'd never have taken the job, even if it cost him his life. This wasn't a man. This was a monster. Spare me. I'll be your servant. I'll do anything. Just let me live. I slowly stood up, casting a dark shadow over him. With a flash of my tail, as swift as a blade, it was over. Squelch. His head fell to the ground. Jiang Ziyuan. My eyes burned with growing waves of murderous intent. And at that moment, Basha power activated, 50%. Meanwhile, in the Jiang family study, Silence. Dead silence. Jiang Ziyuan slumped in his chair, his face ghostly pale, lifeless. A mere student. How could he? How could he be Li Jiangguo's disciple? Words spilled from my lips in a panicked daze. Li Jiangguo, the very name that even struck fear into young Master Yi himself. For him to be his disciple meant untouchable heights of power. And yet, I had sent someone to slaughter his entire family. My shaking hands tried to reach for my phone as my body trembled uncontrollably. I dialed Hong Sihai's number, desperate. No one picked up. Cold sweat seeped from every pore in my body. Hong Sihai was done for. Bang! The study door slammed open. Zhang Haochen stumbled in, limping slightly. Dad, sis hit me. You have to do something about her. Jiang Ziyuan snapped upright like a madman. You're right. Kur. Only Kur can save me. He stumbled and staggered as he bolted out of the study in a panic. Zhang Haochen stood frozen, wide-eyed. What did Dad just say? Zhao Jinxiao stammered, her voice trembling. The master said, only Miss can save him. At the Four Seas gambling den, 5th floor. Basha power activated, 50%. Talent unlocked. Demon minion Basha. 50% demon tattoo unlocked. All Basha talents greatly enhanced. Demon minion Basha. Open the demon gate. Summon the Basha Legion. Basha minions in underwater combat. Power increases tenfold. My pupils constricted violently. The demon tattoo can level up? Even the system called it formidable. Just how fearsome could these demon minions truly be? Why? Why did so much activate all of a sudden? A faint rustling sound echoed from behind. A figure emerged, her scales glimmering with a cold crimson light. Qin Xianqian, her body soaked with the stench of blood. She slithered into the room gracefully, yet hauntingly, like a nightmare. Master, the Four Seas gang, has been annihilated. Her tail dragged behind her, leaving a trail of blood smeared across the ground, like the mark of a demon that had crawled out of hell. A chill surged through my chest. Was it because of her? Does the bearer of the devil tattoo unlock demonic powers by killing living beings? If that's the case, the plan to annihilate the mafia is simply flawless. Double rewards, darkness points, and demonic might. Do you feel any changes in your strength? Qin Xianqian clenched her fists and sensed for a moment. It's not just about getting stronger. She looked puzzled. I can summon something. There are voices constantly whispering in my ears, begging me to let them out.